Lin Yi's day began with the fact that he could no longer tolerate this terrible attitude towards him, and because of this quarreled with his management. That's why all his things were quickly thrown into a box. Everything happened so fast that the guy didn't even have time to understand anything. After which, Lily's manager ordered him to get out. After taking his things and could not understand what kind of injustice, because he took his work so seriously. But because he did not send a gift to his boss, he was fired for it. The next moment, Liu Sixi called him. After answering his girlfriend, he already wanted to tell the latest news, but she interrupted him and said that they were breaking up. The guy was scared. He didn't understand what was going on. The girl told him not to come to her birthday party and not to call anymore. Lin Yi didn't understand the reason for the breakup. Had she found someone else? The girl replied that even if so, there was no difference, because she had been with him for so long. She said she didn't want to waste her youth on him and said goodbye, entering the elevator, and was very depressed. It was the worst day of his life. Not only was he fired, but the girl also left. Suddenly, a bluish glow appeared. A girl appeared in front of him, who greeted him and told him that he was in the profession system. The girl was his servant Lin Yi, and he could choose a new profession every week. The choice was made randomly, and after completing all the tasks, he could receive the highest reward. After hearing this, the guy was over the moon with happiness. After all, it was a legendary system. He understood that luck was on his side again. Suddenly the first letter arrived. He was offered a reward for accepting the driver's profession in the amount of 100,000 yuan. The guy was so happy that he was ready to work even for the rest of his life. Lin Yi explained to the owner that he was given this profession for only a week and not for life. And he said it was even better because you can get so much money and do different things every week. On assignment, the Bandao Hotel demands that he come there. Pagani Probe's car is already in the parking lot of the Koyang Corporation in Zone C at place number 22. I went down in the elevator and carefully reread the assignment sent to him by a message on the phone. He couldn't believe that this system was real. Everyone knew that Area C was for the big shots. Ahead of him, he noticed a girl digging in the hood. She was the CEO of Zai King Yan. The beautiful-looking lady didn't understand why her car wouldn't start in any way, and he came closer to find out what was the matter. After that, he turned to Director Zai. Did her car break down? After she said that it looked like her car had broken down after all. She could not start it in any way. After the guy offered to give her a ride, the girl very happily agreed, because she was already supposed to go to the construction company. But because of the breakdown of the car, she was late. Suddenly, some guy came up and said that such a small employee as Lin Yi could not have a good car, so it was better for the girl to go with him in his car. The girl immediately stepped away from the man and showed him not to approach her. The guy said he would keep his distance, but still he insisted on giving her a ride. Lin Yi covered the girl with himself and told Director Lai not to worry. He promised to take Director Zai in his car. The guy couldn't calm down. Turning away, the girl went to the 22nd place and asked the guy to leave. She didn't care that the car was old, as long as it was on the move. And suddenly these two suddenly stopped, being very much amazed. The car that was in 22nd place was a 30 million Pagani. Lin Yi happily reached the car and invited the lady to get into it. Li was very much outraged. Like a true gentleman, he opened the door for the girl. And then, out of spite, Lai said that a dude who drives a cheap car like his has no right to glue Director's eye, because it looked too presumptuous. Lai Yunheng looked at the car with envy. After that, he seemed to stick to the car window and tried to apologize to Ai, saying that he was talking some nonsense. He asked for a ride, but Lin Yi told him to get out of here because he is not worthy to sit in this car. After that, the car moved off briskly. The girl was very surprised and asked Lin Yi, is it really his car? After all, isn't he an ordinary employee from the sales department? And he laughed and said that he was actually from a rich family who lead a normal lifestyle. After that, he told the girl that he was going to become a driver, so she would be his first passenger. The girl was surprised and felt that it was a very great honor for her. In just a few clicks, she easily placed an order. The satisfied girl got out of the car, showing that the payment was made, thanked Mr. Lin. Leaving for the last time, the girl turned around and waved goodbye sweetly. After that, Lin Yi appeared and congratulated the owner on completing the first order. After that, she rewarded him with 10,000 skill points. Lin Yi was very happy. He couldn't believe that he could get such a big prize for completing one order. The events are transferred to the Bandao Hotel, a 5-star hotel and one of the few best hotels in Shanghai. Lin Yi's ex-girlfriend was standing in the huge hall. She was asking her new boyfriend Yun Kai if she could celebrate her birthday here. The guy didn't mind. The girl happily jumped on the guy and said that she was very sorry that she had not met him before. He looked to the side, and then asked her for Lin and came in here. Seeing her ex, the girl screamed, "What is he doing here? Because he is a beggar." The guy said that can't he come here to spend his money because this is an ordinary hotel. Yun Kai said that this is an unusual hotel, this 5-star hotel, and not a place where a person of his taste can go. The next second, Liu Sissy screamed for the guards to kick this beggar out. An immediate crowd of guards ran up to Lin Yi. Yun Kai laughed and said that if the guy did not leave himself, he would be pushed out. But the crowd of guards when they ran up to Lin and greeted the gentleman. Seeing this picture, those two were very shocked. The girl did not understand how this was possible. Like this ordinary employee from the finance department, he can hold a managerial position in a hotel. One of the hotel staff bowed low to Mr. Lin and asked him to go with him to the meeting hall, as they needed to report to him. At that moment, Liu Sis was very scared. She realized that, apparently, she had missed a rich man. A short time later, in the meeting room, one of the employees brought Mr. Lin all the financial statements so that he could read them. Seeing this huge volume of papers, the guy said that they just need to continue working at the same pace as before, arguing the decision by saying that he trusts them. An agitated girl burst into the office, and turning to the manager, she explained that a client from the 1704th room wanted to complain about them. The reason for her complaint was that she had applied for a rental car at their hotel yesterday, but the Mercedes she wanted had already been rented by their VIP client. Without thinking twice, Lin Yi told them to do the documentation, and he decided to go fix the situation. When he got to the right floor, he knocked on the right room. The guy greeted her and said that he was the director of the hotel, and also promised that they would organize everything for her properly and make sure that everyone was satisfied. Du Zishu said it wasn't that important, they could arrange another car for her. Lin Yi, in turn, said that if she didn't mind, she could take his Pagani. The girl was a little embarrassed and said that she might not have enough money to afford to rent his car. Besides, she is not sure that everything will be fine. Lin Yi said that he could take the girl where she needed to go. The girl felt awkward, but still told the guy to wait for her until she changed clothes and they could go. The girl on the move began to pull off her robe. Going behind a translucent screen, the girl began to put on an evening outfit. Lin Yi was delighted with her figure. Soon a beautiful-looking girl came out to him and said that now they could go. At this time, in the main hall, Lin Yi's ex-girlfriend was trying to send Yun Kai away, because her ex was going to come down soon, and she wouldn't want him to think something wrong. The guy was very angry. Understanding the girl's mercantile intentions, he wondered if she really thought that after all Lin Yi would even look at her. A girl came up to Sissy and asked if she really hoped for something else. She replied that she had been with him for many years, and if she pressed for pity, he would forgive her. To which the girl replied to Liu Sissy that she envied her because she could not find such a thing in her life. Sis said that when she reconciled with Lin Yi, she would definitely take her for a ride on Pagani. After that, the girl heard two people laughing. Turning around, she saw her ex-boyfriend with an unknown girl. Liu Sissy rushed to Lin Yi. She mistook the girl next to him for a secretary, and said that if he wanted to, she would now help him with all his affairs. Lin Yi looked at the girl with disdain. He carefully pretended that he did not understand who she was. His ex started crying and saying, really, after so many years, he doesn't love her anymore. After all, if the girl who was with him had a better body, then Liu Sis's skills were superior. Du Zishu leaned against the guy and asked how the girl could know about her skills. Moreover, Lin Yi has already praised her for being much better than his ex. Lin Yi gently hugged the girl and said that she was not just better than his ex, she was adorable. Looking at all the two girls, they were very surprised. After Lin Yi said that if the girl had nothing to say then they would go. His ex tried to stop the guy. She tried in every way to put pressure on Pity, but it was all in vain. With great anger, the guy turned around and insulted her vain and deceitful, and also noted that she has a terrible figure, and at the end he added that he did not want to see her again. Going to the underground parking lot, he left behind an ex-girlfriend who was completely shrouded in disappointment. In the car, he asked his companion where she needed to go. She replied that she needed to come to the Kinyu Hotel, where her classmate was celebrating a wedding. She also apologized for straining him, but the guy in response was actually grateful since she had just helped him herself. The three girls were waiting at the entrance of the Zishu Hotel. Because she was late, they got angry and said nasty things about her. They thought that Z was jealous of them and bragging once again. Suddenly an expensive car drove up to the hotel. She immediately attracted the attention of the girls standing in front of the hotel entrance. Out of the car came the whole beaming Zishu. One of the girls decided that Zishu started dating a guy who has Pagani. Realizing her assumption, she asked Lin, and that he also helped her now with the relationship, since she helped him. And so, to the amazement of her friends, he leaned out of the window of an expensive car and wished his dear girl a good walk at the wedding. At this time, on the other side of the city, the girl snatched the phone from her mother's hands, reassuring her that the guy paid the rent for 10 days, so don't worry. Zhang Jingjing asked her mother to wait a few more days, because it's not worth hurrying Lin Yi. Wu Qinglin was extremely negative. She cursed and said, suddenly he would run away, because you don't need to rely on him too much. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Brother Lin entered the apartment. He immediately greeted Aunt Wu and told her that he was moving, so he came to say goodbye. He was going to leave after he packed his things. Hearing this, the woman was furious. She thought that he wanted to leave without paying for the rent of the apartment. She was furious that he was going to dump her. Lin Yi smiled and explained to his aunt that she had misunderstood everything. He had already paid for the apartment. Therefore, she should not worry so much. The woman discovered that Lin Yi had paid more than necessary. The guy apologized and explained that he always delayed the rent, so he decided to redeem himself. Auntie was very excited and didn't understand what was going on. She asked the guy why he was moving so suddenly. Did he have any new plans? He explained that it was nothing serious and he would obviously not die of hunger. The young girl volunteered to help Brother Lin take out his things. Auntie followed them, thinking that it would be better to keep an eye on this kid so that he didn't steal anything. Coming out of the entrance in front of them, Pagani was standing. The girl immediately noticed the supercar and was surprised at how beautiful it was. Auntie, not seeing the car, the boy asked Lin where he had put his ZLI. He explained that his old car had broken down, so he bought another one. After clicking on the car keys, he asked the young girl to put his things in the trunk. The woman was very surprised. Along with her daughter, they were shocked that Lin Yi was not an ordinary worker. And anyway, when did he manage to become so rich? Sitting in his new car, the guy explained that since all the masks had been dropped, he was now forced to admit that he actually came from a rich family. After the car screeched off and sped off into the distance, the young lady looked at the departing car and said that earlier the woman did not like Lin and because he was poor. The woman told her daughter not to say stupid things, before he did not deserve her, and now she is unworthy of him, so they had no choice but to go home. After the guy moved to his hotel, where the presidential suite was already prepared for him, Lin Yi ordered to take his things to the room. He decided to go eat. After a short time, sitting in his 5-star hotel, he realized that the food here is very tasty. Suddenly, he received a message that one of his acquaintances would be released soon. 30 minutes later, he drove up to the construction company, where Director Zai was already waiting for him. When the girl got into the car, he asked her if she could make an order first. She was surprised for a second and didn't understand what she was talking about. The guy said that you need to order a personal driver. Jokingly, he said that if he didn't do it, he would have to live half-starved. The girl laughed and agreed. The director understood that his car was expensive and he had to get into the top of the sales company, but now he was fired. Therefore, it was clear why he was asking to place an order, but it was unclear how such a person could be fired. Something must have happened that the girl didn't know about. Looking at the guy, she informed him that she had made an order. Suddenly, Lin Yi appeared. She immediately turned to her master and explained to him that the girl did not see her. When he saw the appearance of his servant, he was obviously very scared. The girl turned to the owner and said that the lady sitting next to him was very beautiful, and then she decided to congratulate the owner on the successful receipt of the second order. As a result, he is awarded 10,000 skill points, as well as the degree of completion of the task of 50%. Lin Yi asked what kind of girls pull a 4+. Lin Yi replied that it was girls like Zai Qingyan. At that moment she was looking at the girl. Suddenly, Zai was distracted from Lin Yi's thoughts. The girl asked if they were going to go. The guy asked what her problems were. Is it really something personal or is it still for work? The girl said that the company wants to hold a presentation on the occasion of the launch. She called all the 5-star hotels, but not one of them has empty seats. After hearing her problem, he invited her to give a presentation at the Bandao Hotel. Hearing this, the girl laughed, because the Bandao Hotel was a 5-star hotel of the highest class, and although money is not a problem, it is simply impossible to book something there. Lin Yi smiled and said that it wasn't necessarily like that. And besides, they met today, so perhaps a surprise awaits the girl when she arrives there. The girl laughed and said that if so, then let him turn around and they would go to the hotel in Bandao. Lin Yi turned sharply to the left and turned around in the middle of the road. The girl jokingly said that if they could not agree, then she was not going to pay for this trip. Having experienced the excitement, Lin Yi asked what if they could. The girl also answered the question with a question. She asked what the guy wants in return if he wins this bet. Lin Yi said that if the girl still agreed, she would be obliged to do 10 deep squats. For a second, the girl was scared when she heard an unfamiliar task. Seeing the girl's confusion, Lin suggested that she Google what it means. Seeing on the internet how it looks, the girl was even more embarrassed and scared. But then she thought about it, because she had already called the hotel earlier, and the manager clearly told her that there were no more places, so she could agree without risking anything. Therefore, in the next second, without thinking twice, she agreed to a squat. Half an hour later they arrived at the hotel. At the reception, Zai King introduced herself and asked the receptionist's girlfriend to let her talk to manager Wang Tianlong. Noticing their owner behind the girl's back, she immediately realized that, most likely, this is a new love. She noted that this girl looks much better than that ex-girlfriend. The manager came out to meet the girl. The girl introduced herself and explained that their company would like to hold a presentation, so she wondered if there were seats in the assembly hall. The girl immediately thought that she was not such an important person to be allocated time in such a hotel. Only she didn't know that the owner of the hotel was standing behind her and winking at the manager. Therefore, he replied that he could arrange a reservation for the girl any day at her request. The girl was very surprised. She thanked the manager. Sitting in the car, she said and that it was all thanks to his words. The guy had no doubt that everything would go exactly like this, and now he wanted the girl to fulfill her promise. Hearing his words, the girl was a little hurt. She did not understand why he was still talking about it. Because she is the president of Koang Company, of course, she will keep her word. Suddenly, he began to unfasten her seatbelt, and the girl was scared. The guy replied that it was also possible in the car, because it all depends on whether Director Tsu likes it here. Bracing her feet against the windshield of the car, the girl said that she was too cramped here, so could they still go home. Lin Yi agreed and quickly pressed the gas pedal. The car started and sped forward. Tsu wondered why there were so many problems because of some squats. After they arrived at Yunchui Cottage, the girl, leaning on a chair, asked if she really needed to do this now. And he replied that, yes, and soon, because he still had things to do. After his words, the girl stood in confusion for a few more seconds. After being embarrassed, she said that she had never done this before, so let Lin Yi not complain if she did not succeed. The guy laughed and promised that he would not complain. Right in the same evening dress and heels, the girl spread her legs shoulder-width apart. Then, holding her head with her hands, she did a very deep squat. Lin Yi was delighted looking at her. But suddenly, entering the room, a certain man was very angry. He did not understand what they were doing here. Noticing him, these two were very scared. Because of some stupid squats, they found themselves in a very awkward position. Noticing her father, the girl was very scared and excited. For a while, the three of them still stood in the living room and maintained utter silence. The father was very angry. He clearly misunderstood the whole picture he saw. Apparently, he thought they were doing something obscene here. The girl hurried to explain to her dad that he misunderstood everything, pointing to, and she said that he was just her new yoga instructor. Lin himself thought that dad had obviously come at the wrong time. Even after the explanation, the father was angry because he understands everything perfectly. He believed that all yoga instructors were watching for a reason. The girl continued to be terrified. After that, the young lady tried to convince her father that the guy was just a yoga instructor. He only gives instructions, and he usually does not. The girl's father did not believe it and decided to check everything himself. After that, he sat down next to Lin Yi. The man seemed to exude an aura of unfriendliness. He asked what the guy's name was and what he was doing. Lin Yi introduced himself and said he worked as a taxi driver. The man was in shock. He thought that the guy was clearly joking. In his opinion, the driver had to get behind the wheel without any sports car to attract the attention of his daughter. And then my father realized that this was the same car from the limited series that was standing at their entrance. He patted the guy on the shoulder and said he could put his daughter in his hands. The girl tried to explain to dad that she and this guy don't have the same relationship as he thinks. But he said that he had completely ceased to understand the youth. He smiled and said that the two of them could come together for Grandpa's birthday and let the rest of the family get to know Lin Yi, and let them think that he wasn't there. Left alone, the girl said that her father clearly misunderstood everything. But Lin Yi thought it was even better, after which he threw the girl on the sofa. He did it so fast that she didn't even have time to react. Leaning on top, he continued to continue her. The girl was embarrassed and asked what they should continue because they were clearly misunderstood. Touching Lin Yi's leg, he said that when the girl was squatting, he saw her muscles tense up in that place. After that, the girl pushed the guy away, told him not to touch her. From such a gesture of the girl, he was confused for a second. After he said that it was true, such exercises focus on this particular muscle group. Suddenly the girl realized that, apparently, she had thought something bad about him in vain. Suddenly the guy got a message. It said that after Lin and his colleagues left, they were sad, so they offered to arrange an evening dinner in a pincha as a farewell. The guy turned to Director's Eye and said that he had more things to do, so he offered to meet next time. The girl agreed and told him to get out of here. Arriving at the appointed place, Lin Yi was met by a girl of cute appearance and invited to sit at the table. At this time, all the colleagues have already gathered. Immediately, the girl told the guy that she did not think that he would quit with his level. After all, if the guy had stayed, he could easily have become a sales manager. Suddenly she was interrupted by some smug guy and said that the girl did not understand what she was saying at all. He said he was no worse than Lin Yi. The girl said that Lin Yi has much more achievements than him. Therefore, the post of director should have gone to him. To which the guy said it didn't matter anymore. He also heard that the documents on the appointment of Dong will come soon, so he offers to drink to him. After hearing this, the guy refused to draw attention because it's Lin Yi's evening. But Lin Yi himself had a different opinion. He had read that these two were not here to see him off, but they were here to show off. Standing up, Dong said that Lin Yi was wrong. They were here to celebrate his dismissal. After that, he asked what Lin Yi would do now. Dune raises his glass and offers to drink, since they are relatively familiar. But, apparently, not everyone was happy with this idea. Lin Yi said that he was working as a driver today and he might have orders, so he would not drink. Suddenly you are in the hall. One of the restaurant employees runs in asking if the owner of Pagani Probe is here, and he turns around and asks what happened. At this time, all the men gathered at the window to look at the car. The employee reported that the car was blocking the exit of others, and he wanted to ask the owner to rearrange it. Huang Yue noticed Lin Yi's interest in the car and called him a redneck, saying that it was still about Pagani, and not about his rattler. Taking the keys out of his pocket, Lin said that it was his car. After his words, everyone was worried. Dune couldn't believe it was really true. After all, isn't Lin Yi an ordinary orphan, from where he can have money for a car? The guy was angry. He was very infuriated by their short-sightedness. After all, what nonsense, why an orphan can't have money? Then he turned to the lovely lady and said that he was bored here, and Ying offered to give her a ride home. She happily agreed. When he was already heading for the exit, Dune tried to stop him. The guy asked him to take his time and give him time. Grabbing Lin by the hand, he noted that the guy is not an ordinary person. But Lin Yi did not intend to listen to his flattery. The guy immediately pulled his hand away. He was categorical and believed that they needed to think earlier. After that, they immediately got into the car and sped away from this place, leaving all these unpleasant people in that place. She was surprised, because she had worked with Lin Yi for so long and did not even suspect that he was actually rich. The guy laughed and explained that it was just an inheritance. Then the girl remembered how the guy said that he was now working as a driver. Is it really true? Lin Yi said he wasn't lying at all. Then he asked if Ying could make an order. The girl kindly agreed and reached into her phone. She couldn't refuse a man like Lin Yi in any way right now. Suddenly, Lin Yi received a characterization about a passenger. The girl's total score is 84 points, which does not meet the requirements of the task. He didn't understand why a beautiful girl like Ying could get such a low score. I look at the girl. He was trying to figure out what kind of conditions lowered the score. After that, the guy asked the girl if she knew any way to enhance female charm. The girl explained that to strengthen her charm means to make herself attractive, which can be difficult here. But I was also interested in how it could be done. Without thinking twice, the girl reached into her purse, and she took out black stockings, which she immediately decided to put on herself. When she finished, everything fell into place. In front of him sat an unreal beauty, a girl, which seemed to be shining. After seeing her unreal beauty, Lin Yi decided that he needed to scan her again to see her score. And suddenly its indicator increased and corresponded to the requirement of the building. The guy has 15% left to complete his task. For this he was awarded a villa. Soon the guy drove up to the girl's house. The girl asked if Lin Yi would like to come to her, because she is now at home all alone and her husband is on a business trip. Removing his hand from her leg, Lin Yi apologized and informed her that, unfortunately, he had business right now, so he suggested that she meet next time. What the girl was upset about. After dropping the girl off, he said goodbye to her very dryly and decided to go on. Early in the morning, he arrived at the Jiazhou sales department. He entered the building with an imposing gait radiating confidence and self-sufficiency. Zhang Minju, Lin Yi's former colleague, was very surprised when she saw the guy and asked what he was doing here. Lin Yi, scratching his head, smiled shyly and said that he was going to the manager for a document on the ownership of real estate. The girl started abruptly pushing the guy out of the room, telling him to stop creating problems, because real estate here costs more than 800 million yuan. Manager Wang Hui saw them and stopped the girl, telling her not to approach the guy, and she could handle herself. Minju tried to talk to the manager, but she just waved her off. Wang Hui hugged the guy by the hand and began to snuggle up to him, recognizing Mr. Lin. Then the girl, smiling, introduced herself and asked where it was better to start. Jiang grabbed the manager by the shoulder and told her not to waste time, because he wouldn't buy anything. The manager got angry and said it was nonsense, and then sent Minju to the HR department so that she would count the salary and not get in the way. The girl was confused, trying to prove her case, and begged her to believe, because this guy is her former colleague. But the manager kept telling her not to talk nonsense, because Mr. Lin bought 9 villas from them, so all the words of the girl were complete nonsense. Minju fell to the floor in surprise. She could not believe that he had bought 9 villas. Lin Yi, hearing that Villa was not alone, was pleasantly surprised and thought that now he adores the system even more. The manager blushed slightly and apologized to Mr. Lin. Then, she said that this employee had recently been subjected to pressure, so she was not herself and was causing inconvenience. Lin smiled and said there was nothing to worry about. He said that the registration of his house should be completed and asked to give him the ownership documents. Wang Hui said that everything was ready and brought him the keys and documents. Lin Yi walked out of the building and threw all the ownership folders into his car. And then, picking up the phone, he saw a message that Yu Lily and Lai Zhongdong were fired. He decided that this could not be, because as soon as he left, they were fired. She replied that she wanted to know the reason for his dismissal. The guy asked what her plans were for the position of head of sales, and the girl said she wanted to give it to him. He said that he didn't need to earn good money, but at the same time he thinks that Wang Ying is good. The girl said that her car was under repair and asked to take her to the company. If Lin completes the system task, he will be able to receive a 5-star award of 200,000 points, and the percentage of completion of the profession will be 25%. They arrived at the place, and the guy asked to give him 5 stars. The girl asked if he really wanted to get 5 stars. Lin smiled and said that he needed it. Director's Eye thought about it and decided that then they would cancel her punishment with squats for this. The guy started to come close abruptly and said that in this case he did not need 5 stars. The girl was scared and shrank, not understanding what he was doing. Lin, looking straight into the director's eyes, said that he expected 9 squats from her, not 1 less. She called him a brat, and then she unbuckled her seat belt. After getting out of the car, she began to put herself in order. A colleague noticed them. The girl did not expect to see the director together. Zai and Lin Yi, therefore, stood in confusion. Lin waved to the girl and said that he just happened to see Director Zai calling a taxi. The girl stood and did not understand why the guy was panicking and making excuses. She understood why those two were fired, and they refused to talk to her. After all, as it turned out, in her opinion, Lin and together with the director, she decided she was doomed. Director Zai told the girl not to shirk from work and follow her. The same one obeyed the director without delay. Both girls headed towards the office. Lin Yi picked up the phone and was pleased to see that he had received 5 stars. He decided that the director's heart was very soft, despite his sharp tongue. Lin Yi was looking at his phone while taking an order. He saw that the route was laid out to Tiany's house, and this was not so close to him. But still he decided to accept this order. After accepting the order, he called his client. She answered him. The girl greeted him and asked how old he was. Lin told her that he was 24 years old. After the girl asked if he could do her one favor to introduce himself as her boyfriend, for which she would give 5 stars. He was happy about it, so he agreed. After a while, he was already at Tiany's house and knocked on the door. A young girl opened the door for him, and he said that he had arrived at the place. The girl's name was Zia Xinyu. She was a popular blogger. Xinyu looked at the guy with fascination and told him that he was very handsome, even more beautiful than their intern. The girl's mom saw them and asked him, smiling sweetly, if he was her daughter's boyfriend. Xinyu pushed him forward slightly, and he told his aunt that she was right and introduced himself. And then the girl's father came out to them and asked the young man what he was doing, because he looks pretty good. Lin Yi smiled and proudly announced that he was a driver. The parents were not at all delighted with what they heard and were horrified because they were ready for such a turn of events. Xinyu closed the guy with herself and told her parents that now it's a pretty lucrative job, because he bought her all those jewelry and is saving money to open his business. From these words, the parents were even more horrified. Mom, folding her arms on her chest, turned away, and my father said that according to statistics, 9 out of 10 entrepreneurs fail. The girl decided to change the subject and asked her parents if they were not going to meet with friends. The father put the phone to his ear and said that she was right, it was time for them. Xinyu, smiling nervously, said that she had asked her boyfriend to take them there, and then they would go with him to the mall. Lin Yi scratched his head in embarrassment and asked for forgiveness because his car is a two-seater, so it is necessary to call another one. The girl, like her parents, was slightly shocked, and they decided at all that it could be a moped. All the way to the car, Mom looked at her daughter accusingly. The father also sometimes looked around and did not understand how his daughter could find a guy who drives a moped. The mother said that it was impossible for anyone to recognize them because they might laugh. When they reached the right place, the guy used the keys to open the car doors. Everyone was shocked. My father looked at the car and realized that it was very expensive. Lin Yi enthusiastically asked the guy if this car was really his. Lin Yi was proud of himself and sat down in the driver's seat, strapped himself in and told the girl to sit down. Lin Yi was embarrassed, and her parents began to push her, saying that she should not make such a guy wait. After she got into the car, the guy asked which mall she needed to go to. She replied that she needed Times Square and, continuing to be embarrassed, said that the car was very cool. And then I decided to ask if I could make another small request, because she is a blogger, so she wants to go live here. The guy didn't care, because the most important thing was that she would give him 5 stars. The girl immediately went live and showed her subscribers where she is. People from the ether saw that she was in agony, and also noticed a very beautiful driver. One of the subscribers decided to write that she rented a car for the sake of popularity, and will pay with her body. The girl was embarrassed and said that she had ordered a driver through the app. Although I thought I wouldn't mind if this handsome guy asked me to pay with my body. They arrived in Times Square and the girl showed the driver the phone, where she put 5 stars and then thanked and said goodbye. In front of Lin Yi was the Lin Yi system girl again, who was sitting right on top of him. She congratulated him on completing the task and receiving 200,000 points. She also said that her career is 35% complete and the reward for this is the International Circuit of China. Driving skills. The guy knew that this was the best track. After Lin Yi disappeared, Lin asked the outgoing Lin Yi to stop and said he wanted to change the phone. The girl gladly agreed to help him. Lin Yi took the guy to Yali's mobile phone store, continuing to conduct her live broadcasts. Lin Yi, after reviewing all the models, stopped at one and said he wanted to see it because it has a lot of memory. The girl, looking at the model that the guy chose, said that it was better to go online and buy it there, because it could be much cheaper. But Lin smiled and, smoothing the girl's hair, said that this was not necessary because they had come here for a reason. The store's consultant took the box with the phone and, greeting the gentleman, handed him the purchase, asking if he wanted to choose a case to protect the phone. Lin Yi, smiling, said that he did not really like the covers because he felt uncomfortable with them. The consultant heard the guy, but still asked what color he prefers, holding different colors of covers in his hands. The guy repeated that he didn't want any cover. After all, if something happens to his phone, he will just buy himself a new one, and also said to take 5 pieces of each color and pack them together. The consultant stood in shock and said in confusion that there would be 20 units in total, so I decided to clarify. But Lin only pointed to the computer standing next to him, asking him to pack it as well. Lin Yi, continuing to broadcast, was very impressed, realizing how much money this guy had just spent. Then she saw that the number of viewers exceeded 5 million, and that was 5 times more than before. She decided that the demonstration of wealth is the best hype. The guy left the store, putting his card in his pocket. The girl followed him and asked if he was going to buy something else. Lin pondered, holding his phone in his hands. Then he told her he wanted a watch after looking at one of the luxury watch shops. They immediately went inside, and the guy started looking around, examining all the specimens. Lin Yi enthusiastically followed him with her live broadcast. One of the consultants saw the buyers, decided to go meet them. The girl sitting next to me said it was a waste of time, deciding that it was just a show-off. The girl told her that blogging now brings good money, but she said she didn't think so. Li's sister told her that only rich people in their store could afford their watches. The consultant girl supported her and said that these were the words of a real professional. Lin Yi, together with the blogger, carefully examined all the watches behind the showcase. Lin Yi, looking at the clock, also looked at the prices that were near them and believed that she could not understand the world. The rich? Because these are just sky-high prices. The guy liked one of the watches, and he wanted to take a closer look at them, so he asked the consultant to show him this watch. But Li's consultant informed him that, unfortunately, this is only possible after payment. Lin Yi was shocked and didn't understand what was going on. Lin Yi also did not raise why this girl said that, because how can you buy a product without even looking at it? The girl was shocked by such words. She did not understand how you can buy a watch without even trying them on. A moment later, a couple came into the store and the man called the staff. It was immediately evident from them that these people were quite wealthy. Sister Lai immediately ran up to Mr. and Mrs. Lin, saying that she had not seen them for a long time and asked how she could help them. There was one of the luxurious gold watches in the window. The girl immediately took off her glasses in amazement and said that she wanted this watch as a gift for her birthday. The man smiled and said that he would definitely buy them. Sister Lee immediately took them out of the window, took them to the girl and said that she had wonderful taste, because this is a new model. Xianyu looked at what was happening, continuing to broadcast live, and did not understand what was happening. Lin Yi also watched this in bewilderment. The commentary of the live broadcast left much to be desired. People wrote that this is not an ordinary brand, and they just need to leave. Lin Yi got angry and started talking in a raised tone, not understanding what this means, because they are the same customers, and the staff should treat everyone the same. Sister Lai apologized with a little contempt and said that they provide services according to the status of the client, so hope they understand her. The guy got even more angry and paraphrased her words in simpler language, because who, in their opinion, has more money before they grovel? This stunned consultant Lee. Xianyu decided to intervene and stopping the guy said that the people in these luxury stores are simple snobs, so he shouldn't be angry. Sister Lee said they should thank them for letting them in at all, because Podek Phil, in her opinion, would have kicked them out long ago. Xianyu took the guy by the arm and dragged him along, saying that they need to leave because there are other shops. Then they came to the luxury store Podek Phil. They were met by a friendly consultant and the girl asked how she could help them. Lin Yi looked at Xianyu and said he didn't know much about it and asked for help. The girl replied that she didn't really understand either, but she could ask her viewers. In the comments, people advised to buy 175th model. The guy was very interested in this, and the consultant was shocked and didn't understand what they were thinking. In the comments, people wrote that he did not have money because it was just a show-off and the fact that he bought a lot of mobile phones did not make him rich, so he would not be able to buy this watch. Xianyu looked at the guy and asked him not to be angry that people write negative, saying that he would block them. He felt a certain excitement in this and said that let them watch. Then he asked the consultant to show him the 175th model. The girl and the rest of the staff were even more shocked and asked if he was sure he wanted to buy them. Lin Yi took out his bank card and said why not. All the staff rushed to the buyer. Everyone started saying that these watches were not in stock, and they needed to be transferred from Europe, and after that they would immediately deliver them to his home. Xianyu did not understand why they were not available in such a large store. The girl from the staff said that there are only 6 copies of this watch in the world. The staff of Vacheron decided to run towards Podek Phil after hearing that someone had bought a watch worth more than 10 million yuan. They wanted to see the buyer in person. When they ran to the store, they thought it was very cool. Sister Lee followed them. After she recognized this guy, she was terrified. Lin Yi was pleased and proud of himself as he left the store with Xianyu. Sister Lee decided to stop the guy and smilingly said that there are also many good copies in their store and asked if he wanted to come to them. The guy turned and looked at her with the same contemptuous look that she had looked at him some time before and said that his status was not enough for their store. Sister Lee started running after them, asking for forgiveness and saying that she was mistaken. In the end, she stopped and realized how much commission she had missed, blaming herself very much for this. Lin Yi and Xianyu left the mall and walked to the car. The guy handed the girl the phone and said that it was a gift for her because he made her mess with it. The girl was happy and thanked the guy, said that she had a very good time. Lin Yi got into his car and drove away, and the girl thought about how good he was, because with money, he was also a gentleman. She would be over the moon if he was her boyfriend. The guy arrived at the International Circuit of China and got out of the car and went into the building. As soon as he approached the reception, the girl told him that they had a VIP reception today, so they are closed. Lin Yi informed them that he was not here as a visitor, but to find their manager, so he asked them to inform the manager that he was here. The girl smiled and told him to wait a little in that case. Qin Han entered the building with his friends and immediately remembered that he had asked for the territory to be cleared of visitors and could not understand why outsiders were here. The girl said that the guy came to the manager and there was no need to worry. Another girl told Lin Yi that she needed to go to the 2nd floor and asked him to go faster so as not to anger Qin. Lin Yi turned around and decided to find out who that guy was, because it's a bit cheeky to close the whole circuit for himself alone. The girl was surprised that Lin didn't know him either, and then, a little worried, she said that this was the famous Qin Han and few people in Shanghai dared to cross his path. After taking the guy to the place, she told manager Zhu that Lin Yi was looking for him. Zhu Haidao asked why he didn't call, because then he would have arranged a meeting with the team. Then, turning around, he looked at the girl and asked to bring the director a line of water. The girl was confused because she didn't know that this guy was the director. Zhu Haidao, continuing to smile, said that Mr. Lin bought their circuit, so from now on he is the boss here. After that, the manager showed the guy the company's affairs. Lin Yi said he trusts them, so they just have to keep working the same way. Then Lin asked to take him to the racetrack, and the manager was happy to do it. On the way, he asked if he wanted to do a couple of laps, because after buying out the whole circuit, he probably loves to drive a car very much. But the guy refused and asked to call the racers. They came to the racetrack, and the guy was looking at the racers carefully. Racing cars raced along the track with great speed. Then one of the cars stopped and a young man got out of it. Qin Han started yelling at Zhu for booking this place for himself, and he dares to bring people here. Manager Zhu said that this person was not an outsider, but the director as well as the sole owner of the International Circuit of China, and came to inspect his possessions. Qin and his friends were very surprised to hear this. After that, Lin Yi told Manager Zhu that he wanted to drive a few laps, so he asked the outsiders to withdraw and reimburse them for their money. Qin handed Lin a pack of cigarettes and said it was quite entertaining. After all, so far no one in Shanghai has allowed himself such an attitude towards him. He offered to ride on the condition that the winner stays here. Lin Yi decided he wanted to give it a try. Qin said that he is called the god of machines. He can give him a head start in 10 seconds. Lin Yi said that they would ride 2 laps because he was itching to try his car. Qin began to look around, asking where Lin's car was, and also saying that if he was not sure about his car, he could change it for another one. Suddenly, the beautiful Pagani appeared from the garage, sparkling from the rays of the sun. Qin was shocked to see the car and was speechless. Lin Yi said that the car wasn't very expensive, but it was probably better than Qin's car. But then Qin said that he spent more than 3 million on tuning his baby, so she is not inferior to his car at all. Both guys got into their cars and drove to the starting line of the track. The girl, holding a flag in her hand, stood in front of the cars and conducted a reverse report. As soon as the start sounded, the cars immediately started moving. Almost immediately, Lin began to overtake Qin and he did not understand what was happening. Zhu watched the race and said that Qin had slowed down and director Lin was preparing to enter the turn at speed. One of the guys said that even professional racers do not dare to enter turns at such a speed, because a small mistake and you can die. But Lin was completely confident in himself, so I continued in the same spirit, and finally entered the turn. Everyone watching couldn't believe their eyes and thought this guy was crazy. Lin was the first to reach the finish line with a small margin. The girl declared the director the winner and considered him very cool. Lin happily got out of the car. Qin immediately ran up to him and slightly worshipping, called him an idol, so he fully admits his loss. Qin decided to ask the director why he started faster than him, because his car is completely without any tuning. Lin told him that he had started incorrectly. After all, it is necessary to press the clutch at 4,000 revolutions per minute to reduce the engine power, then change gear. Qin said that he was a professional and asked if he had WeChat. Lin smiled and answered the guy positively. Then, looking into the phone, he saw that a job was waiting for him. Lin informed the manager that he would come again another day, and told the guys to have fun today at his expense. Lin got into his car, and Lin decided to find out what the director was doing and why there was such a rush. The guy smiled and said that he was a driver and had an order, and then told him to continue having fun. These words shocked Qin even more because he clearly did not expect this. Lin Yi arrived at Yunshui Villa. He shouted that the car had arrived. The door opened. The girl met the guy and said that he arrived very quickly, and she did not have time to get ready. Lin Yi came closer to her and leaning his finger against her lips, said that he couldn't slowly. The girl was embarrassed and told him to wait for her inside. She offered to watch his movie while she dried her hair and pointed to the laptop on the table. Lin Yi went to the side of the table, and pushing back the chair, sat down to the laptop. Sue was standing in the bathroom with a hairdryer in her hand. Lin Yi shouted to the girl that she had received a letter in the mail. She decided that it must be from work and said not to pay attention. The guy said that it doesn't look like a business letter because it says that her black lace underwear has been sent. Then, continuing to study her laptop, he informed her that there was another letter there. The girl immediately abruptly ran out of the bathroom, trying to stop the guy by covering her laptop. But she stumbled and began to fall. Lin Yi decided to catch her and grabbed her clothes, accidentally pulled it off the girl. Sue did not immediately notice this and was only glad that she was stable, so she did not fall. The guy was holding clothes in his hands and, speechless, looked at the naked girl. Sue was abruptly embarrassed. Her cheeks turned red. She snatched her clothes from the guy's hands to cover herself and ran to the bathroom. Lin Yi told her that he was going to tell her that he saw spam, but she suddenly ran out. The girl said with displeasure that she did not want to hear anything and called him shameless. After a while, she came out in a beautiful outfit and asked the guy how she looked. After all, in this she is going to go to a reunion. Lin Yi, slightly embarrassed, said that such a dress would be suitable, both for a beauty contest and for squats. The girl did not expect such an answer, but, coming closer, she began stroking his jacket in the chest area and said that she remembered the 9 squats she owed him. Therefore, looking into his eyes, she said that if he closed the curtains, she would do it. The guy was very surprised and blushed even more. At the same time, he immediately ran towards the windows and began to close all the curtains. After that, he settled comfortably on the couch and told the girl who was standing opposite that everything was ready. She, slightly supporting her chest and hair, began to fulfill her promise by starting 9 squats. After that, the embarrassed girl said that it was time for them to go to Zhongtang. But Lin said that he urgently needed to go to the bathroom, asking the girl to wait. Half an hour later, the guy came out of the bathroom happy and satisfied. They went to the exit together, but the guy suddenly stopped and Sue decided to find out what was the matter. Lin replied that there was a familiar face there. The girl asked in surprise if he knew anyone here, and the guy, smiling, replied that he had only met him yesterday, but perhaps she knows him better. And then the girl's parents enter the room, which she did not expect at all. The father, smiling, asked if they were finished. Zai didn't quite understand what he meant, and then she asked when they managed to return. The father said that they came back not so long ago and saw them pulling the curtains, so they did not dare to enter. The girl's mother called her silly and asked why she was shy, because this is a normal need of an adult, and they understand everything. The girl shyly told her mother that this was not what she thought, because she was just changing clothes. But mom didn't believe her and smiling noticed that they were just changing clothes. The man told his wife that they were here and superfluous and it was time for them. The woman finally told the guy that now he is not a stranger to them and can come to his grandfather's birthday the day after tomorrow. The guy shyly agreed, and the girl continued to stand shyly on the sidelines. After the parents left, the girl coughed because she could not move away from embarrassment, and Lin asked if she was coming. When they arrived in Zhongtang, the guy opened the door to the girl and asked her not to forget to give him 5 stars, and also told her to make an order as soon as she finished, and he would come for her. The girl indignantly said that he only knows what to say sweet words and will do everything for a good review. Lin Yi, smiling, said that this was his job, and then he said that if there were any problems, then let him call him. Suddenly, a girl system appeared and congratulated him that he had reached the mark of 100 kilometers and was being rewarded with 200,000 skill bonuses, and also that the career completion rate is 55%. The happy guy asked if he could become a woman's boss if his mileage was higher. The girl also said that the company's apartment is located in Yangcheng, and its value exceeds 50 billion. If he sells the stake, he can get 10 billion. Lin put his hand on her shoulder and told her that with his current income, he didn't need to do this. After all, the best thing is to leave and receive dividends of several hundred million a year. Lin Yi said that his career completion rate has reached 55%, another 35%, and he will be able to start a new career. However, when 100% of career completion is reached, the rewards will be more generous. The guy enthusiastically raised his right hand up and said that then he would continue to fulfill orders. The bassist picked up his phone and accepted a new order, which was from Starbucks to Jiezhaoji. It was quite a long road, so the guy decided that as soon as he finished, he would immediately go home. Zhu Yang was waiting for him, who was standing by the road and taking selfies. The car pulled up, the guy took off his glasses and asked the girl if she was Mrs. Zhu. The girl was just delighted with the car and the handsome guy in it and decided that she was dressing up today, not in vain. Lin was a little tired and told the girl to sit down. The girl did not take long to wait and immediately got into the car, buckling her seatbelt. The girl's face was overflowing with happiness. She greeted the guy, introduced herself, asked where he wanted to take her, and also said that he could address her as he liked. He asked if she hadn't ordered a driver to take her to Jiezhaoji. She changed her face, not expecting that he was from the company of a woman, and decided that this was a kind of deception with a sports car. She went on to say that she was glad, because she thought she had picked up a rich man. He turned out to be an ordinary driver. Lin was displeased because she quickly changed her disguise. The car started moving, and the girl told him to go slower as she could not take a normal photo. And she also said that if anything happens to the car, he will not pay for it for the rest of his life. The guy was getting angry and said it was his car. The girl started laughing, thinking that he was lying, and she said that this way he would never be able to get her. Pushing back her hair, she continued to say that he works as a driver, but he pretends not to understand what. Lin continued to get angry and asked what she was like. The girl, smiling maliciously, said that she was clearly nobler than him and he was not even worthy to be her driver. Lin slammed on the brake, and the car stopped. Because of the force of inertia, the girl was thrown forward, but the seatbelt held her in place. Zuyong started yelling at the guy, calling him sick. Lin said, since she's so cool, then let her buy herself a car and ride as much as she wants, because he won't take her further. After opening the door with a button, the guy told her to get out. The girl got out of the car and continued to swear, shouting that she would not only leave him a bad review, but also call and complain. Lin was shocked by her behavior because she insulted him and wants to write a bad review. He said that there is a DVR in the car, so he does not think that she will succeed. The car drove away, and the girl continued to shout after him. Lin Yi drove to Jishouch and saw that he had a new review. Looking into the phone, he was convinced that the girl really left a bad review. Immediately after that, Baba's manager called him and he picked up the phone. There was a loud shout from the phone that a complaint had been received by the headquarters, so if this happens again, they will deduct money from his salary. Lin Yi was furious and said he didn't care about it at all. The manager did not tolerate such treatment and said that he was suspending him from work. The guy decided to ask if they had thought well about the consequences. The manager decided that he was threatening him, so after shouting that he was suspended, he hung up. Lin Yi only realized after a while what he had done and began to feel unwell. Lin Yi went home, where he was greeted by the real estate manager Jishouch and offered to familiarize him with the situation. The guy started showing Mr. Varia's rooms that all the furniture here is only from the best manufacturers, and also the fact that all upholstered furniture is designed by leading international designers. Lin Yi sat down on one of the chairs and said that it was not bad because it was very comfortable. The manager said that they had selected a personal servant for him. Those who passed the first stage were now in the office, so if there is time, he can see what Lin agreed to. They arrived at the office and there was the same girl whom he had dropped off from the car earlier. Zuyong recognized the guy and started pointing at him aggressively. The manager started shouting at the girl, not understanding what she was allowing herself. Zuyong said that this is the same underdeveloped driver she met on the road. Lin Yi decided to ask why this woman was here and if she was applying for a position. The girl in a rage asked why this driver from Baba was here, and also asked him personally if he knew what kind of place it was. The manager slapped the girl and asked if she had hit her head. Everyone dares to talk like that to Mr. Lin, who is the boss. The girl asked why he hit her. After that, she said that he could not be the boss because he was a driver from Baba, and she had proof of this in the form of an order in the phone. Lin Yi turned to the manager asking if there was any condition preventing the driver from being the owner. The manager spread his hands in confusion and said that there was no such condition. After that, the guy told Zuyong to apologize to Mr. Lin right away. Only after that, the girl finally realized that he was really the boss here. Then she got down on her knees saying that she was wrong and asked to give her another chance. But Lin Yi decided that there was no forgiveness for her and ordered Juk Xuan to throw her out of here. The other girls, looking at this, laughed. The manager immediately followed Mr. Lin's order and threw the girl out the door. Then he said that there were 4 more candidates left, pointing to the girls standing in a row, and said he should choose the right one himself. Lin Yi said with displeasure that he was not satisfied with any of them, so he said to pay each 5,000 yuan for the road and let them leave. Director Tsu wrote to him asking him to drive up to her. After that, Lin told the manager that he had some business, so he ordered him to choose the servants himself. At the same time, in Zhongtang, Yan was asked not to leave, but also to have fun. Dean also told her that he hadn't seen her for many years, so he asked her to sit still and said he would take her home later. Sue told them that she had already ordered a car. The girl told her that it was not safe to ride in a taxi right now, and she decided that Dean should take her. Sue said that everything is fine, because the driver is her friend, so do not worry. The door opened and Lin entered the room. Tsai was very happy with him, the girl was shocked to see him, and Ding Yi was very unhappy. The girl told Yan that this guy is very handsome and could become a star. But Dean did not agree with this, because he believed that there was no point in being handsome, since he was still a driver. Lin heard the guy's words and decided to ask what he had against the drivers. But he said he had nothing against it, because he said that it was very cool that he knew Tsu. Lin Yi tensed up a bit, and didn't understand what was so cool about it. Ding Yi turned to Zai and said that her friend, as he sees, is not very smart because he works in a taxi and builds a big ego about himself. The girl was hurt and even angered, leaning on Lin, and the girl understood that this man really has no problems with self-esteem. The madam standing next to me said that you won't go far on self-assessment, Dean, and so he bought a brand new Mercedes-Benz in full configuration. The driver will never earn for such a thing. Zai silently looked at the two of them and decided not to enter into a conflict. She told Lin Yi that they would not lower themselves to the level of these two, as they had obviously drunk a lot. Ding looked angrily at the departing couple. He understood that this Qin Yan was protecting him. Soaked with anger, he decided that he would show them what real wealth means. Going down to the parking lot, Dean, with pathos, pressed the car keys and immediately the one standing next to the Mercedes opened. The girl screamed about what an expensive car. The guy said that it was not very expensive because it cost a little more than 2 million. That's when he gets rich, he'll buy a Lamborghini. Sue said that as she remembers, when he was studying at the university, he said that his favorite car was the Pagani Probe. The guy admitted that he dreamed about her, but the car costs too much. After these words, his companion screamed and, pointing to the side, said that there was a parked Probe near Dino's car. After that, the guy looked around in surprise. Quickly running up, he saw the truth that a real dream was standing near his car. Lin Yi asked if the guy had finished. If so, let him leave. The one sarcastically remarked that really the guy also wants to see. After all, the car is so expensive that it blinds the eyes. After completely unperturbed, Lin Yi unlocked the car and invited the girl to sit with him. Seeing this picture, those two were in complete shock. They did not understand how it could be his car. He's an ordinary driver, sitting behind the wheel of a brand new sports car. Lin said why. The driver can't afford such a car. And then he advised not to give poverty, to limit their thinking. Then the car started and drove away from them on a moonlit night. Zai apologized to the man. She didn't think that these two would be such snobs. But Lin Yi didn't care about this situation. Then he asked where the girl needed to be taken. The girl said that she just drank wine and would like to go to the beach to sober up. And then she added that she would now change the place of arrival. Lin Yi remarked that it would be a good idea to get some fresh air so that the alcohol would come out. While they were driving, the guy got a task, which said that you need to get 10 times 5 stars for the trip. And then there will be a reward of 100,000 skill points. Continuing the trip, the guy understood that after this order there would already be 7 fulfilled conditions. After a while, they drove up to a beautiful night beach. The girl asked him to turn away. He was surprised. Did she really want to change into a swimsuit? Sue said no, she just wanted to take off her stockings to walk on the sand. With a smug face, Lin Yi asked, then why would he turn away? After all, unless the girl is not wearing underwear and she is afraid. Painfully pinching the man's side, the girl said that she was not afraid of anything, and everything was on her. He may not turn away, but then he shouldn't look. After that, she calmly lowered her stockings and took them off herself. Literally in a matter of seconds, she was ready for a walk. After getting out of the car, she invited the guy to take a walk on the sand. The same one without much enthusiasm just agreed with her. Approaching the edge of the waves, she initially said that her parents constantly say to take Lin and for grandpa's birthday, so he could not. But then the guy didn't let her finish the sentence and sarcastically asked if she really wanted him to pretend to be her boyfriend. And he added that so be it, he would do it, but only because he likes the way the girl squats. Surprised by his words, she said that Lin Yi clearly has no conscience. Suddenly, looking into the distance, the Jiazhaoji villas standing on the shore attracted the girl's attention by the fact that the light was burning in them. Lin Yi asked what was wrong with that. Sue explained that this property is very expensive and could not be sold in any way. It was the first time she had seen lights burning in the windows of these villas. After a short silence, Lin Yi said that he could take the girl there, take a closer look, and they could also spend the night there. Hearing the guy's words, the girl laughed, because spending the night in Jiazhaoji was only in dreams. Lin Yi pretended that he did not understand what nonsense the girl was talking about. Then he took her hand and offered to go with him. He wanted her to see everything with her own eyes. They drove up to the main gate. Sue said that when this piece of land was put up, she also participated in the auction, but due to lack of funds, she dropped out in the first round. Lin Yi said that in any case, the girl is not the last person in this city, but her admiration from the gate alone is obvious. To which the girl responded to the guy's words very sharply. With admiration, she explained that it was just curiosity. Besides, she had heard that the pools there were filled with mineralized water. After Lin Yi took her hand, pulling a little, he told her to go check in person. The girl panicked and said that they can look from here, they can't just walk in, what if someone sees? Cunningly, looking at the girl and laughing, Lin Yi asked if he could get the girl inside. She winked and replied that then she would put on a swimsuit and go swimming and Lin and be able to take a good look at her. After hearing her suggestions, he said they should try and pulled her into the car. The girl panicked and said, "Did the guy go crazy? How can they go there?" Getting into the car and turning around, they calmly drove up to the main gate where there were a bunch of guards. A crowd of men, bowing calmly, let a passing car pass. The girl wondered what was going on here. Shouldn't there be the highest level of security here? Zai was surprised how they were let in so easily. Lin Yi laughed and replied that it turns out it wasn't that hard to get inside. After getting out of the car, attention, Sue immediately hooked fruit trees. The girl looked at them with a kind of admiration and asked if she wanted to taste these fruits. After all, he can still get them. But the much frightened girl immediately refused. In the next second, her gaze was attracted by the shimmering pool in the distance. She looked at this beauty with admiration. Lin Yi hugged the girl and said that it wasn't time for Director Zai to keep his promise. I heard his words. The girl was scared again. Well, after that, she was embarrassed and guilty, said that she didn't have a swimsuit and she couldn't swim. Apparently, she needed to tell right away. Lin Yi looked at the girl in silence for a few seconds, and then said that he would definitely remember it and she would not be able to get away next time. The girl said that he didn't have to worry and she would keep her word. And then she offered to go back. Point to the entrance from one of the villas, he asked, and did she not want to look inside? The girl said that going inside is already an invasion of private property. Lin Yi, pointing to the entrance, said that there was no one here, so what were they afraid of? But the girl desperately resisted and said that they needed to leave. Lin went to the door and touched the electronic key, after which the robot's voice greeted him and said, "Welcome home." Seeing this, the girl was in complete shock. The door opened right in front of her, and she was surprised. Was this his house? Lin Yi said that he bought it only yesterday, so since the girl is here, he can give her a tour. Then Sue was attacked by a fit of anger. She began to beat the guy, saying that he had just deceived her. But Lin Yi was clearly amused by this situation, and he laughed heartily. She asked Lin and how much did he spend on this villa. The guy said that he didn't know exactly, but apparently he laid out several billion. Sue said that the guy was cheating on her, because the most expensive villa is worth 1 and 2 billion since it can cost several billion. But unless, of course, he bought them all. Carefully sitting down on a chair and scratching the back of his head, Lin said that he had bought them all. Hearing this, the girl was very surprised. It was hard for her to believe it, and she asked if the guy really brings money with the wind. Lin Yi leaned on his arm and filled in his assistant. Sue replied that everything is much simpler than she thinks. The girl asked with surprise, does he earn money so easily? And in Baba, probably, he works purely for the soul. With these words, she sits down and immediately realizes what a comfortable sofa it is. Suddenly Lin Yi got up and said that he would not take her at night, so let the girl just stay here and choose which room she wants to sleep in. She agreed with him because she didn't want to bother him, but asked him to take her to work tomorrow morning. After Tsu agreed, she thought a little and asked if there were women's pajamas here. Lin Yi replied that from where she could be here. He lives alone. After that, he added that the girl did not worry in vain. He would not peek, but sleep naked, useful for the skin. Hearing his words, the girl panicked because how can you sleep naked in someone else's house? Lin Yi laughed and told her not to be nervous. He would go upstairs and find her a set of his pajamas, because there must be a new one somewhere. After going to bed, the girl decided to take a shower. Lin Yi was sitting in the room reading a book at that time. Suddenly, he heard a crash. Frightened, he shouted to see if Qin Yan was all right. The girl herself made a short pause and did not immediately answer the guy. Uncertainly, she called Lin Yi and said he could come in. The girl was sitting on the floor, covered with a towel, and explained to the guy that she had fallen. Hearing this, he immediately rushed to the bathroom. In a hurry, he opened the door wide and saw a girl on the floor. Coughing a little and speaking uncertainly, she explained that she had twisted her leg, so could he help her take a shower. Hearing this, Lin Yi swallowed hard and helped her up. Going under the shower jet right in his clothes, he supported the girl so that she could stand on her feet. Suddenly their eyes seemed to touch. They looked at each other in silence and tension grew between them. Unable to withstand this tension, they clung to each other. In the morning, under the singing of birds, the girl opened the curtains of the windows. After that, the whole room was flooded with bright sunlight. Pulling the blanket off the guy, she told him to get up immediately, because she was going to be late for work because of him. Reluctantly, getting up and yawning, he said that he had to work all night for Tsu, and even now she does not let him rest early in the morning. Tsu continued to rush the guy, because she needed him to take her to the company. For motivation, she promised to give him 5 stars. After that, he arrived at the Bandao Hotel. After taking Zai, he didn't even have time to eat. He needed to have breakfast before taking new orders. The manager met him at the entrance and greeted him. Lin Yi said that he had come to have breakfast. The manager said that then he would immediately arrange and prepare a special place for the gentleman. But he refused. He didn't want to stand out. After that, a little upset and bowing humbly, the manager understood everything. Clearly unhappy this morning, Lin Yi raised his hand and turned to the waiter ready to place an order. The waitress who came up immediately recognized Lin Yi and was very surprised. The guy was also surprised to meet Yu Lily here. He could not have thought that she would ever work here. The girl noted that the guy was not a blunder. She did not expect to meet him again, after which she insulted him. She was angry with him, as he immediately ran to complain as soon as he was fired. Lin Yi was outraged by the way she treated the visitor. At that moment, he was clearly surprised by everything that was happening. The girl said how he could possibly be worthy of being in Bandao, and then she added that if he sleeps with a rich lady, it does not mean that he can consider himself a person from high society. Suddenly, one of the girls became worried and tried to reason with manager Yu. After all, it was an unusual visitor, as she said. But the girl did not listen to her, because she knew that he was her subordinate until he picked up the director of the company. And if it wasn't for her money, he would never have been able to afford to have breakfast here. After these words, there was a deathly silence in the hall. Everyone was scared and waiting for what would happen next. Lin Yi paused for a moment, thinking. And then, with icy calm, he asked one of the girls to call Wang Tianlong, after which she immediately followed him. Yu Lily continued to bury herself and said how could he possibly know their manager? Why would he waste his time on someone like him at all? Then Lin Yi couldn't stand it, and said that since they were former colleagues, he was going to disappear Yu Lily a good lesson. The manager arrived very quickly. Yu Lily even from afar began to turn to the manager and say that it was a man who made a scandal here, and he needed to be put out and called security. The managers did not stand on ceremony with her and immediately shouted. He explained to whom she dared to raise her hand at all now. Explaining that Lin was the boss here, he promised that the girl would be thrown out of here. At that moment, she absolutely could not believe what she had heard. She couldn't understand how it could be. He was her colleague. She thought she was being lied to. Pushing the girl away from the boss, the manager could not understand how she could have passed the interview at all. After that, he promised that he would blacklist the girl, and then they would see which company would want to hire her after that. Realizing her mistake, the girl tried to apologize, but it was too late. The guards took her out of the room. The manager apologized to Mr. Lin. He understood that the girl had obviously spoiled his appetite. The guy replied that everything was fine, but asked not to hire people with a bad character anymore. After that, Lin Yi told them to bring food quickly, because he is very hungry. After that, the manager immediately ran to the kitchen. Suddenly, an unknown number rang Lin's phone. Picking up the phone, he heard a female voice greeting him. The girl introduced herself as Vice President Baba Tianyan. As a representative of the company, she wanted to meet with Lin Yi and asked when it would be more convenient for him. The guy replied that he still had things to do this morning, so he would contact her after lunch. The girl agreed and replied that she would wait. Put down the phone. Immediately Assistant Xiao Yan asked if Mr. Lin agreed to meet. Tian Yan replied that he had not agreed yet, promised to contact her after lunch. Therefore, she was going to go to Jellyishi for now. The assistant said that it was fine and immediately began to call a car for the vice president. After eating Lin and satisfied, he left the hotel and decided to get to work. The first order that came across was from the Bandao Hotel to the Jilishi company. It was so close that it would be foolish not to accept such an order. At the same time, two girls came out of the hotel door. Lin Yi immediately paid attention to them. He asked the lovely ladies if their order number 6888 was by chance. Tian Yan immediately replied that yes, it was their order, and she thought to herself what a handsome man is standing in front of her. Pointing to an expensive sports car, he invited the ladies to sit down because their car had already arrived. The vice president was very surprised. Is he really a Baba driver? The assistant was in shock at that moment. She didn't understand when their company became so cool. Lin Yi assured the girls that he really was a woman's driver and asked them to get into the car as soon as possible. Otherwise the doors would close. Tian Yan immediately agreed. Then she got into the car and fastened her seatbelt. The girl looked around in surprise and could not believe that he was introducing Pagani and working as a taxi driver. She was amazed that he chose just such a job for the soul. In her opinion, the girls probably get excited about this car. Lin Yi was surprised why such a girl would say such things. I answered myself, can't a taxi driver usually drive a Pagani? A little angry, the girl replied, maybe or not, but he must watch his words and actions so as not to blacken the reputation and the woman, otherwise he will be fired. Lin Yi wondered if she really had the authority to fire people. The girl replied complacently that she was the vice president of Baba. Therefore, asking if she has the authority to fire people would be stupid. Lin Yi spread his hands and said in a completely innocent voice that they all know how to weave with their tongues. For example, he had Baba shares. A little offended, the girl presented her business card and thereby confirmed that she was telling the truth. Lin Yi was surprised by such a coincidence. He also did not lie. Yesterday he acquired 21% of the company's shares, and the girl called him not so long ago to arrange a meeting. Then the girl herself was surprised. She asked if Mr. Lin Yi was sitting in front of her, to which the guy replied a little excitedly that he was. At that moment, the girl began to worry and told Mr. Lin that she had behaved unwisely. She asked after the order to give her a chance to talk to him. Continuing the trip, Lin Yi replied that he would need to work a little more as soon as possible. Soon he stopped at the designated place, and the girl said she would contact him after he finished his work. And then she thanked me for the trip. But suddenly the unexpected happened. She could not pay in any way. Lin Yi was also shocked, because everything usually worked. After that, he looks at the message in the application and it says that the Baba driver was suspended because he violated the company's rules. Lin Yi immediately realized that he had been suspended by Jalishi, most likely because of that complaint. Get out of the car. He asked the girl what the woman had to do with Salishi. The girl replied that they were their communications department in the coastal areas. The vice president was angry. She didn't understand what they were doing. After all, if Salishi becomes the cause of dissatisfaction with a large shareholder, they are finished. Lin Yi thought that that girl must have filed a complaint against him again. The vice president apologized to the guy and promised that she would sort it out. She was very sorry that he was faced with such lawlessness. She promised that she would immediately find out what was wrong and fire the person responsible for it. But then Lin Yi interrupted her and said that he intended to go with her. For a second, the girl hesitated and worried, but agreed that he should go with her. Without thinking twice, they calmly burst into the meeting room. The man sitting in the head was very much outraged by their act. Lin Yi introduced himself and said that he was here precisely because he was suspended from work, and he would like to talk to him. The manager of the communications department turned to the CEO to figure it out, because it was the work of his department. Without hesitation, Lu immediately began to insult the guy, wondering where such a brave kid came from. He explained that he was suspended because of a complaint. Therefore, he should have left now, otherwise they would have called security. Sitting down in the chair, Lin Yi was already looking forward to the proceedings and asked Tian Yan to sort it out. She, in turn, immediately agreed. She ordered the employee to be suspended without understanding the situation. She, as the vice president of Baba, dismissed him from his post. Upon hearing that she is a vice president, the manager of the communications department was very surprised. After that, a business card confirming her status fell on his desk. Seeing her, everyone was very scared. It was clear that at that moment they had made a very big mistake. Without thinking twice, the manager of the communications department decided to run over his colleague. He asked how he dared to disturb their vice president. Lu stated that this person is suspected of insulting a passenger, which is completely unacceptable because it affects the reputation of the company. The girl asked if they had questioned the passenger himself. After all, it was illogical, since this man had just acquired 21% of Baba's shares yesterday. Now he is the second most important shareholder of the company, and will he insult passengers after that? The two men were in a misunderstanding, addressing Ms. Tian. They thought she was joking because he was an ordinary driver. Slamming the table, she seemed to bring a verdict. She didn't care at all that he was an ordinary driver. Perhaps Mr. Lin decided to study the company's affairs from the inside. How can they, without understanding the essence of the issue, label him? At the end of her speech, the vice president gave the final verdict: the man had to be fired. The manager was out of touch. He could not understand how Lu and Fa, without fulfilling his duties for so long, could hold on to this post. He demanded that the man immediately apologize to Mr. Lin, otherwise he was not responsible for himself. Lu ran up to the gentleman and knelt down, begged for forgiveness, as he did not want to be fired. But Lin Yi pushed the man away with his foot, noticing that he was not as brave as he had been before. The man noted that with such an attitude, most likely, a lot of people suffered because of such an employee. Getting up from his chair, Lin Yi stated that as a shareholder of Baba, he fully supported Tian Yan's decision. Suddenly his phone rang. Seeing that Zai King Yan was calling him, he asked Tian Yan to take care of everything else while he walked away, and answered the call. The girl said on the phone that tomorrow is her grandfather's birthday. She wanted to buy new clothes tonight. and then she suggested that maybe they would buy something for the guy. Lin Yi seemed to shine all over. He obviously liked this idea, so he agreed and said he would pick her up in the evening. After dropping the call, he stood and thought, because it was clear that you can't come to a birthday party empty-handed. But what could you give the old man? Maybe an antique or a work of art. After leaving the office, the girl informed Mr. Lin that she had done everything. His account was unblocked and he was also granted higher powers. When he heard this, he was surprised, because how can a driver have different powers? She explained to him that these are just additional functions. One of them is that passengers can make an order by specifying his car number, and if anything, he can decide whether to pick it up or not. Lin Yi was very surprised. He noted that this function is quite practical. Taking advantage of the moment, he decided to ask between words about whether the girl knows where to get the best antiques or a work of painting, since one of his old friends is celebrating his birthday. After thinking a little, the girl asked what about Zhang Daqian's painting. Hearing this, the guy was very surprised, because getting his painting was something on the verge of impossible. After all, he is one of the most famous Chinese artists of the 20th century. The girl explained that they had previously bought works of Peach Spring. If Mr. Lin needs her, then the girl will immediately send an assistant for her. The guy was happy to get such a picture and immediately asked how much it would cost. He was willing to pay. The vice president replied that she would never take money from Mr. Lin, so just let him give the address. Lin told the painting to be taken to the Bandao Hotel and handed over to the manager. But also, he didn't like to stay due, so in exchange for the painting, he decided to give away 1% of his shares. That should have been enough. Hearing for 1% of the shares, the girl immediately realized that it was at least 500 million yuan. She thought Mr. Lin was too generous. After that, Lin Yi decided that it was time for him to leave. Thanking the girl, he asked her to continue working in the same spirit. And by the way, he is not going to interfere in her work. Before the gentleman left, the girl hurried to say that their director wanted to invite him to Yangcheng as a guest. Without even listening to the rest, Lin said that well, he would definitely contact her later. As he left, he thought that it had been a long time since he had last been to the Yangcheng orphanage. It was clearly necessary to find time to go there. Continuing his work, Lin received another 5 stars. He needed to complete one more order and the task would be completed. Suddenly, an offer came to take an order from Wanda to the Bandao Hotel. Lin was happy because he was obviously lucky. He could have come straight to his domain. Standing near the shopping center, the girl was talking on the phone with her boyfriend. She said she would be at the hotel soon. Yan said that she bought a lot of new underwear, and if he behaves well, she will show it. Suddenly, a sports car stopped in front of her, and the man from it greeted the girl, asking if she was Ms. Yan with the order number 3838. Seeing an unfamiliar guy on a sports car, the girl was surprised. But Lin hastened to calm her down, explaining that he was her Baba driver and invited her to get in the car. Getting into the car, the girl noted that their company is pretty good, because it was a good marketing move. A little confused, the guy replied that it wasn't about the company, because it was his car. The girl said that a person with great wealth would never drive a taxi. Therefore, it is not necessary to take her for a little girl who does not understand anything. Lin Yi sighed heavily. He thought that this woman was very stuffy, but he had to put up with it the way he just had to fulfill the order now. After that, the guy immediately set off and decided to take the shortest route. Not recognizing the road, the girl was very scared. The first thing she thought was that the guy wanted to take her away to steal all her money. But Lin hastened to explain that he was not taking her anywhere. He just knows the shortest way, as he is a frequent guest at this hotel. Hearing his words, the girl flew into a rage. She thought he was talking complete nonsense, because it couldn't be. She thought she was falling off because of him now. Lin Yi noticed a bunch of packages. After that, he immediately realized that the girl had bought underwear, and then decided to go to the hotel. Then the guy thought about it and for a second thought about her not the best things. According to the established coordinates, they drove up to the side entrance of the hotel, Bandao, after which Lin reported that they had arrived at the place. The girl got out of the car and walked calmly to the entrance. Lin realized that there was clearly something wrong here as she entered the side entrance. Suddenly, a notification came to the application that he had been left a bad review with 1 star. He was very angry, but he understood that it was completely pointless to argue with that woman. He obviously wouldn't get 5 stars. After that, he decided not to worry in vain and immediately went after Qin Yan. They met in the parking lot near Times Square. Right off the bat, he turned to the girl with the fact that she did not give him 5 stars. She replied that he would have to earn 5 stars. She decided to look at his behavior. Lin figured out what was going on very quickly, so I immediately ran up to the girl and grabbed all her bags. Suddenly she saw a shop in front of her where she could buy. Putting his arm around her shoulders, the man said that even then she would finally be able to fulfill her promise. Zai was amazed at his cunning. After all, if she had initially known that these villas were his, then everything would have turned out differently. Pushing Lin Yi to the swimwear store, he said that no matter how he forced her to make promises, at the entrance they were met by a very friendly girl and immediately offered them help. After a while, some purchases were already at the checkout. Lin Yi looked at his companion, and she informed him that she intended to leave without buying anything. The guy asked why she decided so. The girl replied that there was nothing suitable here, so let the man buy himself something, and they will go. Approaching the cash register, he said that if the girl does not buy anything for herself, then he will buy her a thing himself. And then he clarified what exactly I didn't like, whether it was the style. But she stopped him and quietly said in his ear that it was really about the size. Lin Yi was clearly not prepared to hear exactly such an answer. For a while he was confused. An employee of the store heard their conversation and explained that even in the store there are sizes of cups, also A, B, C, D. To which, in response, he looked at his girlfriend with interest and asked the employee if they had a random size E. After that, the girl jumped out of the store with the phrase that she would obviously kill Lin for this. But the guy didn't think so after he offered to go to a nearby store. This, as it seemed to him, is a fairly well-known swimwear brand. Approaching the store, the two were pleasantly surprised. Immediately they noticed a lot of beautiful swimsuits, with which you could go even into the fire, even into the water. It attracted Lin's attention, definitely one swimsuit. Noticing his interest, the girl began to take the guy away from the showcase, explaining that it was clearly not a swimsuit. Going into the store, she turned to one of the employees with the question, "Where are their swimsuits?" A nice girl immediately presented a new collection of their store in the first row. The girl looked at the presented swimsuits and thought a little. After that, she showed one of the covered swimsuits to Lin and asked what he thought about it. As it seemed to the girl, he looked very cute. The guy shook his head and said that it seemed to him that all her charms were not visible in him. Hearing his words, the girl was very surprised. The next second, the guy takes off another swimsuit, holding out a rather revealing swimsuit. He said that he thought this model was definitely more suitable for her. The girl clearly appreciated his choice a little, but in the end, she asked the employee to wrap her this swimsuit with the size of an E-cup. At that moment, Lin Yi came up and asked me to wrap another swimsuit as well. The girl was very surprised, because he recently said that he did not like him. The guy calmly explained that the one he liked can only be worn with him, and the one the girl liked can be worn without him. Realizing his logic, the young lady was amazed. Leaving the store with swimwear, the girl offered to go to the 4th floor. There were several exclusive clothing brands. Carrying the packages, Lin Yi calmly agreed. Passing by the shop windows, the girl saw a gorgeous dress, and she immediately wanted to try it on. An employee of the store said that the girl had excellent taste, because it was their new collection. Lin Yi was calmly sitting in a chair, waiting for the girl when suddenly she asked him to come to her in the fitting room. The guy smiled and playfully invited her to come out herself. The girl was confused and explained that she wanted him to help her zip up. She couldn't do it herself. Going into the fitting room, Lin was amazed at the huge cutout on the back, although the dress fit perfectly on the figure, but this frankness confused him. Lin Yi immediately asked the girl if it was normal that she was so open. Sue said that this dress has a shawl that covers the back. After that, he noticed that the girl had taken off her bra and asked if Director Zai was sure that she had a cup size of E in his opinion. They were all F. The girl was embarrassed and asked him not to look. "You can't wear a bra with this dress, that's why she took it off." The man helped to catch the girl's dress, after which she began to show off in front of him. She wondered what his opinion of the fee was. Admiring Lin said that the dress is not just beautiful, it is stunning. The girl was very happy from the compliments of the man. She said that if Lin really thinks so, then she will definitely take this dress. The employee looked at her mistress with admiration. In her opinion, this dress seemed to have been made just for her, it fit too well. I watched it all as a couple. Suddenly, the girl turns to Mr. Zhang and asks for this evening dress, as it is very beautiful. He asks the employee to bring exactly the same. But the girl apologizes and tells them that this model is only in one copy. They can look at other models, of which a large number are represented in their store. After hearing the refusal, the man began to get angry and demand that the girl take off this dress then. After all, it was obvious from these two that they could not afford to buy it. Sue didn't seem to be offended by his words at all. She watched with interest what would happen next. The companion of this cheeky man said that this model costs more than 80,000 yuan, and is the girl sure that she can afford to buy it? Zai laughed. It was such a small thing for her, and unlike this madam, she could buy it for herself. The blonde was offended. She thought that she was mistaken for a kept woman. Zhang was furious and decided to add another 20,000 yuan on top if only the dress would be sold to him. The employee tried to explain to the gentleman that this is not possible, but the man didn't care. He shouted that it was he who decides what is possible and what is not. Then Lin Yi got up and said that it was great, then they could bargain, and he added another 20,000 yuan on top. In addition, he asked the man to look at the size of the dress and then look at his companion. After all, it will look like a blackboard on it. The poor employee of the store tried in every way to save the situation, so she offered the gentleman if they like this dress so much, then she would order another one. But Zhang refused. He had already changed his mind. The two were humiliated, so they decided to leave. Sue smiled at the guy and said for standing up for him, she would let him enjoy her company today. The man was glad of this turn of events. After the girl offered the guy the premiere of the next two costumes, she looked at his incredible figure with admiration. It was clear that he definitely did not miss sports. He asked for examples of another suit, what the girl thinks about him. Sue replied that this costume was great. They had to leave, otherwise she was afraid that a couple more fittings and the girls around would go crazy. Then he was going to buy this particular suit. He was already impatient to get home as soon as possible and enjoy her wonderful company. Arriving home, he was lying on a chaise longue, basking in the rays of the bright sun, drinking a delicious cocktail, when suddenly he noticed movement from the side. Looking at the girl who was approaching him, he was very surprised. It seemed to him that excitement and her beautiful beauty would make his nose bleed. Coming closer, the girl herself looked at the beautiful physique of the guy. Especially her attention was attracted by the outlines of the muscles of the press. Getting to his feet, he smiled and noted that she clearly liked to watch. And then he quipped who else to enjoy today. The girl was embarrassed and said that she hadn't even looked at him at all. Sitting at the edge of the pool, the girl wet her legs. She caught Lin's attention by noting that she kept her promise and put on a swimsuit. The guy came closer to her and pressed her to him. He noted that she likes very honest people. Then he offered her a swim and held out his hand. She trusted him, and the next second she was completely in the water. Hanging on to the guy, she panicked. The girl asked not to let her go because she did not know how to swim. Lin Yi calmed her down and said that he would not let her go, but just teach her to swim. He could teach her to breaststroke or backstroke freestyle, or anything in principle. Calming down a little, the girl trusted him, but asked him not to throw her into the water in any case, because she was afraid of drowning. Standing chest deep in the water, Lin Yi first said that he would gently let her go. After that, she instantly snuggled up to him and completely declared his body. The guy said that she absolutely did not trust him, squeezed him so hard that he would not move at all. Sue explained that she rather doesn't believe in herself. After some time holding it on the surface, the girl began to get used to the water a little. Suddenly the fear receded a little and she really believed that he was starting to swim. But as soon as Lin Yi released her, the girl immediately began to lose her balance on the water. Seeing this, the guy was seriously scared. Without wasting a second, he immediately dived under the water after her. Quickly picked her up, he pulled her to the surface. Standing very close to her, he asked if she was very scared. To which, the girl, looking him straight in the eyes, said that she was not afraid of anything with him. While Zai was in the shower, Lin Yi asked if he could use her phone. To which, the girl did not mind and calmly told him her phone password. As soon as he entered the phone password, his digital assistant immediately popped up. She said that the system task was completed and the reward was 100,000 skill points. The career was 75% complete. The reward is the port of Wangjiang. When he heard what award Lin received, he was quite surprised, because it was the second largest cruise ship port in China. Lin Yi understands that according to the rate of progress, unlocking the next profession will be easy enough for him. After getting out of the shower, the girl went straight to the guy. She apologized for not having learned to swim. The guy spread his hands and said that he was always available to her at any time, so he would also teach her to swim. The girl looked at the darn blanket and asked what it was. Lin Yi explained that the blanket and pillows were brought from the orphanage. He's already used to them and doesn't want to throw them away. The girl was surprised. Is he really an orphan? The guy got a little sad and said that Wang's mom told him that when he was born, he was left in a shelter and he grew up there. The girl apologized for reminding him about it. The guy wasn't angry and there was nothing to apologize for because he wasn't sad. The guy remembers that when he was little, Wang's mother took care of him as her own son, and he had a lot of friends there. The girl noticed that, apparently, he had a pretty happy childhood. Then she said she would go to bed, and tomorrow he could take her to work in the morning and then they would go to Grandpa's birthday. Lin Yi didn't mind at all, because he could take her to work at least every day. That night, Lin Yi is woken up by a phone call. He tries to get up as unobtrusively as possible, so as not to unload Sue. Go outside, he replied to Mama Wang. The woman said that Liu Sis called her and said that they had broken up. She would like her to talk to him. Lin Yi explained to his mother that she had watched him grow up. Doesn't she know what kind of character he has? The woman understood that her child was still so stubborn. After the woman said that she has a friend whose daughter is about the same age as him. Can he find the time to meet her tomorrow? Lin Yi agreed without hesitation. He did not dare to help his mother in any way. He promised to visit her in a few days when he had time. Immediately, the woman said that she had made an appointment for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the Tianyu tea shop. When Mom passed out, he only knew that the girl's name was Song Wenhui, and also that it's Liu Sis herself asking for problems. The next day he arrived at the appointed place on time. Going inside, he immediately told the employee that he had a meeting with someone booked here and asked if there was a reserved seat in the name of Song Wenhui. The girl took Lin to the 3rd floor to Mrs. Song, who was already waiting for him. Even from afar, they noticed Lin Yi approaching them. The woman introduced herself and introduced her children and aunts. The guy greeted everyone and then sat down at the seat assigned to him. One of the women immediately asked Lin if it was true that he works in a real estate company, because it means that he could find a cheaper house. The guy explained that he no longer works there. He is now engaged in his business. Suddenly, everyone sitting at the table looked at him with contempt. One of the girls asked what the guy was doing now. He's not homeless. Lin Yi sat completely unperturbed. He said that now he works as a taxi driver in Baba, and he barely has enough to live on. The mother of the family began to worry very much. She did not understand what Wang Qiuping was only thinking. Did she really want to cheat them? Sitting next to her, the daughter tried to calm her mother. Although the guy didn't have a very good job, but he looked good, so they decided to talk about the fact that they want to demolish the orphanage. The woman said that their Wenhui works in a bank, the conditions are not bad, and she hopes that he will be able to buy a house with full payment in Shanghai. It is small, a little more than 100 square meters. Lin Yi was surprised that full payment was required. The girl, straightening her hair, replied that if he really likes her, then it shouldn't be a problem for him. Already with some interest, Lin Yi asked if there were any other requirements besides this. One of the aunts explained that they are an ordinary family and will not demand too much from the guy. The bride price is only 8.7 million. The guy was shocked if it was too much. The girl's mother explained that absolutely not. Recently, a colleague of Wenhui got married and received 16.6 million for it. Lin Yi asked if it wasn't the same as her selling her daughter, at which the woman got very angry, but the guy hurried to calm her down and asked her to continue saying what else they needed. One of the brothers said that he also needed to buy a car. The car must be imported worth more than 500,000 yuan, otherwise he will not drive it. There is a cheap one. Lin Yi explained that according to their requirements, he needed to have at least 10 million yuan, and so he was wondering in his case how they think he has that kind of money. To which the woman replied to him, why not ask for help from his parents? Lin Yi looked at her intently and asked if he really needed to ask for help from his dead parents. The woman was worried and hurried to explain that this was not what she wanted to say. One of the bride's brothers said that he had heard that when everyone is evicted from the orphanage, the plot is sold. Didn't he even have any money? Unable to stand it, Lin Yi poured tea on this scoundrel and told him not to even dare to mention an orphanage. The guy got angry. He wanted to pardon him. But when he touched on the topic of the place where he grew up, this should not be expected. He was disgusted that they wanted a house and a car. The mother immediately worried about her son. She wanted to take him to the hospital right away. The same one drank like a cut, as if tea was not just poured on him, but almost killed. Grabbing a flower with a pot, he promised that when this guy didn't come out, he would drop the pot on him. And then, a few seconds later, he noticed how he was walking through the parking lot. He furiously threw a heavy clay pot almost directly on the guy's head. From the surprise, Lin Yi was even a little scared. Turning around, he saw these vile people in the window. This bad kid shouted at him to get out of his sight, otherwise he would kill him. And he was very angry. He said whether the guy understands that the consequences of what he did can be very serious. After that, he unlocked the doors of his car. After Lin Yi said that although the pot didn't hit him, but it hit his car. So how are they going to pay now? Jumping out into the street, the boy was terrified. He was standing near a sports car that he had just damaged himself and did not know what to do. Lin Yi said that the original price of this car is 28 million, and painting will cost almost 2 million. So how are they going to pay? Maybe in cash. The girl was still standing and looking at the car. She could not believe that it was his car. The guy's patience was already running out. He kept asking how they were going to pay for repairs. Suddenly, the girl grabbed the guy by the hand and began to ask Lin Yi to forgive them. She explained that her brother can be too impulsive, and she also thinks that he is clearly a good guy, so even if he does not have a normal job, she is ready to give him a second chance. He pushed the girl away and said that if he didn't get 2 million within a week, then let them wait for a court summons. Then he got into the car and drove away, leaving them alone. The mother hit the girl, calling her useless because she couldn't even hold the man. Although it was clear that her brother was completely to blame for the situation, but he had the conscience to blame the girl for the fact that she could not see the rich man. Therefore, he was not going to worry about anything. He said that the girl herself would think how she would pay. A couple of hours later, Lin Yi arrived at the port of Wangzhang, which was completely flooded with bright sun and filled with thousands of sunbeams from sparkling waves. After leaving the car, Lin Yi was surprised by such a huge number of people and luxury cars. Also looking to the side, he noticed an unusual couple. The girl was walking arm in arm with an older man. He was Mao's manager from the operations department of Wangjiang port. The girl complained to him that when she went out to sea, she accidentally broke the seat on the yacht. She tried to assure the man that this did not happen on purpose, and now the girl hoped that Mao would be able to help her solve this problem. In response, Mao smiled and hugged the girl and explained that it would obviously not be easy, because the seats were made of genuine leather and were very expensive. The girl looked pitifully at the man and said that she was just a little internet celebrity, and she didn't have the money to pay for him. Mao said it was okay. She should have come to his office today, and they would have solved this issue. At this point, Lin Yi got involved in the conversation. Looking contemptuously at Mao, he asked him how he intended to solve this. The girl immediately insulted Lin and said that it was none of his business. Mao was more calm and explained that he was the manager of this place. Therefore, it is up to him to decide who will pay for what. And he turned around and said that if so, it was good. If the girl does not pay, then Mao himself will pay for it. The man shouted after Lin that he was clearly not all right with his head, and who was he to threaten at all? In the main hall, a nice girl from the reception asked the gentleman what was the reason for his visit. Lin introduced himself and asked to be taken to manager by Songjong. When she found out who the girl was standing in front of her, she hesitated a little and tried to escort Mr. Lin as soon as possible, since manager Bai was already waiting for him in the meeting room. Entering the office, he immediately noticed a large number of respectable men sitting at the table. He was immediately met by the manager and greeted and introduced the management, who gathered at the table. Lin S immediately focused on the fact that not all the staff was assembled. Manager Bai said that Mao Changnu, the manager of the operations department, is still absent. Perhaps he is just a little busy with work. That's why he shows. Lin sat down in a chair and told them not to worry. He clearly intended to wait for Mao to come. Manager Bai asked Liu to remind manager Mao to hurry to the meeting. 5 minutes later, a white-haired man entered the office. Mao started apologizing for his tardiness from the very threshold. But when he saw the new chairman of the board of directors, there was no limit to his surprise. Lin looked at the man contemptuously and noted that, apparently, Mao is a rather busy manager. Lin slapped the table imperiously and noted that now the man should understand who he was. Mao apologized to Mr. Lin and said that he was wrong. The man promised that he would improve and asked to give him another chance. But the guy was adamant. He turned to manager Bai and asked the guards to take manager Mao out of here. The latter humbly bowed his head and complied with his request. In a matter of seconds, a guard appeared in the office and, taking Mao by the arms, began to take him out the door. The man tried to pull away and asked Lin to give him another chance after all. When silence finally fell in the office, Lin, sitting at the head of the table, expressed his idea. As he noticed, the area adjacent to the pier is quite large. Lin wanted to modernize the port and hoped that they would come up with a plan of action soon. One of the employees, a little timidly, turned to Mr. Lin and said that Wangjiang port is already one of the best in the country, and there is no need for modernization. Lin said that the port should be the best. He wanted to turn Wangjiang port into the largest marina in the world. In addition, he promised to provide money for repairs, and also the salary of ordinary employees should be increased by 20%, and the salary of all managers by 10%. After hearing about such changes, all the worthwhile management was very grateful to Mr. Lin. Come out of the main office, Mr. Lin received a text message. In it, the manager from the hotel said that someone had sent a painting and asked her to give it to Lin himself. The guy said that he understood everything and would be there soon. At the same moment, the phone rang. he got a call from a salon selling watches. The girl informed him that his order had already arrived. She asked when it would be convenient for him to pick them up. Lin understood that after the painting was taken away, he would immediately go to Donghu Villa for Jai Qingyan's grandfather's birthday, so he would not have time. So he immediately informed that he didn't have time and asked to send them to Jizhouch. But the girl had to refuse him because since the goods were too expensive, they had to deliver it personally to Mr. Lin. Sighing heavily and reluctantly, Lin then asked to send the watch to the Donghu Villa. Arriving at Donghu Villa late at night, Lin parked his car right in front of the main entrance. As he approached the house, he immediately noticed Sue. The girl happily greeted the guy, and he, in turn, admired her outfit. Noticing his gaze right on her body, she embarrassedly asked him not to stare like that. Lin laughed and said that this part of her body stands out so much that it is very difficult not to pay attention. Once inside, they were immediately enveloped by a bunch of devouring stares. Everyone admired Ms. Jai's beauty, but no one could figure out who was next to her. Approaching the hero of the occasion, the girl greeted her grandfather and sadly informed him that, alas, they were too late. Zai Yunqing was a very kind man and said it was okay. He smiled and said it was the first time a girl had brought a guy home, so he asked to introduce him. But before she could say a word, a girl in a blue dress interrupted Sue and started screaming, saying that a terrible driver was standing with her. She was amazed how Zai Qingyan had fallen so low. According to this girl, the guy who came with Jai was an ordinary taxi driver. She said that she had already traveled with him in the company's sports car, but he passed this car off as his own, and he also tried to seduce her. Zai was shocked by the words that this girl said. Zai didn't understand what this madam was talking about at all. Hearing this, Grandpa started to get a little angry and asked what it even meant. Zai began to reassure Grandpa that this car really belongs to Lin Yi, and he works at Baba purely for experience. The girl said that Qingyan was really so stupid and naive. After all, it was clear that the booths and children only spend other people's money, so how could he be a taxi driver? Suddenly, Sister Tsu intervened in their conversation. The girl said that they should not quarrel and it would be better to go to check for themselves whether Lin was lying. This girl said that her boyfriend Fu Zhenping is a commission agent in the Baba company. Fu said that last month Bab introduced a high-end car hailing service, and if Lin is an ordinary driver and cheats on girls, then he will be fired. The girl glared at Qingyan angrily and said that she could not even expect to be so easily deceived. Suddenly his father spoke up and asked his daughter what was going on here at all. The girl wanted to explain everything to Dad and say that Lin is not a liar at all. Suddenly Grandfather's patience broke, and he said that Sue was a stupid child and asked the guy to leave the holiday, since he was not welcome here. At that moment, a car drove up to the villa. Representatives of the store came out of it and asked if Mr. Lin was here. Lin himself turned around and said that he was here. Representatives approached him and informed him that his 175th watch model was here, and then asked him to sign for receipt. When they opened the box to demonstrate that everything was fine with the goods, the people nearby were very surprised. Sister Zai found out that this is the same commemorative medal dedicated to the 175th anniversary of Patek Phil. Then Fu said that this watch should cost more than 17 million yuan. How could he even buy them? The girl standing next to him was scared. Had she made a mistake? After receiving the watch, Lin put them on himself and dismissed the store employees. Immediately, the men standing next to the birthday boy began to praise him for the fact that his granddaughter did not miss and found a worthy groom. Grandpa laughed and thanked them for their praise. Then he turned to these two and said that since they had made a mistake, they now had to apologize to Mr. Lin. The girl in the blue dress was completely overwhelmed. Suddenly her mom spoke up and said there was no need to apologize because it was a common misunderstanding. She was sure that Lin just likes to flaunt his wealth and he doesn't care about Qingyan. It's possible that he will leave her in a few days. Sue was furious. She turned to her aunt and asked if she did not know how to admit her mistakes at all. The woman asked Qingyan to open her eyes. After all, initially she thought that the watch was a gift to her grandfather, but this guy put it on himself, and she did not see another gift here. It was obvious that he didn't care about the girl. After that, this girl said that her mom was right, because their family started preparing gifts for Grandpa a month ago. And then she asked Zhenping to show everyone their gift. Holding out the box, the man said that, knowing Grandfather's predilections for antique objects, they had purchased a set of copper coins from the Qing dynasty. The current price is more than 2 million yuan. But after a few years, the man was sure that they would be appreciated. Tangxin turned to Qingyan and said whether the girl could see that a soul was invested in this gift. Her mom started to agree and said that even if a girl found a rich guy, but he wasn't ready to spend a dime on her, it was a waste of time. Zai was furious and said that how could Lin Yi not have prepared a gift, after which she began to dig into the package. After that, the girl handed the gift and said that Lin had been thinking about it for a very long time. Picking up the presented ring, Grandpa said that it was also very good. It was clear from his face that he liked the gift. Tangsun laughed at King Yan for her boyfriend driving a crumbled car worth more than 20 million and wearing a watch worth more than 10 million. And Grandpa decided to give such a cheap one. Grandpa smiled kindly and said it didn't matter. After all, the main thing is that the guy tried very hard. At that moment, Lin put his hand on the girl's shoulder. Turning to King Yan, he said that she had prepared such a gift for grandfather, so it was not worth helping him. The girl looked at the guy in surprise and did not understand what Lin was talking about now. Lin hugged the girl and pulled her to him, asking why she was arguing with them, because he also prepared a gift. Hearing this, the girl just shone all over. Handing the gift to Lin, he said that it would be rude to come here empty-handed. Addressing Mr. Zai, he presented his gift, hoping that he would like it. Grandfather slowly unwrapped the bundle, after which he was simply shocked. Zhang Daqian's peach spring was in front of him. One of the connoisseurs of art blew up from the spot and was very surprised, because the price of this painting is at least 200 million. For a second, everyone was silent, frozen in amazement. The granddaughter asked her grandfather if he was sure, because this picture did not look like 200 million at all. For a few seconds, grandfather sat without saying a word. Then he explained that this was Zhang Daqian's genuine work, and ordinary people would never be able to see the hidden meaning in it. After Fu said that grandpa was wrong because the owner of this picture is their CEO, and then someone once offered him 230 million yuan for this painting, but he refused. Therefore, this painting is probably a fake. Tangsun laughed and said that she didn't expect King Yan that her boyfriend would deceive people in this way. But the girl turned to Lin and said that she was sure Lin was not capable of such a thing. He was a good person. The guy looked at the girl and thought that although they know very little of each other, but King Yan is really a good girl. Suddenly, before their eyes, the genuine original of an expensive painting was torn to pieces. Fu stated that he saw this painting with his own eyes in Mr. Cheng's house, so he can prove that this is a fake. At that moment, Lin's excitement woke up. He was wondering what would happen next. Su, who saw the brazen destruction of the magnificent painting, was angry. But Fu said that it was customary, after seeing the craft, it should be destroyed. Lin approached the girl and gently stroked her, told her to be angry and let him take care of it. After taking a few steps forward, he said that he had heard a lot about Fu, and that he worked in Baba's company. And if so, then he had bad news. From that moment on, Fu was fired. The guy was scared at first, but then he said it was funny. Does he really have the authority to do this? Lin said that he owns 20% of Baba's shares, and what does the guy think? Does he have the right to fire him after that? Suddenly the girl was worried and asked Lin, does he really have time to joke now? Ugh, you can't scare just like that. But the guy playfully replied that if all that was said turned out to be true, would she let him admire her tonight? The girl was surprised how he still manages to find time to tease her in such a situation. Lin then told Fu to call Chen Shuang and ask who he was. Fu is serious, so he immediately started dialing a phone call and put it on speakerphone to expose Lin in front of everyone. Phoning Fu's boss, he asked if he knew someone named Lin Yi. After hearing this name, Cheng asked to meet Mr. Lin well, because he owns 21% of the company's shares. If he disobeys, he will be free. Suddenly, the man was drenched in cold sweat. He said in a panic that Lin had only talked about 20% of the shares. Maybe Mr. Cheng just confused someone with a similar surname. But the boss said that he gave Lin his painting Peach Spring, and therefore he gave him 1% of the shares. Hearing this, Fu dropped the phone and fell to his knees. He was completely depressed. And then Lin, completely pleased with himself, said that now that they had decided everything, Fu was fired. Tangsun yelled at Lin that it was too much, it was Grandpa's birthday, and he shouldn't be so cruel. Also, her mother said that he is King Yan's boyfriend and does family ties mean nothing to him. He came over and gently stroked the girl's hair, saying that if only King Yan asked, he would definitely do everything for her. But clearly not for them. Grandpa was holding a torn painting, completely lost. It was clear that he was very sorry for such a priceless thing. After that, Lin turned to Fu and said that, by the way, he had just torn up a painting worth 200 million. Therefore, how will he pay now? Grabbing Mr. Lin's clothes, Fu apologized and begged for a second chance. Lin pushed the man away from her and said that an apology was good, and apparently they wouldn't need the police. Realizing that things were bad, the man crawled on his knees to Tangsun and asked for help. The girl told him to get lost. She didn't want to help him pay off the debt between them. It was all over. In a panic, he grabbed her leg and asked her not to leave him because he was so kind to her. Pushing away with her foot, she told him to stay away from her and not get her dress dirty. Lin intervened in all this and said that if Fu was a man, he should get up because this woman was not worth it. Tiangxin asked Lin what he meant, but instead of answering, Lin politely asked Uncle Zai to tell his family members to go to a separate room. He had something to tell. Su nodded approvingly and said that he understood everything. Having retired to a separate room, the head of the family asked what Lin wanted to talk to them about and what is this mystery. The guy said that it would be about his granddaughter. Hearing this, the girl yelled at Lin, saying, "Stop fooling everyone's head," and that he would speak faster. Lin said that yesterday the girl called his car and went to the Bandao Hotel. Realizing what he was talking about, she immediately interrupted him, saying that she wanted to meet her friend there to play cards. Therefore, what claims does he have? Lin said he had no particular complaints, but he was wondering why then she bought toys for adults. Really, too, for playing cards with two dark-skinned guys. Hearing this, the girl was in a wild panic and said that it was all nonsense. Lin said there were some videos on his phone and he would send them to King Yan's phone right now. Now, if the girl was having fun in the room, he had no proof, but she also wanted to move her games to a public place. Then he showed an obscene video. After seeing everything that was happening, Grandpa was very mature. He didn't understand how his granddaughter only dared. Realizing her situation, the girl fell to her knees and began to cry. She tried to explain to her grandfather that she had gone there to discuss business matters with them. The man hit her, saying that she really thinks he's out of his mind. The mother, standing up for her daughter, said that she could have been framed. Then the girl's father stood up and said that what he had just seen in the footage did not look like a setup. They clearly saw her face. Shaking hands, Lin Yi told Mr. Zai that he didn't want to bother him here, so he was leaving. Standing near the house, the girl thanked Lin for everything. She was grateful that he had prepared such an expensive gift. Lin replied that he was only sorry that the gift was destroyed. But then he jokingly said that this is why the girl will make more orders to repay him. After that, he got into his car and went about his business, leaving the girl with her family. She watched the car drive away and pondered. The girl was surprised that he asked just to make more orders. She expected him to ask for something more. Although the festive banquet was not a success, but Lin was not too upset, because he would be able to complete more orders and complete tasks faster. As soon as he got on the line, a new order was immediately received, which he should have turned his attention to. At this time, the girl was calmly waiting for her taxi as a man's voice responded to her. Looking back, she saw Majuya and wondered why he was here. The guy, pointing to the car behind him, said he could take her to school because his father bought him a new BMW a long time ago, and everyone will be shocked when they see her in it. But the girl replied that she was not interested and that the car she had called should already drive up behind her. The man grabbed her by the hand and said that she was the first beauty of the university. It was a little low for her status to come by taxi. Having escaped, the girl unequivocally said that she did not want to go anywhere with him. When suddenly they both froze in a daze because a brand new sports car stopped near them. Looking out of the window, Lin asked whose order number was 4389. A little surprised, the girl said that this was her order. Then Lin said that he was the driver of a woman and invited the girl to get into the car to bring her to the place. Majui asked in surprise, "Did you order this car?" Getting into the car, she told the man to get off her already. After that, the sports car immediately took off. The girl sat admiringly inside the car and asked the driver why he works in a bar if he drives a sports car. Lin replied that it doesn't matter what kind of car you drive. The main thing is to earn money on your own. Literally in a matter of seconds they were on the spot, arriving at the University of Tseda. After getting out of the car, the girl asked if Lin could add her to WeChat. Lin was surprised by such a request and asked why she needed it. The girl started talking about whether he believes in love at first sight, to which Lin only laughed and said that she was very naive. How can a girl know that he's not a bad person? Afterward, he gave her advice so that next time she would think twice before speaking. When the girl had already gone far enough, he sat and thought how careless she was. Suddenly he turned out to be a maniac. Suddenly, a phone call rang. Song Wenhui was trying to call him. Answering Lin's call, "I heard that the girl was asking her to take her to work tomorrow." Lin was clearly not happy with this statement. He thought that the girl had lost her mind. Well, or she found 2 million somewhere to repair the car, and if so, then he will come. Sun said that her brother did all these actions on purpose. Therefore, there was no need to joke now. Her family tested Lin in this way. As a result, he was able to pass the test, and now they are a couple. Hearing this statement, Lin was clearly shocked. After that, he yelled at the girl and said that they were a couple except in her dreams, and then added that if they did not pay compensation, they could wait for a summons in court. Dropping the call, he was surprised that there was no limit to their arrogance. The following events occurred near Tianyi's house early the next morning. The girl came out of her house, beautifully dressed up with a small box in her hand. Looking straight ahead, she was pleasantly surprised. In a passing man in an expensive car, she recognized Lin and was surprised by such a coincidence. The guy was not very happy about this campaign. After putting the girl in the car, he asked where she needed to go, and, as it turned out, she was going to the racetrack. The girl happily told me that one event would be held at the circuit today, and she was lucky to get a chance to get on it to shoot a live broadcast. Tian kindly offered Lin and some fruit, as it was very hot outside. She told him to watch the road while she fed him. Eating on both cheeks, the guy thought it was very nice of her, so they continued to drive merrily, laughing and telling different stories. After a short time, they arrived at the International Circuit of China. Lin immediately stated that he also wanted to see what would happen there. Therefore, he was going to go with the girl. She didn't mind. As soon as they got inside, they immediately witnessed a terrible picture. The man and woman standing in front of them were clearly in conflict and arguing about something. Seeing this, Tian was immediately upset. Lin asked in surprise if she knew them. According to Tian, that girl is Lin Yi, and the guy is Sun Rui, and they are both popular bloggers. After that, the girl said she would go and see what was going on there. Approaching these two, she asked Sun Rui what was the matter. At that moment, it felt like the situation was heating up. But her question, the guy viciously answered, "What does she think herself? After all, isn't it obvious that Ren wants to kick them out of here?" Ren folded her arms on her chest and said that it wasn't her who was kicking him out, but the main one at the racetrack, since he didn't need more than one blogger here. Tian, a little nervous and embarrassed, said that there was a lot of space here, and the more bloggers, the same. But these two did not listen to her and continued to quarrel. Sun said that no one in charge decided anything here. It's just because this girl picked up a rich guy and is building herself up now, no matter what. The girl said that even if so, she clearly would not let these be filmed with her in the same live broadcast. After Yi's words, the assistant came out and handed the lady her pass, informing her that Mr. Qin was already waiting inside. Ren took the pass and teasingly began to leave, saying that she alone would be filmed live, and they could get out of here. Hearing this, the man was very angry, but Tian decided to calm him down and said that there were a lot of Mr. Qin's people here. She began to take him away. They were both upset. The guy, holding his head, said that they could leave because they had nothing else to do here. Then Lin told them to stay. After all, they did not come here for nothing. Looking at the guy, Jen got mad and asked who else he was and why he was taking on so much. She warned him that it was better not to mess with Mr. Qin because it would end badly. The guy laughed and said that it might be better to call him here. Tian told Lin Yi not to be angry. She assured him that they would not be doing a live broadcast here, as there was no need to make a scene. But the guy was serious. He wasn't going to leave everything like that, so he decided to take them inside. Sun decided to ask the girl who her friend was, but she didn't know exactly who he was. But at the same time, she trusted Lin Yi very much, so she was willing to go with him even into fire or water. Sun rubbed himself for a couple of seconds, and then decided that then he would also go with them. He also trusts them. Jen walked ahead of everyone and smiled maliciously. She hoped she could teach this guy a lesson now. When they came out to the parking lot, everyone was amazed by the beauty of the cars standing there. These two understood that if they could hold a live broadcast here, they would clearly become very popular. Sun was very surprised and asked if the guy was sure that they could conduct a live broadcast here. Lin calmed them down and said that they could already start preparing with him. No one would obviously burn them out. Suddenly, Mr. Qin and Ren Yin flashed on the horizon. Noticing them, the girl immediately ran up to the crowd of guys. Pointing at Tian and Song, the girl told Mr. Qin that manager Zhu promised that she would have an exclusive live broadcast today. But these people came here without any permission. Then, pointing at Lin, she said that this madman was pretending to be the boss here. When the authorities saw Mr. Lin, they began to bow and greet him. They were surprised that he came to them. Mr. Qin waved happily to Lin and was surprised as soon as he could find free time for them. Seeing such a reaction, the girl stood completely motionless. Then, pitifully and pleadingly, she turned to Mr. Qin with the question, does he really know this person? Qin yelled at the girl and was surprised to say that, of course, they know him because he is the owner of the circuit. Hearing this, the girl was in a panic. Cold sweat broke out on her face. Lin asked Qin in surprise if it was really his girlfriend. She had just been very rude to him. To which the guy, waving off the girl, said that she was not his girlfriend at all. He invited her purely to make it more fun, and would immediately escort her out. The girl looked pitifully at the gentleman and asked him not to send her away if she could not conduct the broadcast today. Her career was over. Kin said that Lin himself is calm by nature, so the problem is clearly in the girl. Then he asked Moon to throw her out of here. While the girl was being taken away by the guards, she tried to break free and shouted that she would not leave here. After that, Kin asked if she was with Lin about that streamer. According to the guy, she looks good, but her figure is so-so. And then he offered to give the phone numbers of several of his acquaintances. These girls clearly knew a lot about their business. Running his hand over his car, Lin said that if a guy needs such services, then he should think about it. Song was very surprised when he heard how Lin was treating Mr. Kin. After all, it was so easy for the guy to taunt Mr. Kin that it was on the verge of something incredible. Kin said that he couldn't wait to drive a couple of laps with Lin at the new racetrack. He agreed, but warned that his cornering skills had improved, and the guy would obviously have a hard time. Two powerful racing cars got up to the start. Sun shouted to his girlfriend not to stand there and rather start the broadcast, because it was impossible to miss it in any way. Kin suggested Lin to make a bet, otherwise he was not having so much fun playing. Lin, what kind of bet does he want to make? According to his condition, 1 second and dropped 100,000 yuan. 5 laps go, and whoever with a difference will be the last one pays. Lin was completely in agreement. Then the girl gave a report and waved a flag, allowing the men to move off. At the same moment, the cars screeched forward, and literally immediately it was clear that Lin Yi was starting to gain a big lead. Literally in a fraction of a second he finished. Tian, who was watching the whole picture, was very surprised at how cool Lin Yi was. After getting out of his cars, Lin Yi asked why Kin had accepted his defeat so quickly. The guy said that Lin was terrible, because he had been training very hard for several days, but still could not catch up with him. But he was a man of honor, and once he lost the bet, he gave Lin his well-deserved money. After receiving the check in his hands, Lin immediately handed it to his assistant, saying that there was a scratch on his car, and with this money, he needed to find someone who could repair the car. The man understood the task and promised that he would soon send a mechanical engineer from abroad for repairs. Then Lin turned to 2 Bulgarians and said that they could shoot their broadcasts, and if they needed something, they could call Zhu Hato for help. Hearing this, the girl was very grateful to him. Leaving, Kin caught up with him and asked if he really wanted to exchange his streamer for a woman. Lin replied that he found pleasure in it and invited Kin to go with him, but he immediately refused, arguing that Lin saw those girls screaming when he got out of the car. He clearly needed to stay with them. With a wave of his hand, Laziness said that Kin was clearly just a money bag for them, after which he left. Come out of the racetrack, he checked the progress in completing the task. The counter showed that there were only 3 orders left, so he decided to continue after eating. To eat, the guy came to the noodle shop. When he met Aunt Lu, he asked why she was closing so early today. He hadn't eaten her fried rice in so long. Therefore, I missed you very much. The woman was delighted to see Lin. She explained that Zai's classes were over and she wanted to take her home. But even so, she would cook him what he wanted. The guy laughed and said that if so, he could take her away, and then Lu would cook him something to eat. But it's a ham sausage. The woman very happily agreed and apologized for the trouble. After that, Lin came to Zhonghai High School. Only 20 minutes later he noticed the first people. Lin stopped one girl and asked if their lessons had already ended. She kindly replied that they were already over. In search of a girl, he took the 3rd year in the group. Suddenly he noticed a familiar girl in the aisle. In the office, one of the mothers was shouting at Teacher Gu. She demanded that she look at the scratches on her son's face. According to her, the boy wanted to start a career in the entertainment industry, and this incident puts his future at risk. The little girl was scared by the current situation. She cried and tried to explain that this boy was the first to get to her, otherwise she would not have touched him with a finger. Lin Yi walked into the office without thinking twice and quipped that a guy with a face like his, but he wanted too much to go into the entertainment industry. Noticing him, the girls clearly cheered up and rejoiced. But those 2 were wary. Lin patted the girl on the head and said that he had come for her. And then he asked if something had happened to her. Did she have a fight with a classmate? The girl complained to Lin and asked to look at her clothes. This guy tore it up for her. Lin told that mother that, obviously, her son was guilty here. She should be blaming him, not an innocent girl. The woman just started threatening that if they didn't pay, she wouldn't leave it like that. The girl stood and cried. She explained that he was the first to bully her. Lin listened to her with pity. Hearing this, the boy's mother flew into a rage. She yelled at the child and said that such poor children were not destined to endure such treatment. After these words, Lin could no longer restrain himself. Approaching the woman, he slapped her in the face. He did it purely to calm her ardor and restore justice. Holding her face, she did not believe that he dared to hit her. At that moment, her son finally began to understand that things were bad. Lin said that what kind of mother is like that, and therefore everything was rewarded according to its merits. Then, like a Cerberus breaking loose, the woman shouted at the teacher Gu, "Why did she get up? Didn't she see what he was allowing himself?" After that, the woman began to threaten that her husband works as a human resources manager in Zhonghan, and they will refer this case to the legal department. The teacher said that they were to blame in any case, so there was no point in going to court. But the woman believed that the court would decide. She was going to destroy not only Kunjing now, but also this school. After the teacher said that the two of them can go, she will report to the director about the situation. The girl was grateful to the teacher. Lin was about to take the girl away because mom was already waiting, when suddenly the door of the office opened and an angry man ran out there. He shouted at the teacher why her son was being bullied at school, how she allowed it at all. Noticing his wife and son, he heard his boy complaining that the guy had just hit his mom. The man told Lin to stand still, and that he should kneel down and apologize to his wife. He started threatening him with his boss, stating that if he contacted him, then Kin Han would destroy him. After hearing this for a short while, thinking, Lin dialed Kin's phone number. After calling him, he asked why his HR manager dares to threaten him. Kin was very surprised and said that this could not be. How could there be such fools in his team? Then, out of the last willpower, showing patience so as not to get angry, Lin asked if he really thought he was joking. Realizing that the matter was serious, Kin said that he would find out who dared to behave like that and would definitely deal with him. At that moment, the man was very taken aback. He did not understand who Lin had just called at all. The guy claimed that he had just called Kin Han, but the man didn't believe him. He said that young people like this kid only know how to lie. Suddenly his phone rang and he was scared. Answering the call, he heard his boss, who asked how he even dared to provoke Lin and did he really want to die. After that, Kin told Lai Duan to pack up and leave the company. Lai was in a panic. He asked Mr. Kin to let him change in front of Lin. He explained that he had just taken out a loan to buy a house and a car, and if he was fired now, his life would be over. Kin replied to him that there were not enough people in the African department, but if he wanted not to be fired, let him go to Africa. After these words, he dropped the phone to the ground. In that second, his whole life just fell down. The wife bent down and asked the darling, "Why is he sitting on the ground?" The man explained that this person really knows his boss and he has just been fired. The wife and son stood in complete shock. Bowing to the floor, he asked Mr. Lin to forgive him. He understood that he was guilty, but please, he asked to give him a second chance and not let Mr. Kin fire him. Lin pushed the man away and said that he was very lucky to be here otherwise, and it's scary to imagine what they would have done with Kunjing and Auntie Lu. And then he told them to get out and learn how to behave with people. Arriving home, the daughter wanted to tell her mother about how Lin saved them today, but the guy leaned over the girl's ear and indicated with a gesture that it was not worth it. Then she nodded approvingly and realized that this would be their little secret. That evening, he arrived at Koyang's company. Standing downstairs, he was surprised that it was already so late, and Zai was still at work. Going up to the floor, he went to the office of the general director. Noticing that the door was ajar and a light was burning from there, he was surprised. He thought she was working too hard, because everyone in the company had already left. Doesn't she think it's dangerous? At that moment, the girl was very passionate about something and was eating cookies along the way. I'll look inside. Lin smiled and decided to mess around. But suddenly his plan was destroyed by an office chair, which he accidentally hooked with his foot. Hearing the noise, the girl was very scared. Who is here? She quickly slammed the door. Sue was very scared and shouted for this evil to leave here. Lin was amused by this situation. The girl was standing, and she was shaking all over with fear. When she heard her door knock, she immediately slammed all the blinds. Without thinking twice, she called Lin and asked him to pick her up as soon as possible, since she was alone in the company. He decided to laugh and pretended that he didn't have time at all. Then the girl panicked and through tears demanded that he drop everything and rush over. After all, there is someone in the company and she was scared. Lin Yi agreed and asked to wait a bit. Suddenly she heard a knock on the door again and was very scared. Deciding to scare the intruder standing outside the door, she said that her boyfriend would arrive soon, and whoever is there, he should leave now. Then Lin said that since her boyfriend was coming soon, he would leave. The girl immediately recognized his voice and opened the door. She collapsed in the guy's arms, crying. She explained that there was someone bad here, and she was scared to death. But then she thought for a while and asked how he managed to arrive here so quickly if she had just called. Lin smiled and said it was only because he was outside. Emotionally, the girl began to beat him and said that she hated him for such stupid jokes. Lin hugged her and said that he did it only so that she would understand that it was dangerous to stay so late at work. Calming down a little, the girl explained that she was very scared and also asked him not to do it anymore. And then she noticed the bundle in her hands and asked what it was. Lin said it was fried rice with egg. It has no equal in the Middle Kingdom. He took it to a small noodle shop, although it is not popular, but he has often eaten it there in the last few years, so he bought it for her to try. Opening the bowl, she was surprised how delicious it smells, and then she realized and asked if it was fried rice with egg from Aunt Liu. Lin wondered how she knew. The girl proudly said that she just doesn't eat anywhere, and she always has the most delicious food. Lin smiled and told the girl to eat until it got cold. The girl was indignant. He had just scared her very much, and now he wanted to feed her. Lin asked, "And what's the big deal?" Others can't even imagine that the director of a respected company behaves like a spoiled child with him. Straightening her hair, the girl opened her mouth, allowing the man to feed her rice. Realizing how delicious it was, she asked for more ham. Looking at Lin's watch, he said it was late, so let her finish her meal and he would take her home. The girl was surprised, because the guys who took care of her earlier usually rested in nightclubs at this time. Lin feeds her and picks her up from work. The next second, Lin received a call from Kin Han. The man said that he had solved this problem with the manager and, by the way, he now had a couple of excellent stars. They have both a figure and a face at the highest level. Does Lin want to come and have fun? The guy said that he did not have such a desire. A girl who was much better than his so-called stars was sitting with him now. Kin didn't believe it, asked to take a picture of her, and if it turns out to be true, then he promises to broadcast live and eat upside down. Turning on the phone's camera, Lin asked if the girl wanted to take a picture. Sue was surprised. Why is he suddenly? Lin explained that someone invited him to have fun, saying that the most beautiful girls were next to him. He wants to send him a picture of her to show him what real beauty is. Hearing this, the girl was scared and said, maybe then she needs to put on makeup, and how does he dress her at all? Lin hugged the girl and said that she would look better than them, even without makeup. And then, sitting as close to her as possible, I took a picture. Noticing that the girl was acting aloof, Lin offered to sit closer. He assured her that there was nothing wrong with that. The girl explained that she has never been photographed with guys, so she does not know what pose to take. There was confusion and embarrassment in her eyes. Taking the girl by the waist, Lin lifted her completely and put her on his lap. From such an unexpected turn, the girl was confused, but she clearly liked the gesture. Having seated the girl closer, he said that it was not bad, let it stay that way. He believed that all the celebrities he had only seen did not go to any comparison with Sue. When Kin received the photo, he wondered where Lin had found such a beauty. The guy spurred him on and told him not to forget to let him know when he would go live. Watching this picture, they laughed merrily and had a good time. Sue was pleasantly surprised. Going out to the parking lot, Lin told the girl not to make an order today, he would just take her. But she refused, arguing that she wanted to support everything he does. Pulling her closer to him, he stroked her face and agreed, since he could not refuse his princess. From such sudden movements, the girl froze in place, not understanding what was happening. But after that, she seemed to wake up and moving away from the guy, said what sweet speeches he was saying. Yes, and in general he was a princess himself. She was trying to mimic Lin. Already sitting in the car, Lin asked how it was possible to make a charitable foundation in general. What should be done if you wanted to create it? He asked it a little uncertainly. Hearing this, the girl was surprised because it is difficult to create such a non-profit organization even for a very influential person. The girl understood that it would be difficult for him to solve the issue alone. Lin understood Zai's concerns, but he didn't care, he just wanted to do his best. The girl was amazed at what a good man he was. The guy noticed that the girl is also a very good person. He remembered how she rented out 2 buildings at a low price to visiting workers. He would like her to help him with the foundation, to which the girl agreed. Soon he brought the girl home, and before she could leave, he called out to her. He said he was going to Yangcheng tomorrow. If she had time, she could go with him. Sue winked at the guy and said she would see if she had free time. But in the meantime, let him be careful on the road. Having received 5 stars in turn, his digital assistant appeared. She happily declared that her mission and career were 100% complete. Therefore, a new career was opened. The girl looked intently at the owner and asked if he wanted to start a new career. Lin pondered for a while, but then agreed. He loved life changes, so he decided to take a chance. After he accepted a new profession, the girl announced that he would now pursue a career as a physical education teacher, and Lin also received a gift package of the profession, which contained 500 million yuan, a potion to improve all attributes in the mind of a sage. When he heard that he was now a physical education teacher, he took the new task, somehow too simply. The girl asked the owner to drink the medicine. This was necessary so that he could understand not only sports, but also higher mathematics. When he saw the blue bottle, he clarified, what does this wise man's mind mean? The girl explained that it contains the wisdom of the best scientists in the world. This will help the owner to adapt more quickly to the profession of a physical education teacher. Holding the bottle in his hands, Lin did not understand why the physical teacher needed so much wisdom. But then, calming down, he drank the contents. After that, it could be considered that the career had begun. At the same moment, a blue glow completely illuminated him. In an instant, he began to acquire new skills. After the transformation, he began to feel completely different. The girl noted that the owner should have discovered that his body had also changed. This was the effect of improving attributes. Lifting up his shirt, Lin was pleasantly shocked. Under the clothes he found an athletic, folded body. The guy hugged the digital assistant. At that moment, he was very happy. All the changes were clearly becoming to him. A few hours later, lying in his bed, he was completely satisfied. Finally, he was able to complete his first mission. At that moment, he lay relaxed and finally rested, gaining strength. Suddenly, a phone call caught his attention. After answering him, they were informed that they were finally able to contact Pagani engineers. Lin replied that he understood everything. He would ask the servants to help him send the car there. A couple of days later, Sue wrote to him, saying that, alas, she would not be able to go there with him, but she booked him a plane ticket at 10 o'clock in the morning, and then casually asked what was the name of the orphanage where he lived before. Lin replied that the orphanage was called Blue Sky, and he asked why she needed it. The girl replied that she was just interested, and then added that he should be more careful and not cheat on her. In response, Lin sent a laughing smiley face. At the appointed time, arriving at the airport, he was surprised that the girl took him a first-class ticket. He had never flown with such a service before. Lin was calmly playing with his mobile phone when suddenly 3 young men entered the first-class room, laughing loudly. They immediately caught his attention. When the girls noticed the guy, they were surprised how handsome he was. While I had flown in first class many times and everyone she met was fat, old, she had never seen such a handsome guy. Feng viciously told them to pick up their drool and not embarrass themselves. And in general, there are a whole bunch of boys with a cute face, but there are no rich people among them. It was clear that the man was confident in his statement. Hearing this conversation, Lin Yi turned around and told the man to keep his unnecessary opinion to himself. Then he smiled sweetly at him. Sitting next to him, Fei was the first to speak and said that he was right, money was more important than any appearance. This could be easily verified by asking the flight attendant for WeChat and seeing who she would give it to. Just at this time, he noticed a flight attendant coming inside. He called out to her and politely asked her to come here for a second. The woman greeted her and asked how she could be useful. Fei explained that they have such a situation. He and a friend would both like to ask her for WeChat, but she can only choose one of them. At that moment, the girl was surprised, because she had long heard that in the first grade you can find yourself a rich guy. Was she lucky? But she apologized out loud. She said they have rules that they can't add passengers to their contacts. Fei said it didn't matter, because according to the airline's rules, passengers' requests couldn't be refused so easily. But at that moment, she noticed Lin's watch accidentally sticking out from under his sleeve. She immediately recognized them as watches from a well-known company worth more than 10 million. Without thinking twice, she agreed to give her ID to Mr. Lin. At that moment, the guy looked at her in surprise. Fei sat in shock. At that moment, Fei's sister laughed at him and said that it seemed his theory no longer worked. The guy was very angry and did not understand how this was possible. Lin was smiling contentedly and asked if the guy would admit defeat, specifically showing an open WeChat with the stewardess's contact. But Fei didn't agree with the defeat. In desperation, he suggested that, apparently, she was new here. After thinking a little, the girl said that yes, she had just transferred to the first grade today. Then Fei said that it was not surprising. She was so material. If she had at least some experience, she would have chosen him, and he would definitely have won. Lin inhaled, and smiling, asked why then Fei was shaming herself. Suddenly the girl jumped up and shouted for her brother to see what kind of beauty came inside. Turning around, he wondered what kind of goddess would fly with them. This time, Lin already offered to bet on the phone number of this girl. The guy laughed and said if he can win again, Then he admits that Lin is the best. The girl came closer and asked Lin to let her pass as she had a place at the window. At that moment, the confused Faye jumped up and started saying again that he and his friend wanted to add her to WeChat. Sai didn't have time to answer anything, as Lin had already grabbed her and pulled her towards him, putting the girl on his lap and hugging her. He said that Faye had no chance with such an excellent girl, so let him calm down. Seeing this, the man got very angry and yelled at Lin. Lin looked at the girl and said that he had superpower and could make her fall in love in a second. Then he pinched her to make her play along with him. Faye shouted that the girl could call the police, and they would all become her witnesses. Sai was indignant. What is Lin doing because there are so many people here? Inhaling the scent of her perfume, he said that he was not doing anything. It was just too stuffy on the plane, and he wanted to get some fresh air. Zai tried to escape purely for the sake of decency, because she was too embarrassed by the fact that there were so many people here. Looking at this, Faye's jaw seemed to drop to the floor. After Lin asked, well, who is better here? Faye admitted that it was definitely him. Zai fastened her seatbelt, preparing for the flight. Lin asked how she got here, because didn't she have any business? The girl laughed and said that she had tricked him. She had a completely free day today. Therefore, she could fly with him to an orphanage. Faye couldn't calm down and was angry. He believed that if it wasn't for this Lin, then he would be sitting next to this gorgeous girl. Adding fuel to the fire was his sister, who wanted to ask Lin for WeChat. Faye didn't understand why she needed this loser's contacts. Lin overheard this conversation and asked who Faye was calling a loser there. After that, the man flared up and said that he meant him. In his opinion, Lin was clearly an ordinary gigolo, so who is he if not a loser? Lin hugged Zai tightly. After that, he said that no matter what Faye was imagining, it was love at first sight, and he was clearly going to marry this girl. Sue removed the man's hand, asking him to stop squeezing it like that, because it was uncomfortable for her. Lin smiled maliciously and said that it would be softer for her and it would fall asleep faster. After that, the girl was embarrassed and pinched the guy. Then I decided to get up and go to the bathroom, because all her clothes were crumpled. Lin said again with a twinkle in his eyes that he would join her then and laughed angrily, forcing the girl by her behavior to be driven into the paint again. And so, a couple of hours later, they found themselves near his former orphanage. Zai reasoned that although the price of housing in Yongcheng is low, but the cost of a plot in this area is tens of millions. Lin said that's exactly why he thinks Wang's mom is pretty stupid. After all, she could live in good prosperity, but she adheres to her principles to the last. Her clothes, for example, cost no more than 100 yuan. Standing at the entrance to the orphanage, they could hear the children laughing from afar, when suddenly one of the guys noticed them, and the boy recognized in the standing man his brother. And running up to them, Sue gave the children a huge suitcase with goodies and asked them to divide them among themselves. The guys were very happy and thanked the beautiful aunt. Sue, embarrassed by the compliments of the children, gave them small gifts. Then Wang's mom noticed Lin Yi and asked why he didn't warn that he was coming. She could then cook his favorite dishes. Lin explained that he didn't want to disturb them, so he didn't say anything. Suddenly Mom noticed a very wonderful surprise. Lin finally brought a girl to them. Zai Qingyan came closer, and after greeting her aunt and uncle, introduced herself. Mama Wang admired how beautiful the girl was, and she said not to bring anything next time, because she is a future member of their family. Asked Zhao to divide the gifts between the children. She said she would take the guests into the house for now. Mama Wang was surprised by such a strange coincidence. Two children at once, in one day, brought their halves to them. Zai asked who Ning Yi was. Lin said that she also grew up in an orphanage, but her university was in Yongcheng, and his in Zhonghai. Then he invited his girlfriend to come and see everything for themselves, too. While Lin and Zai went inside, Guo Ningyu and her boyfriend had already arrived at the gates of the orphanage. The girl handed the kids a bag of sweets. She was glad to return to her home at least for a day. But at this moment, several guys were looking at the car of the Ningyu guy with interest. Noticing this, he immediately yelled at them and told them to move away from his car and not touch it, otherwise they would wash it later. The girl, seeing Lin Yi, was very happy that her brother had also arrived. And then, seeing a beautiful companion with him, she asked if it was really his girlfriend. Could he introduce them? Zai greeted her and said that Lin had talked a lot about the girl and she was glad to meet her. Ningyu, tightly squeezing the girl's hand, said that she was very beautiful and she and Lin were very suitable for each other. The gentleman of this Ningyu greeted Miss Jai and introduced himself as Wang Tao. He wanted to reach out his hand to the girl to shake it, but Lin quickly pushed him away. He said that they are not strangers anymore, so they can without shaking hands. Wang was surprised by this turn of events. Men did not understand how this incompetent without parents found such a beautiful girl. Afterwards, for show, he said in front of everyone that he was going to donate 100,000 yuan to the shelter. Mom was very surprised. She said that he had already bought a lot of things for them, so there was no need. Lin put his arm around the woman's shoulders and said that if they give, then you need to take it because you don't look a gift horse in the teeth. The woman was even confused for a second. Wang Tao said that he had heard Lin had made a good living in Shanghai. Maybe he also wants to donate something to the shelter. Picking up the phone, Lin said that the man was right. He wants to donate 100 million yuan to the shelter. Hearing this big figure, Wang Tao was very surprised and did not believe it. He laughed and said that, apparently, the man was joking. He could donate such money except in his dreams. Then Mom started pulling Lin with her. She knew that he had just returned, so she asked him not to say such things. She offered the best so that everyone would go to eat. Wang Tao said that if Lin, working in Baba, could donate such an amount, he would donate 10 times more. Without thinking for a second, Lin agreed. Calling his assistant, he asked for the card details sent to transfer 100 million there. A couple of seconds later, the woman received a notification about the replenishment of the account. When she saw the amount, she was very shocked. The woman was worried that Lin Yi had indeed transferred 100 million to her. She almost lost consciousness of it. Van snatched the phone out of the woman's hands and said that this could not be, because how could the driver of a woman have such money? But after that, when he looked into the mobile phone, for a moment, he was speechless. Lin said that he had fulfilled his part of the promise. Now when will Wang begin to fulfill his part of the promise and make a donation? Zai sighed heavily and realized that this guy likes to deceive other people. Wang Tao was in a panic. He didn't know what to do now. The guy was sure that he didn't have that kind of money. Lin, arching at the guy, asked why he was silent. After all, he has so much money. But without answering anything, the guy said that he had some important things to do and he needed to leave. And then he quickly got into his car and sped off. Ning Yi wanted to stop him, but she didn't have time. Lin took her by the shoulder and told her to let him leave. After all, he was a bad person, and the girls will be better off without him. Then my mother was worried and asked Lin, "What kind of money is this and where are they from?" But her son hastened to calm her down. He told her that he had opened a small business, so they had nothing to worry about. Zai smiled and told her aunt that he was being modest. He had several big projects in Shanghai. The woman said that it wouldn't do. It's as much as 100 million. A very large amount. What should she do with it? She asked for Lin's account number. She wanted to return the money to him so that he could use it for his business. Lin hugged his mother and said that he already had enough money, so let her keep it for herself. Then he began to take the women into the building. As he said, her son still has things to do here, and he's hungry, so he needs to eat. The woman said that she stewed beef, so Lin will definitely like it. Soon they were all sitting at one big table in the dining room and eating delicious food from Mom. Sue asked Lin what his business was here. She just wanted to go to the branch in Yangcheng. It seemed to her that there were problems with the accounts. Therefore, if he could manage to go with her, then she would be happy. Lin believed that they probably already knew that Tsai had arrived and were ready for her visit. Sue told him not to worry, because no living soul could know that she was here. Lin laughed and said that she was still so naive. Lin Yi told Mom that they had already eaten and it was time for them to go on business. King Yan suddenly stood in front of the guy and his mom blocking the way. The girl confusedly said that before going, she needed to change her clothes. Lin had no choice but to just wait for the girl to change in the restroom. Yan opened the door a little and asked him to help her fasten the zipper, as it seems to her that she is stuck. Lin Yi gladly started helping the girl, but asked why she couldn't wear it like this. It always seemed to Yan that guys like to do such things. The guy, continuing to try to fasten the zipper, laughed and said that he likes to take off dresses and not put them on girls. Then I told her to wait, because I decided to bring scissors. The girl was very surprised, and did not understand why they were for him, because if he spoils her outfit, she will not be able to wear it. Lin smiled, pointing down, and said that the seams on her panties had split, so the thread was stuck in the zipper and it could not be pulled out without cutting. The girl was even more embarrassed, which amused the guy, and said that she understood everything, so she sent him for scissors. After a while, the guy came back with the scissors and got down to business. Yan was very nervous and waited for him to cope with this thread. But a little time, and he succeeded. After that, they arrived at Kaoyang, a branch in Yangcheng, and went to him. At the entrance, I was met by a girl who greeted Director Zai with a smile. They went inside and went to the meeting room where Wang Zhengyi, the vice president of Kaoyang branch, was. Well, like the others, I was surprised by Director Zai's visit and asked why she didn't notify them. Sue replied that she did not see the need for this, and then asked to bring her the report for this year's meeting room. After a while, the girl was brought to the meeting room with all the reports in folders and put the stacks on the table. The director began to carefully study all the documents. After that, she started shouting at Wang Zhengyi, saying that the company has a debt of more than 30 million. And also has problems with other accounts. So she calls the police. Suddenly, the door was opened from the foot by a big man with his men in suits and dark glasses. He was holding a baseball bat in his hands. Yan indignantly asked about the men who they were. The man said that they came for money because Wang Zheng owed them 1 million yuan. Therefore, they must immediately give them money. Otherwise, no one will leave here alive. The girl was at a loss and did not understand why he owed them. The man with his guys smiled maliciously and told the girl that she was very pretty, so if she agreed to spend one night with him, he would forgive the debt. The girl was very shocked by his words, and she was even scared. Lin Yi covered the girl with himself and replied that it seemed to him that Wang Zhengyi did not owe them anything. He thought that he had sent them here so that they would not call the police. The man hit his hand with a bat and asked what he was carrying, thinking that he wanted to die. Lin looked at the man contemptuously and asked how much Wang offered them, and then asked if 2 million would be enough for them to help take him to the police. The men were shocked by this offer and were very surprised. And then the happy ones said that this would be more than enough, so they would take him there alive or half dead. After that, Lin asked why they were still standing and sent them to Wang. Sue asked what they should do now. The guy told her to deal with the financial reports, because he himself would go and write a statement. Lin and Director Zai arrived at the police station. The guy said to act quietly because it is impossible for this case to become known to the public. Since if this is published in the newspaper, the market value of Koyang Company will fall. The girl thanked him for what he had done, because she did not know what she would have done without him. Lin told her to go, and he would solve the issue with Wang Zhengyi. The girl was a little scared and said that she would not let him go because she thought it was dangerous. Lin Yi gave the girl folders with documents in her hands. He told her not to worry because he had everything under control. Then he told her to go to the station first because you need to catch the criminal, otherwise it will be bad. Then the girl got out of the car, telling him to be careful, and he drove away. 3 hours later, he returned to Yan with Wang, who was handcuffed. The girl was waiting for him, sitting on a chair and holding a glass of water in her hands. When she saw him, she was very happy. She immediately ran to him and started asking if he was okay. He said that everything was fine with him and he had caught the criminal, so it remains only to hand him over to the police in the court. Wang Zhengyi, standing in handcuffs under police guard, apologized to Ms. Zai, saying that he could return all the money to them, give them the house and car so that they would not sue him. Director Zai got angry and looked at him, told him to shut up, because now only the court will decide what to do with him. Then she walked up to Lin, took his arm and said that she thought they were done here, so she offered to stop by the shelter and say goodbye to his mom, and then returned to Shanghai. The guy gladly agreed. After a while, they took a taxi to Yunshui. Yan told the guy that she wanted to cook dinner in gratitude to him. Lin was very surprised and could not believe that she could cook. The girl winked and said that she cooks very tasty, so he will lick his fingers. After some time, a girl in a beautiful dress was carrying plates and said that everything was ready and it was time to try her dishes. Lin and Sue at the table opposite each other. The guy tasted the dish and was delighted with how delicious it turned out to be. Yan was very pleased with herself and told the guy to keep eating. Lin said he saw her talking on the phone, so he asked how the situation was with Wang Zhengyi. She smiled and said that if nothing happens, then tomorrow all the evidence will be handed over to the court. The guy was surprised because it was very fast. The girl looked at the guy and said that she was the director of the company for a reason. Lin Yi finished his portion completely and leaned back in his chair, stroking his stomach. He said that he did not expect that she was so good at cooking, and also that he should treat her now as a princess and encourage her somehow. Yan said that he helped her so much with the company. The guy got up from the table and approached the girl. He patted her on the head and said it didn't matter, so she should wait for encouragement. Yan asked what encouragement was waiting for her because he looked very mysterious. Lin didn't answer her question, but just kissed her. The girl blushed with surprise. After that, the guy picked her up and lifted her in his arms. Holding her in his arms, he admired her beautiful eyes. The pink blush did not leave Yan's cheeks, and she asked who was being encouraged by him or her now. Although a moment later she was, it doesn't matter anymore, because the most important thing for her was that he was happy. Lin also didn't say a word, but only kissed her gently again. Then they turned off the light in the room. The next morning, the guy woke up and looked around, found that he was alone in bed. He began to yawn, surprised that the girl had left for work so early. Suddenly the phone rang, and he drew attention to his phone lying on the bedside table. He answered the call and put the phone to his ear. He was greeted and informed about his position at Shanghai Pedagogical University, saying that he could start working from tomorrow. The next day, Lin Yi arrived at Shanghai Pedagogical University. There were a lot of pretty students near him who communicated with each other. Lin immediately noticed how many young people are here. The phone rang. The guy answered. Yan called him. She said she had to go on business and asked him to take her. Lin was a little confused and said he couldn't do it. After all, now he works as a teacher at the university, and today is his first day, so he does not want to be late. The students who were standing next to the guy did not take their eyes off him, calling him handsome. One of the girls said that if it was a teacher from their university, then she would not miss any of his classes. Lin went to the office and when he arrived, introduced himself and said that he was new. The man sitting next to him recognized him and introduced himself as Li Xingbin. And then he pointed to the woman and said that it was their dean, Mrs. Sousa. Looking at Lin, she said that she didn't care who had arranged for him here, but he would work a lot. She also said that she had a task for him, and as soon as he completed it, he would be able to start classes. He needs to arrange graduates for an internship. She handed over a list of senior graduates specializing in hotel management. The intern's salary should be at least 3,000. Accommodation and meals should be included. Lin smiled nervously and thought that she was deliberately complicating his work. After all, why should he, a physical education teacher, do this, and also had no idea where such a high salary of an intern is now in the labor market. A few meters away from them, a man said that Dean Su most of all hates people who get settled here by acquaintance. Therefore, it seemed to him that this guy would not stay here for a few days. Li Xingbin told the guy that he could not help him with this task, but he could give him a few ideas. For example, that he should better focus on 3-star hotels. Lin thanked the man and said he would go and contact whoever he could. After leaving the office, he called Wang Tianlong and said that he would send him geolocation, so he should come. The guy was there for half an hour. He ran to Mr. Lin and asked what his orders would be. Lin hugged the guy tightly so that no one could hear their conversation and began to tell him his plan. After that, the two of them went to Dean Su's office. The woman looked at them, got angry and asked why Lin brought an outsider, because it's against the rules. Lin smiled and said that he had to negotiate for the internship, so the internship came to her by herself. Wang, looking at the woman, thought that this was the boss's new girlfriend. It seemed to him that she was terrifying. Dean Su was so shocked that she even got up from her chair, because she could not believe that he was able to agree on this. Lin continued to smile and introduced her to Wang Tianlong. The manager of the Bandao Hotel said that he did not know the details, so she could talk to him about everything herself. The girl was very surprised. Wang said that the intern's salary will be 3,500, including food and accommodation, but if suddenly she is not satisfied with the price, then they will talk about it. The girl Sistema appeared again and congratulated the guy on his new profession, informing him of a reward of 200 skill points, and also said that the career was completed by 20%. The guy was very surprised, because the Research Institute is a rather unusual award. Li Xingbin asked teacher Lin why he suddenly froze. Lin decided to say that he was thinking. The man called him very cool, because he works only half a day, and has already solved a very difficult task. After a while, Wang came up to Lin and said that they had already discussed everything, so he was leaving. Lin, happy, immediately looked at the dean and asked if he could start work tomorrow. The woman was slightly displeased, but said that he could start work tomorrow. Lin smiled and waved and said that then he was going home. Dean Su told teacher Li to make a schedule for teacher Lin. The subject is physical education. The man said that the attendance of physical education classes is less than 30%, and if the attendance is less than 95%, then the salary will be halved. The woman looked ahead and said that initially he was a physical education teacher, and now he is making schedules. Lin went to Wangjiang Port and walked through the parking lot. Suddenly, a car drove 10 centimeters in front of him, which almost hit him. A voice came from the car, shouting that he should look at the road and not scratch the car. Lin jumped back and wondered what kind of car it was, because he didn't even notice it. He exhaled and smiled, told the driver to calm down, because he wouldn't scratch her. The girl named Zhu Yin got out of the car and started talking about how her car was worth more than 1 million, and if he scratched it, he wouldn't be able to pay for the rest of his life. Lin continued to smile sweetly and said that it was an ordinary A8, and he didn't show off like that when he drove the Pagani. But the girl continued to humiliate the guy, not believing that he was driving a Pagani, so she said that it was in his dreams. The guy was depressed and didn't understand why people were so angry now. Meanwhile, people had already gathered in the meeting room. The door opened and Zhu Kaiyan walked into the hall. The man asked her why she was late, because it was lucky that Mr. Lin had not come yet. The girl apologized and said that she was detained by some freak in the parking lot for a few minutes. She turned her attention to Director Guan and asked why she still hadn't left, because she should have been prepared to lose. But the director of Yalosheji, Guanya, replied that foreigners will never understand the Chinese market and the preferences of their people. This angered Zhu Kaiyan, and she said they would wait and see. Suddenly the doors open and Director Lin is escorted into the hall. When the guy entered the room, Zhu immediately recognized him. She did not expect that he was the director. Lin turned to the man behind whom Zhu was standing and asked if the girl was an employee of their company. The man replied that Zhu Kaiyan was their chief designer, as well as that she was known in wide circles. Lin pushed the chair away from the table and said that since she was so famous, she would easily find another job, because they were all no longer welcome here. The girl immediately began to apologize, saying that she had made a huge mistake, apologized for it very much and begged for another chance. Lin coolly looked at her and said that with such an attitude towards other people, they did not belong here, so he asked not to waste his time anymore. Their company immediately left the premises, so the only other one remained. Lin asked to get down to business immediately without exchanging pleasantries. Guan immediately approached him with her folder. I started telling him my plan, showing him all the details on the map in order to make the port the largest in the world. I told him their design concept, considering the specific location. Lin said that the idea was very good and asked what the scale of the project would be if he gave them 200 million to implement. The girl thought that the director was very rich, because 200 million was quite a lot. After thinking carefully, she replied that the 5th place in the world would be guaranteed. Lin folded his hands and asked if they had enough confidence to guarantee that the port would be a leader in the industry for more than 10 years if he gave them 800 million to implement the project. The girl, along with her colleagues, was shocked to hear the huge amount that the guy is ready to give. After that, she said that if Mr. Lin really can allocate 800 million, then she will be absolutely sure that Wangjiang Port will be the leader in the industry for 10 years. Hearing this, the guy leaned his hand on the table and got up from the table, saying that in that case they agreed. He headed for the exit and told them to go prepare a plan because he would pay 200 million in advance for the project. Everyone present thought he was very cool. Lin was walking down the corridor and his phone rang. He received a call from Sun Fui, deputy director of the Lunsen Research Institute. He said that since he had acquired this institute, he should bring him up to date. Lin replied that in that case he would drive up to the right place tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Early the next morning, Lin went to work and wished good morning to the dean with a sweet smile. Dean Su still looked stern and said that the morning was not so good, and also told him to start preparing for class. Lin happily took out a book from his backpack and said that he had already prepared. The woman informed him that according to the school rules, if the attendance of his discipline is below 95%, then he should not expect any bonuses. The guy replied that he was not interested in the salary, because he did not need it, so attendance did not matter to him. Dean Su got angry and said she didn't know what he was interested in there, but he should teach his discipline well and follow the rules. Lin was a little scared, and said that he understood everything, so he would follow the rules, and also asked where his class would take place. Professor Lei replied that the lecture hall was on the 3rd floor. Lin was heading straight down the corridor. Towards him were female students who greeted him. He smiled sweetly at them and greeted them in return. The girls were slightly embarrassed, and when they saw the textbook in his hands, they pointed at him and asked if he was going to class. Lin replied that he teaches physical education and is now going to class. The girls asked where it would take place, and also said that they would come to support it. He replied that it would be in the lecture hall on the 3rd floor. After that, the girls went on and waved to the teacher and said they would definitely come. After the guy left further, the girls took out their phones and began to write a message that they now have a new beautiful teacher. The girl offered to check in with him in class and told everyone to come to the lecture hall on the 3rd floor. Lin came to the lecture hall. There were several people sitting there. Dean Su followed him. She said that there were only 30 students present. She believed that he would not be able to overcome the mark of even 50 people. But suddenly they heard a noise and turned around, looking towards the exit. A huge number of people began to enter the audience. Teacher Li was surprised and did not understand where so many of them came from. Dean Su stood in shock, not understanding what was going on. Teacher Li said that, apparently, Teacher Lin attracted female students with his appearance. But the guys also came into the audience, which the woman could not understand in any way. Because if everything was clear with the girls, then not with the guys. Lee said the boys came after the girls. The bell rang. The hall was completely filled with students. Teacher Lee told Ms. Su that it was time for them because the auditorium was crowded and there was no need to count the students. But Dean Su decided that she wanted to monitor the class on her own to make sure that everything was fine. Lin informed the students that he would start naming names, and in case they didn't hear their own, they should come up and enter. Half an hour later, Teacher Lin called the number 124, and the girl began to enter her name. Dean Su told the guy to stop writing names and start doing his class. Lin was a little confused, but listened to the dean. But suddenly one of the students said that she should write her name in case the teacher forgets her. Another student also started shouting that she was sure that Mr. Lin himself knew how to teach. Therefore, Dean Su should not interfere. The students looked at the dean with great anger, creating a murderous atmosphere. Teacher Lee told Dean Su that they should leave after all. The woman finally listened and said that let it be as Mr. Lin says. After a while, one of the students informed the teacher that they had all signed up. Lin Philip, my God, she's saying that finally they will enter the class. But suddenly one of the students told the teacher that she still hadn't signed up. Lin scratched his head and looked at the students and decided that he would hold a roll call. But I didn't have time to do it until the end because the bell rang. He said that was all for today, and they would continue in the next lesson. The students looked at the teacher with loving eyes and already began to count the time until the next lesson. Teacher Lai and Dean Su returned to see how things were going. The man said it was the first time he had seen such a group. It was amazing. Lin looked at the dean and asked if the attendance of his classes was normal. The woman was surprised at first, and then with a certain anger said that it corresponded. Lin smiled and said that in this case he was leaving, because he had no more classes for today. Teacher Lee said that he seemed to understand what was going on. He decided that if he behaved as casually with the female sex, they would reach out to him themselves. Suddenly, women's hands grabbed Lin's hand and pulled him in their direction. It turned out to be a girl. She congratulated the gentleman on the end of the first lesson in his teaching career. And she also said that her career is 40% complete and the reward for this is the memory of an expert. The guy asked what the memory of an expert is and how it differs from the memory of a sage. The girl snuggled up to the guy and began to say that sages have a broad but inaccurate memory, and experts have special knowledge in a certain area. Hugging the girl, she added that therefore he should use the memory of an expert to become a professional in any field. Lin decided to hug the girl and ask if she knows someone who is well versed in microchips. She replied that it was the father of microchips, Jackson Kilby. After that, the guy said he wanted to choose him. After the guy chose an expert, his knowledge was successfully uploaded. Lin immediately felt the amount of knowledge he had received. He decided that with them he would definitely be able to make a huge breakthrough in chip technology. After some time, he arrived at the Lunsen Research Institute. At this time in the director's office, an employee of the institute, Liu Ying, heard that someone bought the institute, so she asked Director Sun who did it. The director replied that it was a rich young guy. Liu Ying and Deputy Director Liu Chu were surprised. The director of the research institute, Sun Fuyu, looked at his watch and said that he had made an appointment with this guy and assumed that he would be here soon. Liu Ying got a little angry because she didn't understand why the rich man needed their institute. She decided that because of him they were all finished now. Director Sun said the girl is not worried because they should calmly react in this situation, since the guy may not be so bad. Liu Chu told the director that it is difficult to remain optimistic when the affairs of the institute will be led by an amateur. There was a sudden deathly silence in the room. After a while, Lin called the institute and said that he had arrived, so they prepared to meet him. Director Sun, smiling, greeted Mr. Lin and introduced himself, saying that they were already waiting for him. And then I offered to show him everything here. They started to inspect all the rooms, and the guy said that the equipment here was a little outdated. The director said that he probably doesn't know much about their industry and said that this equipment is very expensive. Then Director Sun gave the guys the documents that contained the entire current situation of the institute and asked what he thought about it. Lin replied that he could not say for sure because he needed to organize his thoughts, so he would return to them in a few days. Director Sun put his palm on his chest and said that they would definitely listen to everything when he returned. Deputy Director Liu Chu interrupted their conversation and said that as an employee he wanted to say a few words to Mr. Lin. He went on to say that the institute has its own scientific research areas, and he does not want him to interfere much in their work, so he hoped that he would allow them to do what they want. Lin turned around and, looking at the man, asked what kind of education he had. He replied that he studied at Fudan University and received a Doctor of Computer Communications. Lin looked at him with contempt and said that if he hadn't told him, he would have thought it was a kindergarten diploma. The deputy director stood his ground and told the guy that he knew he had a lot of money, but he was a gifted graduate of Fudan University, so he had no right to insult him. Lin said that he did not insult him, but only despised such brainless people like him. Liu Chu was stung by these words, and he stood in confusion. The guy started saying that he had acquired this institute, and it was completely at his disposal, and Liu Chu dared to tell him, so if he wanted, he could leave, because no one was keeping him here. Director Sun jumped into their conversation and told Mr. Lin that Liu was just worried about the institute and did not mean anything bad by his words. Liu Chu said that when he solves the last problem of the project he is working on, he will be able to make a breakthrough in chip technology, so if he leaves, the losses will be immeasurable. Lin continued to look at the man and decided that he thought that the earth would stop rotating without him. Liu Chu angrily started shouting that the project could not be completed without him. Lin asked Director Sun what project he was talking about. He replied that the preliminary work on the project has been completed, but the control unit program is still in development, because the program they wrote is not suitable for the control unit. Lin asked what is the degree of difficulty in this work. Director Sun replied that it was very high, because this is the most important stage in the study of microcircuits. Lin decided to sit down at his work computer to look at this program. The director decided to ask what kind of education he had. The guy replied that he had a bachelor's degree in marketing from Zhonghai University. Director Sun could not imagine such an answer at all and was simply shocked. But I decided that let him try and did not interfere. Deputy Director Liu Chu decided that Mr. Lin is an amazing person, because with the education of a marketer, he even knows the programming language. The director carefully studied what the guy was doing and decided to ask about the code that he had just changed. He said he would help them set it up so that there would be no more errors. Lin replied that it is used to fix errors in their source code. But in addition, there are many errors in DFT, FLOORPLAN, CTS, parasitic parameters, and so on. After a while everything was ready. Lin finished writing the code and said they could do the check themselves. Liu Chu asked the guy if he needed to check again, and he replied that there was no need because he had finished. Director Sunday sat down at the computer to check and made sure that the program was perfect. Therefore, he said that they already know what to do next. Lin looked at Liu Chu and said that he had solved his problem, informed him that he could leave now. After that, he turned to the director and said to check all the old equipment and replace it with a new one. Director Sun said that if you replace everything, it will cost at least 30 million yuan and he is afraid that it is too much. But the guy put his hand on his shoulder and said that he would transfer 50 million to replace, and also give each of them a bonus of 500,000, and if suddenly there was not enough money, he said to contact him. The happy director thanked Mr. Lin and said that on behalf of the Research Institute, he would like to express his gratitude for the trust placed in him. Lu Ying came up to the guy and bowed, began to say that she wanted to apologize to him for her behavior, as well as that she would like to ask him a few questions about work. Lin showed her his phone with a QR code and said that it was his contact information, so she could send him her questions at any time. After that, the guy went to the door and said that it was time for him, and they could call him if anything happened. The director asked him to wait, because he wanted to see him off. They talked all the way on the way out of the institute. Lin saw two men on the territory. It was Zhao Kai, the rector of the university, and the chief secretary, Zhu Zhenj. The rector greeted the director and said that he was from Zhonghai Pedagogical University. Director Sun recognized him, because he called him a few days ago with a request to borrow a laboratory. But he said that this institute was bought, so he does not have the authority to do this. The director introduced Lin and said that he was now the new head of their institute, so they needed to talk to him about the laboratory. The guy with a smile stretched out his hand to greet the rector. The latter shook his hand and said that they would pay for the use of the laboratory. But Lin said that there was absolutely no need to pay, because the institute was going to throw out the old equipment, so it's better to let it go to the needs of the university. The equipment was used for the development of microchips. It is very well preserved, so it is suitable for scientific research. The rector thanked the guy and said that he had helped them a lot. Zhu Zhenj decided to ask the guy if they had met before, because he looks very familiar. Lin said that he had a good memory, because a few days ago they met in the Human Resources Department of the university. The rector immediately attacked the guy. After learning that he teaches at their university, he began to ask why he works for them, because he acquired the Lunsen Research Institute. Lin smiled and said he was just gaining experience. The rector said that he had donated such a large amount of equipment and made an incredible contribution to the scientific research of the school, so he asked what he thought about being promoted to the position of vice rector. The guy thanked the rector for his kindness, but said that he did not want to attract much attention to himself. The man said he understood his modesty, so they would sign the contract in private and asked Ju to prepare the papers. The next day, Lin was at the university. He decided to sit down at the computer to work. Suddenly, the door opens with a foot. An aggressive Fu Jia-jun enters the office. Lai informed teacher Fu that the dean had not yet arrived, but he said with great anger that he was not here because of the dean, but pointing to Lin, said that he had come to him. The guy got up from his seat and asked who he was and why he had come to him. Continuing to point at him with his finger, he said that he had heard that he was a novice and was causing Dean Su a lot of trouble. Lin did not understand at all what was the matter and why such accusations against him. The Fu teacher repeated that there were a lot of problems from the guy, so he ordered him to leave the university. Lin understood that nothing would happen to him, so with a little excitement he began to look at the situation, thinking that this man considers himself better than him. Teacher Lai told Lin not to say anything about this man, because this gentleman's uncle is acting as vice rector and has great power. At that moment, the door opened and Dean Su entered the office. She saw teacher Fu and asked why he was here, because she told him not to come to her office. The man told her not to worry, because if Lin hurt her, he would kill him. But the woman said that she and Mr. Lin have a good working relationship. Dean Su came closer to Lin and, taking his hand, began to snuggle. Lin did not expect such behavior from the dean, and she, hugging him, told teacher Fu that it did not concern him. Fu Jia-jun was furious and told her that Lin would ruin the reputation of the university, so he should not be left. After teacher Fu left the office, Dean Su turned to Lin and began to justify herself by saying that she simply did not want him to molest her. The guy smiled and said that he was only glad to serve such a beauty. Dean Su looked at Lin with a smile and thought that he no longer seemed so annoying to her. Suddenly the phone rang. Dean Su's phone rang. The woman answered and was told that Mr. Lai was calling teacher Lin to the vice rector's office. She turned to the guy and informed him that he had been asked to come into Mr. Lai's office. The man standing next to him said that he should go and apologize to them, otherwise he would not be able to stay at school. Lin immediately afterwards went to the vice rector's office. When he opened the door, he saw the Fu teacher, who with a certain joy and anger told him that he was being fired. Lin looked at the vice rector with a small degree of composure and decided to find out the reason for his dismissal. Vice rector Lai Daxian replied to him that he thought that with his academic qualifications, a university job was not suitable for him. Therefore, he believes that he should find another job. Lin apologized and, picking up the phone, said that he needed to answer the message. There was a correspondence with the rector on the phone. The guy wrote that he would not be able to sign the contract because he was fired in the office of the vice rector. The man looked at the guy with displeasure and asked what kind of arrogance it was, because he was still his vice rector. A moment later, the door opened abruptly and the rector entered the office, asking what was going on here. The vice rector, seeing Rector Zhao, apologized for the fact that they were talking too loudly and interrupted him. He pointed to teacher Lin and said that he did not think he was suitable for working at their university. The rector ordered him to shut up and started talking about how hard he was trying to get Lin to become their new vice rector, and he wanted to fire him. The vice rector and the teacher of Fu did not expect this and were very surprised. Then Rector Zhao said that Lin Yi is the head of the Longsong Research Institute and his competence is beyond doubt, unlike their personal qualities, which do not correspond to their position in society. Therefore, he asked them to voluntarily write a letter of resignation, which finally scared the vice rector and the Fu teacher. The vice rector started apologizing to Rector Zhao on his knees and asking for a second chance. But the rector refused, saying that he was constantly covering for Fu Jia-jun, so he gave him enough chances anyway. After these words, the vice rector got angry and slapped his nephew on the cheek, because he broke his career. Rector Zhu looked at Lin and said that the man had treated him unfairly, so in retaliation he could take his position as vice rector. But the guy refused, because he just wanted to work as a teacher. The rector told Lin Yi that if he wanted to, they could keep his promotion a secret. After that the guy agreed and did not mind. Dean Su and teacher Lai were in the office worrying about Lin Yi. The door opened and the rector entered the office with a guy. Dean Su was surprised by the rector's appearance, and he said that on the way here he met Mr. Lin and decided to go with him. She said they were glad to see him. The rector decided to announce that Lai Daxian and Fu Jia-jun had been dismissed. The dean was shocked by this news, because they could not have predicted such an outcome of events at all. The reactor went on to say that, in addition, Mr. Lin was appointed vice rector, so they can work with him in the same office. Dean Su said there would be no problem with that. Then the rector started to leave, telling them to get to work. Teacher Lai approached Lin, who was sitting in a chair with his hands behind his head, and asked how it happened that he was not fired, but promoted. The guy replied that everything was simple, because Dean Zhao clarified the situation and rehabilitated him. Suddenly, the girl Systema appeared and congratulated the gentleman on completing the hidden task and said that the career was completed by 60%. After all, he became the vice rector of the university, so he receives the center as a reward. The guy was overjoyed because this is almost a $15 billion financial center. A little time passed, Lin got a call. He was asked when it would be convenient for him to discuss the formalities regarding the purchase of the financial center building. He replied that he would be comfortable tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. As the call ended, the guy was looking at the phone and thinking that this financial center building appeared at the right time. He decided that he now has too many businesses, and he needs to create a corporation to integrate these businesses. Lin Yi entered his new office, where Dean Su was unexpectedly changing clothes for him. The girl, seeing him, started screaming and asking where he came from. The guy laughed and said that this is now his office too. Dean Su, covering herself, immediately began pushing him in the back towards the exit, telling him not to look at her, and left the office. After she escorted him out, she slammed the door. Lin Yi, smiling, scratched his head in embarrassment, thinking that he wasn't even going to look at her. Lin Yi arrived at the banquet hall, where many people in luxurious dresses and suits had already gathered. When the guy went inside, everyone immediately began to look at him, because in the eyes of the girls he was incredibly handsome. Zai was standing in the company of several girls, but when she turned around, she immediately noticed Lin Yi. The girl was calling the guy to her with her whole appearance, but he mentally asked her to wait a little. After all, he was very hungry, so he decided to eat first and then go to the girl. While he was standing at the buffet and putting various snacks on his plate, a girl came up to him and asked him for WeChat, but he gently refused with a sweet smile. After that, the girl began to walk away aggressively, saying that he was a beggar and was making himself out not to understand what. Lin initially didn't understand what he was building, but then it dawned on him that he had hurt her pride. He heard the conversation of the girls who were standing next to Zai. One of the girls said that Yalo Sheji had received a major project worth 800 million yuan. Su said that this is a port reconstruction project. Lin wondered if this was the design company he had chosen. After that, the general director of the Zhonghai Qingfeng Engineering Company, Y Zai Yong, approached Zai and asked if the girl was interested in this project. The guy said that if she wanted to join the project, then he could come up with a way to do it. Zai asked him not to laugh, but asked why he didn't take it on himself. Besides, she didn't know what kind of connections he had. Lin Yi watched them from afar and didn't understand who this guy was. Y told Su that his sister holds a senior position in Yalo Sheji, and he alone cannot cope with such a large project. The girl decided to ask if he could come to her company the other day, discuss it if he had a desire. Y started to hold out his hand to the girl and said that it was better to talk about such a project at dinner. Lin came up to them and stretched out his hand, stopping Y's hand, and covered Lady Zai with himself. Then he told her to forget about these fantasies, because she didn't have time for dinner with him, so he shouldn't even think about it. Y was indignant and asked why suddenly there was no time for him. But there was time for this guy. Zai hugged Lin and told Mr. Y that she had recently arranged a meeting with Lin Yi, so, unfortunately, she would have to refuse him. Y said it was a big arrogance to miss out on a project worth several hundred million. Lin asked him who told him that they would be allowed to work with the Yalo Sheji project. After all, Kwei & Company is also great for this. Y laughed and said he was joking. But Lin wasn't joking and told him that if he didn't believe, he could call his sister. He immediately dialed her number on the phone and said that they would find out everything now. He told his sister that he was calling about the Wangjiang port reconstruction project and asked if they had a suitable candidate for the engineering part of the project. The girl said that this is a very strange question, because he always helps her with projects. Lin just gave his name, and the girl on the phone recognized him immediately. Y looked at the phone in surprise and asked his sister how she knew this man. She replied that the port of Wangjiang belongs to Lin Yi and it was he who entrusted her with this project. Y silently looked at Lin in shock, because he could not imagine that the owner of the port of Wangjiang was in front of him. Zai also did not expect this, because the guy did not tell her about it. Lin turned to Y and asked if he now understood what decisions he could make. The guy started apologizing to Mr. Lin, saying that he was very sorry. and also what a person is, how he should forgive him, because one should not descend to his level. Lin said he would forgive him, but ordered him out. The young man immediately started running towards the exit, leaving the couple together. Lin told Sue that he had already eaten and would go to the restroom, so he would wait for her there. He started walking slowly towards the room. All the girls were looking at him, admiring his charisma and saying that Director Zai had her eye on an extraordinary guy. The girl came to the VIP lounge. The door was not closed, so the girl easily opened the door by pushing with her palm. When she entered the room, she saw how the guy was lying on the couch and sleeping. She went to the sofa and knelt down, sitting opposite the guy to admire how he sleeps. The guy suddenly picked her up in his arms. As it seemed, he pretended to be asleep and surprised the girl very much. The girl was surprised because Lin Yi, as it turns out, bought the port of Wangjiang, and she didn't hear about it. Sue wondered how he could manage to do both what he liked and work. After all, it was very difficult to combine all this. Hugging the girl, the guy explained that his job is what he likes. Zai said that a job is a job, and she will do her job perfectly, especially the Wangjiang project. He took the girl by the chin and, pulling her to him, the guy playfully asked if he really said he would give the project to her. She pinched him in the side and said that if he didn't give her the project, he would sleep on the couch. The next second, he jumped up, standing over her and said that she was a little brat, and it was too cruel. Then he began to tickle her furiously. The girl quickly gave up under his oppression and admitted defeat. Then he kissed her gently on the lips. Without distracting himself from the process, he asked to find time to talk to Guanya from Yalo Sheji. He'll say hi to her later. Pushing the man, the girl laughed and thanked Lin. Once on the other side, she said that there would be a surprise now and let him not close his eyes. The next day, Yuandong Company. Lin arrived at the main office early in the morning. Suddenly a woman's voice called his name. Turning around, he saw Mo Qingwen. She was once his most beautiful classmate. The girl was glad to see him because it had been a year since they graduated from university. The girl asked what he had been doing all this time. Lin said that he is now a physical education teacher. The girl was surprised, and then said that, apparently, he does not earn a lot of money. The girl mocked him, because he had the best grades, and now he works as a teacher. And she was the worst in the group, but now she earns 200,000 yuan a year. It turns out that life is very unpredictable. After the girl asked what he was doing here, he smiled and said that she wouldn't believe him if he told her that he was here for business. After that, they noticed a crowd of people in front of the entrance. Lin asked what was wrong with them. The girl explained that it was all because some mysterious rich man had bought their business center, and today he would come to settle the formalities. She happily said that their vice president Luo Wang, along with other company executives, were already standing at the door ready to greet him. Hearing this, Lin was very surprised. Suddenly a man called out to the girl and asked why she was still here. It was Ren Zhongzhu, the manager of the marketing department. The girl explained that she just met her classmate, so they had a nice chat. After that, she introduced her boyfriend and asked why they didn't have dinner together today, because at dinner, they could talk about getting Lin a new job, to which her boyfriend categorically immediately said no. Ren stated that he only dines with the rich and successful, and he would have dinner with him as a waste of time. Then he left, because the mysterious rich man was supposed to be here soon. The girl was confused because of her boyfriend's answer. Afterwards, she said goodbye to Lin Yi as she also had things to do. The guy stood and looked at it, completely not understanding what it was now. At the entrance to the building, a column of men stood ready to greet. Coming closer, asked Lin if they are also going to meet him solemnly. After all, it's not such a big deal to buy a building. Turning around, Jen and his girlfriend noticed an approaching guy. Jen immediately shouted for King Wen to stop her classmate. After all, he was clearly up to something bad, so it was necessary to drive him away. The girl, pushing Lin, said that he needed to leave soon. After all, this is not the place he needed. Suddenly a man called the girl and asked what she was doing. Mo Qingwen tried to explain to Mr. Luo that it was just her classmate who was a little out of his mind, and she would take him away from here right away. Suddenly a man ran up and shouted for the guards to quickly take this madman away from here. And at the same moment, Mr. Luo hit this man in the face. Sitting on the ground and holding his head with his hand, the man asked through tears, why did Mr. Luo hit him? The man said it was Mr. Lin who bought their building, and how dare he call Mr. Lin crazy. He ordered him to pack his things right away and get out of here. Mo was shocked and asked, did Lin really buy their building? The guy said that he initially explained everything to her that way, but she didn't believe him. Getting up from the ground, the man smiled affably and, turning to Mr. Lin, said that it was quite noisy upstairs. After that, he invited everyone to get together for dinner and promised that the gentleman would not be bored in any case. Lin looked at him reproachfully and asked if he really thought he was worthy of having dinner with him. After these words, the man seemed to have fallen through the ground. Mr. Luo told Lin not to pay attention to them. Then he offered to go to the meeting room first and write a contract. Lin agreed. Entering the meeting room, there was a huge pile of papers on the table. Lin was surprised by such a large volume, and only after half an hour Lin was able to straighten his back, finally finishing everything to the end. Signed. Luo congratulated Mr. Lin and asked if he could find out something. When the building was in his possession, did he have anyone who could represent this property? Lin asked with interest, does he really have someone to recommend? The man said that his wife's brother owns a real estate management company, and if Mr. Lin does not have a suitable candidate, then he can consider this option. Lin said that since Mr. Luo recommended him, then let him contact him. At this time, the man was already leaving this company with boxes of his belongings. Addressing the girl, he said that she could not worry. He could still earn money and, having settled in another company, would continue to provide for her. To which the girl replied that the guy thinks too much and it seems to her that they are not suitable for each other, so she offered to break up. He was surprised, because hadn't she recently said that she wanted to marry him? The girl explained that Lin wrote her a love letter when they were at university. She is sure that he has never forgotten about her, so she will stay with him. The man was very offended. He did not suspect that she was such a terrible person. After that, without thinking twice, she went to the trash can and threw out his things. Suddenly, she noticed from afar how two men were approaching. She immediately took out the powder to clean herself up. After she ran up to Lin Yi, the man was not very friendly. He met her and asked why she had not left yet, to which the girl happily stated that she had just broken up with Ren Zhongzhu. Lin asked indifferently, and how does this relate to him? The girl said that he had written her a love letter once, and now she decided to give him a chance. Lin stood in surprise and listened to her, and then he said reproachfully that he wrote this letter to Zhang Song, and not to her. Hearing this, the girl was immediately covered in cold sweat. There were chuckles behind him. People said that this girl loves herself too much. This was the essence of some women. When guys don't have money, they just ignore them. And when they do, they fly in like flies. Then Lin turned around and just left. Without saying a word, he got into his car and was about to leave. The girl quickly ran up and sat down on the seat next to us. She said she had just been fired, so at least let him take her home. Lin Yi was taken aback by such impudence. He glared at her and asked if he really had to take her. The girl pretended to be innocent. She said they were classmates, so why didn't he give her a ride? Li calmly took out his phone. The girl said, is he really booking them a room? And then she added that it's not necessary, she can do it anywhere. After calling Lin on the phone, he said hello and said that a girl was sitting in his car and did not want to get out. He is now near the entrance of Yuandong. The girl was instantly scared and asked if he had called the police. Lin said yes, and what's the big deal? Having understood everything, the girl said that it was not necessary and immediately flew out of the car. This evening, Lin arrived at one of the central streets of the city. Having parked, he immediately gathered all the attention of passing onlookers. At this time, some strange man was swearing at a defenseless girl. He said he just bought this car, therefore, she must answer for the damage she caused him. The girl told the man not to shout at her, because she did not run away and was going to pay for her. But suddenly the man was transformed and with a bawdy look said that he did not think that the girl could afford to pay such a sum. And then he suggested that they could agree on another way. The girl was surprised and asked how. Then he said that he needed a secretary who would carry out his personal assignments. Grabbing the girl tightly by the hand, he said that he would slowly deduct money from her salary. Struggling, she insulted the man, saying that she did not agree to his terms. But he clearly had other plans. At this time he took out a handkerchief from his pocket. Holding her hand tightly, he promised that he would organize a fun evening for the girls now. Then he applied the cloth tightly to her nose. In just a matter of seconds, her body went limp. The man laughed angrily and was pleased with his act. Eyewitnesses were surprised by everything that happened. The girl at this time began to lose her balance. At the same time, people were standing near the sports car and admired this car. Lin has long been used to being given excessive attention. The girl continued to get worse. Suddenly she managed to break free and run away. While running away from the man, the girl ran into Lin Yi. Leaning on him, she asked how they got here. The guy explained that he was just passing by. And then the worried one asked what happened to her hand. Why is it red? Losing consciousness, the girl said that she was molested by a man. Lin asked Wang Ying to explain to him what was going on. She told me that she had left her motorcycle here, and this man said that he was knocked over by the wind on the car and left a scratch. Now the man wanted her to pay for it. Lin thought about it and said that today is very hot and windless weather, how could a motorcycle fall? Then he noticed a camera on the building and said that it was possible to see what had happened here. Realizing this, the man hesitated. He quickly began to lift the motorcycle and say that he would find a service to repair the car himself. Then Lin stopped him and asked where he was in a hurry. What if an offense was committed here? After these words, the man fell to his knees and asked not to call the police, because he has children and parents to take care of. Lin decided to let the man go for the sake of his family. He promised that next time he would definitely send him to the police station. The girl complained to Lin that she was dizzy. She was getting stuffy, so she decided to unbutton her jacket. Holding the girl Lin, he said that he would take her home. Already in the car, Lin asked where she lived. But it was difficult for the girl to navigate now. Then the guy asked why she, now being a manager in the sales department, could not buy a car. Wang Ying said that buying a car right after the promotion is a bad idea. Lin said that if she was worried about what others would think, then let her stop. She needed to think about her comfort. And then he promised that he would take her to a car dealership sometime. After recovering a little, the girl said that she didn't have any money at all for that old man's new car. She doesn't know what she would have done if Lin hadn't helped her today. She might have had to pay with her body. Lin got angry and said that in prison she would pay with her body, but here, on the outside, a good lawyer would help her. After these words, the girl looked at the guy carefully. Unbuttoning the top buttons of her blouse, the girl said that then in this way she could thank Lin. Hearing this, the guy got angry and told Wang Ying to control herself, because they were almost at her house. Having brought the girl home, he turned on the light in the room. After that, he involuntarily began to look around. There was a little mess all over the room. The girl immediately began to collect the scattered things, saying how embarrassed she was in front of Lin. The guy said it was okay, because it was exactly the same at his house. Take off your clothes. The girl said that she was very hot, and she would go take a bath, but for now let him sit because later she would feed him dinner. Sighing heavily, Lin Yi agreed, then sat down on the sofa. He felt that he had no other way out and he would have to wait for the girl. After getting comfortable, he decided to pass the time by playing mobile games. Suddenly the girl came out of the shower wrapped up with just one towel. She asked the guy to check if she had a fever. Seeing her, Lin Yi was a little confused. It was obvious that the girl really had a fever. He quickly laid her on the bed. Then he asked solicitously if she was living alone now. The girl said she was recently divorced. After that, Wang Ying turned around and looked closely into the guy's eyes. Putting her arms around his neck, she asked him to kiss her, as she could no longer restrain herself. The tension at that moment was growing rapidly. Lin pushed the girl away, saying that he did not want her to regret it later. But she still insisted that he kiss her, and she absolutely did not want to listen to the man's arguments. The girl didn't care about her principles right now, she wanted to feel him. She wished she didn't have to think about anything right now. She begged Lin to fulfill her request. Insisting in every possible way, she still inclined the guy, and he eventually agreed. Lying in bed, Lin asked why the girl still got divorced. The girl replied that her husband simply destroyed their relationship by cheating on her. Lin didn't understand how it was possible to change such an amazing girl. To which she replied that not all men appreciate it. Getting out of bed and immediately getting dressed, Lin said that it was better to leave right away than to hurt a loved one. The girl said that the guy was tired and could stay the night. But Lin replied that he had to go, because tomorrow he had to get to the university, and it was a long way to get from here. The next morning, Lin stood and stared in amazement in front of him. He couldn't figure out where his desktop had gone. It was so big. The colleague replied that Lin Yi is now the vice rector, and therefore will be in the same office as Dean Su. Hearing this, the guy immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Outraged, the guy said that he did not want to be in the same room with this panther, then asked a colleague to help him move the table. At that moment, the door opened, and the girl who came inside asked who he called a panther here. The sight of her alone was terrifying. Immediately there was a deathly silence. No one dared to even move. Lin stammered and said that he hadn't called anyone that, she just imagined it. Chapter 51. One early morning, a bell rings in the methodical office. Picking up the phone, the girl finds out that they have a problem. Xiaoyu is going to jump off the building, and he should have come here sooner. When she heard this news, she felt like cold water. But immediately the girl pulled herself together and asked, where are they now? Informing colleagues that Lai Yang called and told about Sun Xiaoyu. He was going to jump off the building because of work. Immediately jumping up and running to the car, she asked Lin to go with her. The guy immediately agreed and said he would drive the car. After that, they got to the car very quickly and took their seats. Already on the way, Lin asked to tell what exactly happened here and who is going to jump off the building. As it turned out, a girl called. She's an excellent student, and I'm graduating from university this year. The girl recently got an internship and rented a place. She can't guess what went wrong. Here a colleague very correctly noticed that recently the boss said that it was because of work. So where does she work? As far as she knew, this place was Zhang Han's firm. After that, she asked Lin if he had heard about this place, because who, if not him, should know about a well-known investment company. At first, Lin thought for a bit, and then an idea slipped through his mind. Is this really Qin Han's company? Arriving at the place, a huge crowd of onlookers had already gathered there and rescuers were preparing with might and main for counter-operation. After parking the car, they immediately jumped out and ran to the scene. After that, everyone synchronously stopped in amazement. Lifting their heads up under the rays of the bright sun, they saw a girl in a pink robe standing right on the very edge. Without thinking twice, the woman crawled under the police fence. The law enforcement officers already wanted to stop her because she was not allowed here. But she explained that they were the teachers of the girl on the roof, so they asked to let them pass so they could talk to her. After a little thought, the policeman agreed to let them pass. Having gone up to the floor, they were met by one of the students. The girl was in a little panic and asked the teachers to talk to her friend. It was clear that they were the last hope. The girl hurried to find out what had happened because the young lady had recently found a good job. Why was she standing on the roof now? The woman asked Xiaoyu to calm down and tell them everything in stages. She promised that they would listen to her. At that moment, the tense situation continued to escalate. With tears in her eyes, the girl explained to Ms. Su that she had been mistreated, and her boyfriend did not believe her. She couldn't do that anymore. The girl looked as confused as possible, and her gaze was extinguished. After hearing that their student was being bullied, all the teachers were a little shocked. They could not have imagined that such a thing could happen. Lin intervened in the conversation. He asked the girl, slowly, to tell them who exactly offended her. It was important for the guy to find out as much information as possible. Through tears, the girl said that it was the vice president of the company. She could not have imagined that he would be such a terrible person. The girl was very depressed because of all this. Teacher Su asked Xiaoyu not to swim, as she had to calm down now. After all, she was still very young, and she had a whole life ahead of her. With these words, the woman began to approach the girl. But noticing this, Xiaoyu shouted at her to shut up, and if she took another step, the consequences would be irreversible. Teacher Su and Lai immediately panicked after hearing this, and only Lin Yi in a cold voice told her to jump. He had his own tactics, which were clearly different from other teachers. While everyone was scared and confused, Lin told the girl not to waste their time. He told her to hurry up, because the police still had a lot of work to do. Lin said that in any case, if she died, then her death would be in vain and would not solve any problem. And in this case, he doubted that the one who offended her would ever be brought to justice. Su joined him after realizing his tactics. She said they would definitely help her. If she wanted, they would get justice. But the girl was categorical. She believed that no one could help her in any way. Xiaoyu was crying very bitterly. Through tears, she convinced them that since he was the vice president of Zhang Han, he was inviolable. The girl was completely sure of this statement. And then Lin promised that he would put him in darkness and achieve justice. But if the girl still does not want to live, then he will not stop her. He only asked for one thing, so that she would do it quickly since he didn't have much time. Under the pressure of these words, the girl hesitated a little. While she timidly turned back to look down, Lin took advantage of this position. In a split second, he was near the girl and managed to grab her by the shoulders. Under the weight of his body, he pushed her onto the roof of the building. Thanks to this, other teachers were able to run up to the girl. The officer said that Mr. Lin is a real savior. Lin, being modest, said that it was not worth it. He just did what he had to. But then I asked the officer to accept the application for the student as soon as possible. The policeman said that they would definitely deal with this case as soon as possible. Although he looked confused, Lin thanked him and apologized for bothering him. Xiaoyu's friend was very worried. She asked Su, do they have a chance against Zhang Han's lawyers? Because they have so much power, they can countercharge. The teacher hesitated for a second. She didn't even know what to answer them. Suddenly she noticed Lin Yi was moving away from them. She immediately asked where he was going, to which the man replied that he was going to Zhang Han. Teacher Su clearly didn't appreciate his idea. She yelled at the man and said that there was no need to go to Zhang Han. Let the police deal with it better. But the man wasn't even going to listen to her. He was already aimed. He was angry that Sun Xiaoyu, a student at their university, was a victim of injustice. He believed that he had to help her restore this very justice. Therefore, he was determined to find evidence there. Lai was scared and shocked like everyone else. He couldn't believe that Lin was going there alone. It was clear that this was stupid and pointless. Teacher Su said she couldn't leave him, so she would try to stop him. In the meantime, Mr. Lai has to take care of the students. The man understood her perfectly and fully agreed. The car had already started moving a little when suddenly the door handle began to twitch. Hearing this, Lin immediately pulled on the brakes, terrified of what's going on. The door opened, and a tired Mrs. Su asked the line to calm down. The guy looked at her in surprise and did not understand what she was doing. At that moment, it was clear that she would not let go so easily. The woman said that she also wanted to help Xiaoyu achieve justice, but at the same time Lin should not forget who he was going to go to. Holding his steering wheel, she asked him not to be so impulsive. At that moment, the guy couldn't stand it. He shouted that it was none of her business and asked her to get out of the car. Along the way, he grabbed her hand, removing it from the steering wheel. Su was surprised by the man's behavior. Then she immediately buckled herself in and said that she obviously wouldn't let him in alone. For a couple of seconds, the tension between them increased and the silence of the coat of arms remained. After that, Lin gave up and switched gears, rushed straight to Zhang Han with all his legs. The man understood that it was impossible not to lose a second. Therefore, I agreed to a stupid manipulation on the part of Mrs. Su. In just a few minutes, they reached Zhang Han's main office. Going inside at the reception, they turned to the girl. After explaining the situation, they said they were looking for Kui Binlong. Then the girl asked if they had an appointment. Lin said affirmatively that no. After that, she refused him, saying that if they were not recorded, they would not be able to see Mr. Tsui. After a short silence, Lin took out his phone and immediately dialed a number. Literally immediately, Qin answered him and, overjoyed, asked what he wanted. After that, Lin asked which office Kui Binlong was in, explaining that he had business with him. The man was in the 1809th office, after which Qin wondered what had happened and if he could help him sort it out. It was clear from the voice that Qin was starting to worry. Lin said in an angry voice that nothing serious had happened, but the guy could give him a beautiful prison kit. Then, to the sound of silence from his mobile phone, he headed to the office. The secretary tried not to let them into the office, explaining that they were not allowed here. But Lin Yi had a completely different opinion, so he went ahead, not paying attention to anyone. At that moment, there were negotiations in Kui Binlong's office. The man said that Kui should take control of foreign investments, which was a huge honor for him. Kui was full of enthusiasm. He assured that the result of their cooperation would be fruitful. He considered himself one of those people who, if they took up a case, then brought it to the end. Suddenly, in the middle of their dialogue, someone kicked down the door. Both men were surprised at such impudence. Entering Lin Yi's office, he said that their meeting with Kui would be much more fruitful. On the move, the man began to come and ask who he was and how dare he invade his office. Lin, in response, asked how he dared to offend a student. After all, such behavior was disgusting anyway. Then Kui realized that the teacher Sun Xiaoyu was in front of him. Lin was forced to note that the man was not so stupid, since he understood everything right away. But this fact clearly did not save him from punishment. Kui stated that he was just going to go look for this teacher. After all, Sun Xiaoyu tried to seduce him, which, in fact, he did not want. And turning to Lin, he asked if he was really going to do something. At that moment, Teacher Su couldn't stand it and attacked the bastard with her fists. Without thinking twice, Kui dared to grab the girl's hand and grab her hard, strongly pushing the girl away from him. He said that she had no right to talk to him. Anyway, he has already referred this case to the legal department, and now he demanded that they leave here and not interfere with his business negotiations. After this gesture, Lin could not stand it and rolled up his sleeves. Kui was a little scared and asked what he was going to do. He warned that if the guy even touches him with a finger, he will ruin his life. But Lin didn't care about his words. He swung and hit the man. He flew head over heels across the room. It was clear that Lin had hit him very hard. Kui was angry and didn't understand how he dared to hit him. After that, he ordered Liu Changming to call the guards. The guy ran out into the corridor and shouted for the guards to come running to the floor. But after that, Tsui's ego was badly bruised. Therefore, he decided not to wait for the guards and swore that he would finish him off. To the man's surprise, he didn't even have time to react, as Lin kicked out his tooth. It was very easy for the guy to attack Tsui. To him, he was like a rag bag. A bag that couldn't fight back at all. Ms. Su was surprised where such a thin Lin had such strength from. Suddenly, a huge number of men in uniform flew into the office. The head of the legal department ordered the guards to seize this insolent man. He was going to show Lin what malicious harm meant. Lin was furious. He turned around and told the man to shut his mouth, and also stop talking nonsense, otherwise he will get it too. The head of the legal department said that this was Mr. Kin's company, and that Lin was no match for him. So the head of the department said that he should watch his language. Otherwise, not a single soul will know where he is buried. At that moment, Lin grabbed the urn and said that if Kin Han had been here, the conversation would have gone very differently. After an angry Lin threw an urn at him. At that moment, the guy no longer had the patience to listen to all these fools. After all, they did not understand at all who they were dealing with. Suddenly, someone shouted that Mr. Kin was in place. At that moment, the head of the legal department laughed and said that the end of Lin's happy days. To which Lin was surprised and said, "Does the man really think that he will stand up for them?" But the head of the department was confident, since Mr. Kin's father was his cousin. Therefore, how does Lin think? Won't he help him? To which the guy replied in a calm voice that even if he was his father, it didn't matter. After these words, Mr. Kin entered the office. The man ran up and immediately began to complain that this man not only brought trouble to the company, but also beat him so that he should be punished. But after that, Kin hit his relative and said he would skin him. The guy was furious. What are they doing here? How dare they ruin his company's reputation at all? When Kin approached the guy and asked Lin Yi not to be angry, everyone was surprised. He asked Lin to tell him what was going on here, and he would then help him solve everything. Seeing all this, the eyewitnesses opened their mouths and stood absolutely motionless. No one in this office could have expected Kin himself to stand up for the unknown Lin. Lin, explaining the situation, said that this scoundrel in front of them offended a student of his university. The girl was going to jump off the building because of him, so how does Kin think he deserved all this? The boss came closer to him and asked if it was true. Lin added that he also accused his student, saying that she seduced him. After these words, Kin's patience snapped. He kicked the man from the foot and asked if he really decided that he was allowed to do whatever he wanted. At that moment, anger completely took over the man. He understood perfectly well how he had framed him now. Lying on the ground, the man turned to Mr. Kin and said that they were not strangers and he could not do this to him. There was genuine fear in this man's eyes. Kin said that Lin Yi could leave everything to him. He takes care of all subsequent proceedings because the guy clearly has a lot of work. He promised that he would definitely notify him about everything later. Lin agreed and decided to leave, but he has already said that he will put him behind bars, so he leaves it to Kin. The guy promised that he would do everything as he said. Leaving, he took the girl by the hand and led her. He clearly told her that it was time for them to leave, because they were done here. The girl was surprised how influential he was if he solved this problem so easily. Already on the street, the girl noticed how strong he was, and the fact that he knew Kin explained why he wasn't afraid to come here. The guy explained that if students are being laughed at, then you can't just leave it like that. Otherwise, how can they be an example for others? But most of all, he was worried that this case exposed a big problem in education. It was too spoiled, because as a result, after entering the real world, students are not able to adapt to the rhythm of life in society. Getting into the car, the Sue teacher said that she would definitely inform the rector about this situation. But Lin didn't really listen to her, because he was completely immersed in his thoughts. Lin was worried, so he thought a little, when suddenly his familiar digital assistant appeared. The girl congratulated him on performing an unplanned rescue of a student. As a reward, the man received 1 billion yuan, which had already been credited to his account. And also his career growth has already been completed by 60%. Lin was pleasantly surprised by this turn of events. Suddenly the guy heard that all this time the girl was calling him. She asked what was wrong with him and why he didn't start the car. To which, in response, the guy only looked at the girl in confusion. Ms. Sue said she could see Lin's fatigue perfectly. Therefore, he can leave work early today. The girl thanked him for what he did today. And then she said that tomorrow he would go with her to a meeting with Xiaoyu's boyfriend. Arriving at his home, Lin was lying on the bed and trying to rest. He clearly had the most difficult day today. Therefore, he needed to restore his strength. When suddenly the phone rang. Answering, the CEO of the real estate management company Ding Hui introduced himself to him. Afterwards, Yang asked when Lin would have time, as he would like to give the plan of the Twin Towers. Lin sighed heavily and said that he was very tired today, so he offered to meet tomorrow at the Bandao Hotel at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Ian didn't mind, so he agreed. After the event, they are transferred through a few days to the Villa Triumph. Kin came into his father's office and, smiling, asked why he called him. Flipping through the newspaper, the father said that he had heard about Qi Binlong's dismissal. and then he asked if his son was going to send him to prison. Surprisingly, his father's tone was calm enough. The guy explained that this man came to his friend's way and also committed a crime, so he should be punished. Surprised, the father asked who in Shanghai deserves such a favor. Raising his mug of tea, he said that it was about Lin Yi, who was a good friend of his, whose request can be fulfilled no matter what. For his father, the surname Lin was familiar. He asked if it was by any chance the Lin family from the Bond Corporation. After taking a sip, the son explained that Bond was not even standing next to him. Lin was too big a personality. He owns the Zhonghen circuit, and he also owns all the Jiazhaoji villas. Hearing this, the father realized that Lin is such a big shot. Thanks to this, he decided to forget about Kui Binlong. But at the same time, he asked his son not to flirt and behave appropriately to his status. The guy was worried and said that he was doing it. This is evident from the results of work in Zhonghan. The value of the company's shares exceeds 10 billion. According to him, it was clear that he depended on his father's opinion. But my father didn't mean the company and money, but the girls. On this occasion, he picked one up for Kim. The girl, according to her father, fit all the criteria. Hearing this, the guy immediately rebelled. He was categorically against marriage contracts. Kim did not subscribe to them and was not going to take part in such a thing at all. To which the father smiled very slyly and said why he was outraged ahead of time. Because he hadn't even seen her yet. The father immediately noticed his son's interest, but warned that you should not underestimate this girl, because she is a young director of Koyang Company. So this girl was not simple at all. The guy was surprised what a beauty she was, but looking at the photo, he had a clear feeling that for some reason this photo seems familiar, as if he had seen her before, once and somewhere. Suddenly remembering, he took out his phone and handed it to Dad. Showing another photo, he asked if she was in the photo. The father looked carefully and was surprised. Looking at his son's correspondence with a friend, he realized that she was probably already busy. At that moment, the father sighed heavily and became upset. But he said that he would return to this issue a little later. And since the father no longer had any questions for Kim, he said goodbye and left joyfully. After all, he needed to continue working. The next day, Lin came to the Public Services Center from morning to early. His appearance, as always, attracted a lot of attention. All the girls looked at him without taking their eyes off, because he was very handsome. Lin walked through the huge hall in search of employees. Suddenly one of the girls greeted the gentleman and asked how she could help. This beautiful lady who decided to help Lin was called Feng Xin. The guy said he wanted to register a company. Then the girl first asked to fill out these 2 forms, then you just need to hand them over to the staff. She also said that he could take her WeChat and if anything, she could help fill in the places where there would be questions. Lin said that he would not add her to his contacts, and if he did not understand something, he would definitely find her personally. From such a strong pressure, the girl hesitated a little and, stuttering a little, agreed with the guy. Realizing that she could not take his contacts, the girl lost all hope of getting acquainted. But Lin, as always, was pleased with himself because he was smart enough to understand this scheme. Quickly fill out all the documents and come up with a name for your company. By the way, it sounded like Lingyan. He approached the man and, after greeting him, announced that he wanted to register the company. After looking at the document, the man said that the form was filled out incorrectly. Let the guy take it and fill it out again. After hearing the refusal, Lin wondered how it could have been filled out incorrectly. The man pointed to a piece of paper and told Lin to look for himself. 500 million yuan was indicated on the registration capital. Therefore, the man took this thing as a joke rather than the truth. The darlings, looking at this handsome man, were outraged that Ma made him look like a complete fool. Watching from the sidelines, they could no longer just accept everything that was happening. At that moment, scratching his head, Lin was surprised what kind of reaction they had to 500 million. He was wondering what if he entered 1 billion. Are they really here? Everyone will die of horror. Taking the papers in his hands, Lin turned to the man and said that there was no mistake. He smiled maliciously and said that if so, then let the man carry the money, because he had never seen such a sum. At that moment, a girl intervened in everything that was happening. Yelling at Ma, she said it was just a form, and they would fill out a new one right away. But Lin also convinced her that he didn't need it at all. After that, he handed them a confirmation document from the bank. It stated that all the money had been transferred to his account. Actually, it confirmed the existence of this capital. Looking at the certificate from the bank about the assets, Ma was shocked. It clearly stated that Mr. Lin had opened a bank account with a total amount of assets worth 500 million yuan. At this moment, onlookers began to gather around. They admired how much money this guy had. But at the same time, they wondered why he was doing these things himself. Doesn't he have a secretary? One of the employees named Zin looked at this handsome and rich man with loving eyes. At this moment, arriving in the same room with him, she was very excited. Suddenly Ma was able to find a new clue to refuse. Handing the sheets of paper back, he stated that the form still did not fit. It was necessary to fill it out again, since the legal address was incorrect. Lin convinced the man that the address was completely correct, but he said it was nonsense. The paper shows the entire Twin Towers, and the legal address is a specific floor of the company. You cannot write the whole building. After Lin explained that his company is completely the Twin Towers, he showed the man the contract of sale. It was clear in it that the guy had bought these buildings for 18 billion a few days ago, and when Lin had already, it would seem, completely chewed everything, he asked if there was anything else wrong with his form. After this question, he looked at the man reproachfully. The latter, realizing what an influential person was standing in front of him, hesitated and said that everything was fine now and asked Lin to wait a minute. Realizing that his affairs may not be the most rosy, the man quickly decided to fulfill Lin's request. And so, after a short time, he held in his hands that very cherished paper with the inscription business license. Looking at her with happy eyes, he realized that he was getting one step closer to his goal. The next day, Lin was on his way to a scheduled meeting. In a telephone conversation, Teacher Su clarified that the meeting would be a cafe. It was there that she was scheduled to see Sun Xiaoyu. After learning the exact coordinates, Lin said he would be there in 20 minutes. Then he pressed the gas pedal to get to the place as soon as possible. After all, being late in his case would not be as beautiful as possible. Having driven to the place, he, as always, immediately attracted the attention of all the ladies. But ignoring them, he began to look for their reserved table. Inside the cafe on the second floor, the girl waved to Lin and called to her. Walking up to Lin's table right away, he asked if their student's boyfriend had arrived, to which the girl explained that they finished their studies in more than a month. Naturally, they no longer take them seriously. But even so, Fei deigned to appear on the spot. He entered the cafe as pretentiously as possible, immediately trying to attract attention to himself. Seeing him, Teacher Su was surprised that he still deigned to appear. Sitting down at his place at the table, he immediately showed all his dissatisfaction with this meeting. He immediately told Dean Su that he had other things to do today. Also, next time he will make an appointment at a normal institution. Su was outraged by his boorish behavior. Sighing, she said they would get right to the point. It was clear that they had gathered here to talk to a man about Xiaoyu. Everyone knew that she almost passed away, which created quite serious problems. But Fei said that it did not concern him, since they broke up and he no longer needed her. Lin intervened in the conversation and said that they did not want to interfere in their personal lives. In this situation, they just hoped that he would be able to comfort Sun Xiaoyu. After all, for her, he was one of the closest people. But after these words, Fei flared up. He said in a rude tone that they broke up and he did not plan to connect his life with her. Therefore, the idea that he would go to comfort her was simply delusional. At this moment, Dean Su jumped up from his seat. The girl was furious and did not understand what Fei was carrying. At that moment, both of the men were terrified. Lin immediately grabbed her by the arm and lined up to keep her by his side. After this incident, Fei got up from his seat and decided to leave. He wasn't going to put up with this circus anymore. Everything was completely clear to him. They broke up with the girl, and he didn't care about her fate now. Looking at the departing guy, the dean was furious. She asked why Lin stopped her, because she had to punch him. The guy explained that if someone saw it, then her reputation was over. After that, Lin said that he had more things to do in the afternoon, so he had to go. The girl calmed down a little and understood him. She explained that her anger just eats away at such people. After the event, they are transferred to the Bandao Hotel. Two people in the car were having a dialogue. The father was outraged. Where did his son disappear? Because they had a meeting with a very important person. To which the boy explained that the dean had detained him. Fei, in a good mood, asked if he and his uncle would really work with such a big shot. To which the father replied that, of course, it was time for him to get up to speed. And he asked his son to be more attentive and not let him down. Get out of Fei's car, excitement began to cover him. But he didn't show it and promised Dad that he would be careful. And Dad could not worry. After that, his father called Mr. Lin and said that they were already there. He said he would go now and find a man. But Lin said that it was completely unnecessary since he had just seen them. By coincidence, Lin also just drove up to the hotel. Approaching the men, Fei immediately started shouting at him. He demanded that Lin stop following him and said that he didn't care about this girl. At that moment, the father was covered in a cold sweat. Putting his hand on his son's shoulder, He asked what he was saying. Faye explained that this man is their teacher at the university, and they had an argument this morning, and now he is following him. As always, the deer was completely calm. He seemed to be anticipating further events. I understand that he is in a winning position again. He told Yang Tianbo that he has a wonderful son, to which the man's father immediately realized that his affairs were very bad. Immediately, he hit Feng for a second as he was very angry with him. The kid didn't understand why dad was doing this to him. He tried to explain that Lin is a bad person. After that, they came and sat down at the table to talk about everything that had happened. The man immediately apologized to Mr. Lin for spoiling his son. He hoped that Lin would be able to forgive him. But Lin said there was no point in asking for forgiveness from him because of his son's promiscuity. Hearing about promiscuity, the father very maliciously and contemptuously glared at his son. Fei, in a panic, began to turn to teacher Lin and claim that he had made a mistake. He promised to find that girl and marry her, just let Lin give him a chance. Looking angrily at the kid, Lin told him to forget this idea. Sun Xiaoyu was not a bad girl, so let him leave her alone and not interfere. It was not enough that he inflicted new injuries on her. The man got up from his seat and bowed to Mr. Lin. He was apologizing to him for his son. But at the same time, he said that Lin should understand that the level of real estate management of his company is one of the highest in the country. He was hoping for a chance. Falling to his knees in hysterics, Fei said that he honestly understood his mistake and apologized to teacher Lin. Lin said that his business and this situation are two different things, and since this does not concern his business, then let Yang Feng leave here. The conversation with him is over. The guy apologized and said he wouldn't bother them anymore and then left. Lin scolded Feng's father and said that even though he had heard a lot about the quality of their work, but it would be better for him to pay more attention to the upbringing of his son. Otherwise, in a deplorable result, he will ruin his business sometime. After half an hour, they were able to come to a consensus. Shaking hands, the man thanked Mr. Lin for his trust and promised not to let him down. Lin replied that he needed less words and more action. At this time, Professor Li and Dean Su were walking around the university building and talking. The man asked, "Is there absolutely no hope for Yang Feng?" The girl explained that this boy believes that the whole world has stopped at him. He was a typical offspring of rich parents. She just didn't have enough anger at him. Li listened to her very attentively and with sadness, after which, a little surprised, he asked, "Did even Lin Yi fail to find a solution?" The girl sighed, replied that Lin Yi behaved quite coolly. He was not as outraged by this situation as she was. Then, smiling and a little joyfully, Li said that that was when they were perfect for each other. Hearing this, Dean Su was scared and asked what the man was talking about at all. But afterward, she hesitantly pondered over these words. The ringing phone distracted her from her thoughts. The person on the phone informed Dean Su that Yang Feng from the Faculty of Economics and Management was looking for her and said it was urgent. The girl was surprised and told him to tell him to go to the dean's office, as she would be there now. Li rubbed the back of his head and asked in surprise, what could this mean? Why did Ian decide to come? Sighing and spreading her hands, the girl said that she, too, did not even guess. Now no one could guess what had come over the guy. When Yang Feng arrived at the office, he was already sitting on a chair and waiting for the dean. The girl asked the guy, going into the office, what happened. The guy, almost through tears, told Dean Su to forgive him. After which, having injured himself deeply, he said that he didn't know much about this life. Both Dean Su and Teacher Lai were shocked by this behavior. Sobbing, Yang Feng explained that thanks to Teacher Lin, he realized his mistake. The guy wanted to go to Xiaoyu's after lunch and asked if they could take him to her. The teachers were in complete shock for a couple of seconds. Silently, glancing at each other, they realized by the look that no one understands how this Lin managed. After that, she said that she would take the guy to the girl without any problems. She was surprised how incredible Lin Yi was. After all, he managed to cope even with Yang Feng. At the same time, Lin arrived at the next place on his business. Knocking on the door, he was immediately opened. The girl was dressed at home and in an apron. Clearly Lin caught her cooking. Having met an unexpected guest, the girl was pleasantly surprised. Lin announced from the doorstep that he had come to her to take her today to buy a car. The girl agreed, but said that first you need to eat and then pointed to a table full of dishes. Holding out one of the plates, she asked Lin to try it. She was sure that he would definitely like this dish. A couple of minutes later they were sitting at a table where there were many dishes and the soup in a pot exuded a pleasant aroma everywhere. Lin asked the girl if there was too much food for just one breakfast. In addition, there is also ginseng soup. But the girl replied that a man's stomach should always be full. so she forced Lin's mouth to open and started feeding him herself. It was quite nice of her that she took such care. Lin said that he clearly knows how to satisfy a man. While eating a very delicious breakfast prepared by the girl, he asked Wang Ying what kind of car she would like. The girl smiled and, laughing, said that she would like a beautiful and white one. Lin laughed in response and said that then they should buy a Maserati. Hearing this, the girl was scared. She explained that she had only 200,000 yuan in her budget. Therefore, she cannot afford to drive the same car as Lin. The guy smiled and said that there was no need to pay for it. He promised that the girl would have a car, so he will fulfill the promise. After which he politely said that it was time for them to go. Arriving at the dealership, the manager met them at the entrance and greeted them, asked which car they wanted to pick up. He immediately clarified whether they have any special requirements for the car. The girl said that she needed the car and she had no special requirements. She would like to buy a prettier one and cost within 200,000 yuan. Lin listened to the girl in silence and did not interrupt. Hearing that their budget is limited to 200,000, the man thought that he would not even serve them. He wasn't going to waste his time on such a small price tag. After that, he called the girl Li Jin to serve the customers. The girl happily agreed and immediately ran to help customers. The girl introduced herself to the young people and said that they could ask her anything. When Lin saw this picture, he got angry. He said, "Does this manager really think that their budget is so small that that's why he doesn't even want to serve them?" To which, having put on his shoes, he quipped that the guy was very smart, thereby in every possible way showing their disgust for them. Suddenly a gentleman came into the car dealership and asked whose sports car was chained outside. Hearing for a cool car, the manager immediately perked up. Running up to the window, he saw that there was a car worth more than 30 million. He looked at the car and admired its beauty. After that, he asked his boss, Liu, what was wrong with this car. He replied that the car had blocked his exit, so he wanted to ask whose car it was and if he could repack it. Then Lin apologized and said that he would immediately overtake the car. Hearing this, the manager was surprised and asked if it was really his car. Lin said, "Does he really have any problems?" And he added that in any case they are not welcome here, so they will go to another car dealership. The boss tried to stop them and calm them down. He said that he could personally advise them on any issue, so they do not need to go anywhere. That man was indignant. He asked to give him another chance, as he realized his mistake. Lin looked at the man contemptuously and asked, why did he suddenly change his shoes so quickly? Realizing what was going on, the boss said that Yu Hongyang would be fired. He could not tolerate his employees being so dismissive of customers. After that, Lin brought the girl to another car dealership. After getting out of the car, Wang Ying apologized to Lin for causing him so much trouble. The man told her not to talk nonsense. After all, when he first joined the company, she was the one who supported him and helped her own. And now let her look here. In front of them was a BMW worth more than 1 million yuan. The girl panicked and said that if she went to work in this car, her colleagues would start discussing. They'll probably think she's found a rich guy. Lin laughed and said it didn't matter. The main thing is that she likes it. The girl gratefully looked at the man and said that she liked the car, to which Lin said that if so, then this is now her car. After buying the girl a car, he said that she had not been driving for a long time. Therefore, he will teach her how to drive in her free time. Wang Ying was grateful to Lin and said that he was just wonderful. Hugging the girl closer to him, he said that it was just a car. Therefore, you should not thank him so much. Lin arrived in Jiangnan. There was a girl standing next to the building who was very happy with the guy and said that they were waiting for him. He smiled and told her to come in, because he was going to eat and talk. They set a large enough table for them, and the guy asked when the first stage of the modification project would end. The girl replied that according to the current construction dates, it will take at least 2 months. Lin, bringing a piece of food with chopsticks, said that it was too slow, so he would allocate them another 400 million to hire more companies. The girl smiled and said in a calm tone that they would do everything. But in my head I was insanely happy, because for the first time I met such a brave customer. The guy also added that he had recently opened a company called Lin Yi and asked if they could help design a logo. She replied that he could rely on them, but asked where his company was located. The guy raised a glass to his face and proudly announced that his company was located in the Twin Towers. The girl looked at the guy carefully and said that he was very young and promising, and also that the towers were built not so long ago, but they are already iconic in China. Then I asked if there were any requirements for the logo design. He said he wanted them to add one word for it to be Lin Yi Towers. The girl was very surprised, but said that he had the right to change the name of the company based in the Twin Towers, but could not change the name of the building itself. The guy looked at her and said that he could do anything because he bought these towers. The girl was shocked and did not believe that he could buy them, so she asked again to make sure. Lin told her not to fuss because it's just 2 buildings, for him it's a trifle. The girl felt ashamed and she apologized to Mr. Lin, saying that she was too emotional. After they ate, they left the building. The girl asked if the guy had any business and offered to make him coffee, saying that she was very good at it. But he told her to do it another time since he was busy today. The girl straightened her hair and said that in this case she would go, and she would send information about the project to his email. She left, and the guy waved to her. There were 2 women behind him. When he paid attention to them, he saw a supportive girl, Dean Soo, who was in a pretty bad condition. When the guy recognized the dean, he was shocked, asking her what she was doing here. Sue raised her head and, looking at the guy, said that she did not expect to meet him here. The girl accompanying the dean pushed her towards the guy and said that the guy cheated on her and went to another girl. And she got drunk, so she needs to be taken home. She can't do it herself, so she will leave her to him. Then she immediately started to return to the cafe, and Lin held the dean in bewilderment and looked at the departing girl. Still, he accepted that he would have to take Dean Soo home, and taking her in his arms, asked where she lived. She snuggled up to his chest and asked why most men behave like animals. Lin looked at her and told her not to talk like that, to which the girl replied that she wasn't talking about him at all. And then she wrapped her arms around his neck and, approaching his face, ran her hand over his cheek, saying that he was much more beautiful than that guy. The guy didn't know what to say to that, so he just didn't say anything. Lin put her in the car and got behind the wheel and asked again where she lives. Dean Soo shouted that she didn't want to go home at all, but wanted to have another drink. The guy didn't understand where else to drink, so he decided to take her to the Bandao Hotel, because it's safer to drink there. They arrived at the place and were met by one of the hotel employees, who was delighted with the arrival of the boss and greeted him. Lin told him to open the best room and send some bottles of wine. Dean Soo, barely standing on her feet, said that wine is necessary, and the more, the better. After a while they were already in the room, and the girl took a glass of wine and began to take a sip. But the guy suddenly stopped her, grabbing her hand with a glass and told her not to drink. Dean Soo started laughing and asked if he was afraid that she would offend him if she got drunk. Lin replied that it was unlikely to upset him. After that, the girl looked the guy in the eye and said that in that case she had a surprise for him. There was a large double bed in the room. Dean Soo started pushing the guy by the arm and telling him to lie down on the bed, and he didn't understand why she did it until the last moment. She smiled sweetly and said that he had nothing to fear, so he could trust her. He still sat down on the bed and saw that she was taking out an eye patch, so he asked what she was doing. After she took it out and looked at the guy, he was shocked and asked where she got it. After this question, the girl's face instantly became sad. She fell to her knees and started crying, saying that her ex had told her that she was boring and forced her to watch all sorts of videos. But when she bought it, he no longer wanted to be with her. Lin decided to ask if she was okay, but didn't have time. After a few seconds, she abruptly stood up and handcuffed him, chaining him to the headboard of the bed. Lin was very scared and asked what it was and why she was doing it, but the girl told him to be obedient. Then she put a blindfold on his face so that he could not see anything, after which the guy resigned himself to what was happening and decided that let it be as she wants. At the same time, he still did not give up trying to find out what exactly she was going to do with him, but she only said that he would find out soon. In the morning, the girl woke up first and discovered that she had been sleeping with teacher Lin. She didn't understand what was wrong with her and how she could do this to him. Very condemning herself, she decided to quickly pack up and leave before the guy woke up. After a while, the alarm clock rang, and Lin woke up. The guy got out of bed, looked around and realized that the girl had already run away, leaving him alone. Then the girl's system appeared, who, blushing with embarrassment, covered her face with her hands and immediately turned away so as not to look at the naked body of the guy. Lin laughed, looking at the girl, and asked why she was shy, because it's not even the most interesting. The girl called Mr. Lin shameless. After that, she informed him that his career was 70% complete, so she asked if he wanted to start a new one. Lin was absolutely not against it. They hear that already 70%. The girl told him to try out a new career profession and informed him that career completion is now 0%. She also said that he receives a professional gift package of 10 million yuan, a limited edition TAMBURINIT 12 sport bike and motorcycle driving skills. Lin said that fast delivery is very good, since he will now have more freedom of action. The girl hugged the guy and informed him that the sports bike was parked in the hotel parking lot, so he could go check. Going outside in the parking lot, the guy saw a stunning red sport bike, which immediately caught his heart. Coming closer, he said that the cost of such a handsome man was $6.5 million. It was incredible for him. Lin picked up his helmet, noticing how beautiful it was and that it was also discontinued. Without thinking twice, the guy immediately put a helmet on his head and sat down on a brand new sport bike to try out all its power. Lin went to the university on a motorcycle. Dean Su saw him and was shocked. She went up to the guy and thanked him for yesterday. Lin smiled and said she'd better not drink so much next time. The girl was embarrassed. She told him that he had a very beautiful motorcycle and asked why he had not ridden it before, because the students would not be able to take their eyes off him. Lin said that this is an educational institution, and he doesn't want too much attention here. Hearing this, the girl wondered why today he decided to come on it. The guy replied that he was here to pick up things and quit, so it doesn't matter what he came in. After hearing this, she started asking why he wanted to quit, immediately thinking that it could be because of last night. But he reassured her, saying that it had nothing to do with her. Dean Su decided to find out what he would do after he quit. He smiled and told her not to worry about him because he would work as a courier. The girl was surprised because such a rich man was going to work as a simple courier and did not understand why he needed this job. But after thinking about it, she asked if she could make a personal order from him. The guy pulled back slightly and said that he would work as a courier, not a call boy. The joyful Dean Su said that there was no need to waste time, but rather go to the personnel department. After a while, a new order appeared on the guy's phone. He was very surprised by the speed of the application because he had just registered and he had already received an order. After reviewing it, he saw that he needed to deliver a music stand. He immediately went to Shangchengoji. After all, it was there that he needed to deliver the music stand. He rang the doorbell and was answered by Guo Rui, a music conservatory teacher. He greeted her and handed her the package, saying the price was 128 yuan. She thanked him for his hard work and said she would bring the money now. A guy named Hu Heijun broke into the room and asked why the courier arrived so quickly, because he didn't even have time to play the game because of him. Lin said that playing the piano is a noble cause, so he should train. Hu was displeased and said that since he thought so, why not train himself? But then he grinned and said that if he could, he would never work in delivery. Lin looked at the guy with contempt and asked how he knew this. The guy spread his hands and decided to use his own words, saying that it was a noble cause, so he could not learn in any way. Guo Rui yelled at her son, apologized to Lin, saying that she spoiled him and asked him not to take it to heart. Lin replied that everything was fine, and also said that he could really play and asked if he could demonstrate it. The woman said that, of course, he can do it, but he should keep in mind that her son's level is much higher than the level of his peers. Lin said that although he was self-taught, he also played well at his age. Hu told mom not to stop him, because he wanted to see if he could beat him. Lin said that if he suddenly turns out to be better than him, then he will obey his mother. The guy wasn't scared at all, thinking that this would never happen, so he didn't see any problems in it. Lin sat down at the piano and stretched his fingers and thought that he had not played this thing since he received the knowledge of the sage. After that, he started playing and a beautiful melody began to sound. Guo Rui was delighted to learn that Wandering Fire is the 9th most difficult in the world, because this composition was a headache for every performer. The guy grabbed his hair, not believing in his defeat. Guo Rui said that even she, a conservatory teacher, would not be able to play it so perfectly. Lin said that it's not worth talking about yourself, because it's not like that. Lin turned to the guy and asked if he had heard his mother's words well. The guy attacked him with accusations, saying that he must be his mom's student and deliberately pretending to be a courier to fool him. Lin smiled and said that he didn't know his mom at all, and also told the guy that he just didn't know how to lose. Hu was furious and said that it wouldn't work that way, so now he will work much harder to improve his game, because there can't be such a thing that he can't beat the courier. Guo Rui thanked the guy and said that she works at a higher theater educational institution, so she believes that he would be an excellent candidate for a job with them. Lin confusedly said that he did not need work yet, and then said that he would not bother them anymore and said goodbye. The woman said that in this case she wants to add him to WeChat so that if anything happens, she can contact him. The guy didn't mind, so he agreed, and they exchanged contacts. The guy was congratulated on completing the first order of a new career and receiving 5 stars. For this, the Moon Harbor Beach received an award. This made the guy very happy, because now he will be able to connect Jijiao in the port of Wangzhong. Immediately a phone call rang. An employee of the Lunar Harbor Administration called the guy and asked when it would be convenient for him to meet with him. The guy was pleased to say that he could glow right now. After a while, he was already at the Lunar Harbor Management Bureau. He entered the building. He was greeted by a girl, holding out her hand for a handshake and saying that it was she who contacted him. Lin shook her hand and greeted her, saying that he was very pleased to meet her. The girl handed the guy the documents and said that these were all contracts and data on their locality so he could see if there were any problems. The guy picked up a folder and sat down, and then said that the Moon Harbor is a public property, so he asked why it was privatized and put up for auction. The girl sadly replied that in fact the beach has no agreed costs and maintenance, so she entrusted it to other people, but since they had a low social status, they sold the beach at auction. She also said that even though he bought it, it still belongs to the state, because he can use it for 70 years, and then he will need to extend the lease. Lin asked if he really needed to discuss further use of the beach with the actual managers of Moon Harbor. The girl replied that everything was correct, and they are now on Binhai 142. Lin called Bai Songjian and asked what he knew about Moon Harbor Beach. He asked in response if he was going to buy a beach, and also that there was a lot of trouble with this place, because they owed them 200,000 yuan. After that, Lin told him to take a promissory note and he would pick it up now, and they would meet with them. They arrived at 142 Binhai Street. Two men were sitting there and smoking near the garages. Lin, after looking at it, said that it looks very formal, but it's still a company. The men, seeing their boss, were a little scared, abruptly stood up and asked what he had forgotten here. Bai was in a rage, looking at this picture, and ordered their manager to be called to him right away. The men were confused and one of them said that unfortunately his brother was not here. Bi said that there was no need to deceive him, because he could see with his own eyes how his car was parked in the parking lot. And also pointing to Lin, he said that he is the owner of Moon Harbor Beach and Wangzhong Port, and he is here not only because of debt. The men were completely shocked that the beach was bought. Then one of them told them to go with him, because he would take them to the office, saying that his brother was there. Lin was enraged by this, and then he suddenly snatches the documents from Bai's hands and throws them at the men with force, saying that he would not go anywhere and asked them to tell his boss to get out of Moon Harbor, and also that he was waiting for money. Otherwise they would not see a quiet life. After all this, Lin turned around and started to leave, telling Bai to go with him, leaving the men alone. One of those men ran to Brother Dong and Brother Liu, and said that the man who bought Moon Harbor had just been here, and he told them to get out of Moon Harbor and repay the debt to the port. Yao Donglai got angry and asked what it meant to repay the debt and what it had to do with the port. And that man added that Bai Dongsheng said that Wangzhong Port is the property of that guy. Yao Donglai said that he was pretty cool, since he had influence even on his territory. The man said that he seemed to be trying to show something of himself, because he threw a couple of phrases and left. Liu Kang turned to Donglai and said that he was being disrespected. Donglai got even more angry and said that tomorrow he would find that guy and deal with him, and if he didn't get it, he would crush his business. Liu Kang smiled and said he admired his ruthlessness. Lin arrived at the Bandao Hotel and headed to the main entrance of the building. The hotel employee immediately got up when he saw Mr. Lin and asked what the occasion of his visit was. Lin replied that he needed all the bills. The guy immediately took a work radio and asked if he wanted to check them, and also said that he would prepare everything now. Lin sat down on the sofa and began to ask indignantly if there was a lot of money owed to the Bandao Hotel. The man replied in confusion that, unfortunately, there was a lot of money, because the amount of debt is about 3 million. Lin asked why he had not informed him about this earlier, and then asked for a list of all debtors by name. The man replied that there was nothing to be done about it, because he did not know how to tell him about it, because these are not easy people. Lin picked up the list of debtors and began to read their names, after which he saw Qin Han on the list, surprised that even he owed them money. The man said that they could not afford to offend the Qin family, and also said that last night Mr. Qin brought some girls here and did not pay, but he believes that he still has not left. Lin immediately picked up the phone and started calling Qin. He was answered by a sleepy voice who asked why he was calling him at such an early hour. Lin Yi asked why he owed the hotel 118,000. The guy asked what difference it made to him if the hotel wasn't his. Lin asked in a stern voice who told him that the hotel was not his, and also added that if he returned the money, he would then allow him to live here for free. The joyful guy immediately got out of bed and began to get dressed, asking if it was really true and if he was in a hotel right now. Lin told him that he was in Manager Wang's office. Lin continued to study the list of debtors, but then, suddenly, the door opened, and Manager Wang was informed that a man named Yao Donglai wanted to meet with Mr. Lin. Lin closed the folder and said that they should go to the office. Yao Donglai and Liu Qian, smiling, together with several people entered the office. When manager Wang saw these people, he immediately told one of the hotel employees to go down and tell the head of the security service to gather all the hotel guards on the ground floor, and waited for his instructions. Dong Lai threw a small box on the table and told Mr. Lin that it was his little gift for him, and also that he hoped he would like it, because great things were waiting for him in the future. Lin got up from the sofa a little angry and asked who told him that they would work together. Dong Lai continued to smile and said that he personally came to him, and he did not meet him so well. After that, he said that today he would forgive his words, but if they did not agree, then his business was over. He also added that he himself is already a lost person, so he has absolutely nothing to fear, but it will be very painful for Lin to fall. Lin took a mug from the table and hit the man on the head with it very hard, from which he fell. The guys who came with Dong Lai got angry and started running at Lin. One of them started shouting about how he dared to hit their boss, but Lin had excellent physical fitness, so he was able to easily repel the attack of the guy running at him. The guy flew off and fell to the floor. The others looked at what was happening in horror. Dong Lai started shouting at Lin not to do anything stupid. Lin said that he knows how he solves his affairs, but this time he will not succeed, because he owns not only the beach and the port, but also this hotel, as well as all its security. Dong Lai did not expect this at all and was shocked to understand what was waiting for him now, and then looked out the window and found a lot of people in uniform walking to the hotel. Lin Yi, looking at the man, said that he probably knows more about the underworld than he does, so if he suddenly puts a price on his head, then he should perfectly understand what will happen then. Qin entered Wang's manager's office and, seeing Liu, asked why he was here, but without answering the same question, the man himself asked him. Dong Lai immediately ran up to Qin and said that he and Mr. Lin had discussed some business problems and asked him for help, saying that he should help them. Qin went up to Lin and asked him what this nonsense was, and did these stupid people really have something in common with him in business. Lin just sighed heavily, showing with all his appearance that he had nothing to do with them. Dong and Liu stood silently, looking at the guys and were in a huge shock with their mouths open. Lin told Qin that these men had just said they wanted to cooperate with him. Qin scratched his head and looked contemptuously at the men, asking what kind of idiot could possibly come up with this. Liu looked at Qin and said that it was absolutely not like him, because he was not that stupid. Then Qin looked at Dong Lai and said that now only he was left. The man tried to justify himself, but the guy interrupted him. Qin started shouting at the man that even his position did not allow him to do business with Lin, so who did he think he was, and then he ordered them to get out of sight. All the men were very scared, and Dong Lai wondered who this Lin Yi was. Qin came up and kicked the man to the exit, asking what he was staring at. Lin asked them to wait and stopped them and asked when they would pay him the money they owed. Dong Lai said that they would bring him all his money right away, and then he started running away from the hotel with everyone else. Qin looked at Lin and asked if he needed to order someone to follow them, to which Lin replied that there was no need, because they were just a bunch of losers, so there was no need to waste your time on them. Qin took the opportunity to grease up and asked, since he had helped him solve this problem, then maybe he no longer had to pay his debt to him. Lin narrowed his eyes and asked where he got so much impudence. Qin smiled and said that when doing business, you need to be a little arrogant, otherwise you will quickly burn out. Lin still agreed and said that she took it. Unexpected, Lin received a call from Zai asking what the teacher was doing. The guy told her not to call him that, because he quit from there. The girl laughed and asked why he quit, thinking that he was kicked out for seducing female students. Lin asked if she really thought he was such a person, then said that he wanted to try everything in this life. Therefore, when he gains experience, he changes jobs, and now he is a courier who delivers goods. In this case, the girl said she would make an order right now. The guy agreed and said that he could not refuse to accept an order from such a girl. Qin was very surprised at this moment and said that human nature is very amazing. Lin bought all the necessary products and brought them to Zai's office. When the girl opened it to him, he greeted her and handed her the parcel. She smiled and said that he was very fast. The guy replied that this was the only thing he was fast at, if she understood what he was talking about. He put the purchases on the table and asked why she needed meat and herbs. The girl said that there is a small kitchen there, and sometimes she wants to cook something herself. Then she asked if he wanted to test her cooking skills. Lin said that he would be happy, but next time, because suddenly he wanted beefsteak. The sage endowed him with culinary abilities, so he asked permission to check them and, wearing a kitchen apron, started cooking. He coped superbly with the preparation of dishes, performing all the actions like a real professional. 20 minutes later, the table was filled with various dishes. The girl's eyes, looking at these masterpieces, lit up, and she said that the design of the dishes is much better than that of their cook, and she will keep silent about the taste. They sat down at the table, and the girl said that it smells just great, and the guy himself is incredible. He patted her on the head and said that then she should eat more, and he would now bring her a glass of juice. When he opened the refrigerator, he heard a scream. Picking up a bottle of juice, he turned around and asked in horror what had happened. After that, he saw the girl happily eating his dish and saying how delicious it is. The girl continued to eat and admired the fact that it tasted better than in any 5-star restaurant, and then asked where he learned to cook. Lin was proud of himself and replied that he just had a talent. The girl looked at the guy and said that for such a talent he could ask for anything as a reward. The guy immediately approached the girl and kissed her, and after pulling away and looking into the girl's eyes, he said that he wanted to get his reward right here. Initially, the girl was against it, because they were in the office and it confused her, but after she agreed. Some time passed, Lin was sitting on the sofa, and Zai was in his arms. The guy asked why she suddenly decided to call him. She replied that there was nothing like that in her thoughts. She just needed to go to the port, and she wanted him to accompany her. The guy took a potato from a plate and dipped it in the sauce and presented it to the girl's mouth. Then he said he didn't mind, so he would go and see how the project was progressing. After a while, they were already at the port. Zai said that yesterday she spoke with Guanya from Yalo Shezi. I learned that the cost of the project will be about 350 million. Then she said she thought she could save 150 million. Lin replied that there was no need, because he had no shortage of money. The girl said that the port project was too big, and it was very serious money, so he could postpone it and return to it at a time of need. The guy patted the girl on the head and, smiling, said that he understood her fear, but he wouldn't have taken up the project if he wasn't sure about it. The girl was embarrassed and said that she understood him. Sue said that she had spoken with the designer, and if the nearest Moon Harbor beach could be included in the reconstruction plan, it would be just fine. Lin thought about it and said that in that case he would buy it back. They decided to go to see how the construction was going, and the girl decided to ask if the guy was sure he could buy the beach. After all, the ownership of the beach is in the hands of ZF, so it will be difficult to get it. Then she put on her helmet. The guy also put on a helmet and said that he thinks he will succeed. Sue said that wearing a bikini in a private pool is boring, because it's better to sunbathe on the beach, and if someone gave her such a chance, she would take it, but she would not overestimate this someone. A man saw them and ran up to Lin and director Zai, and then he said that it was very good that they were here, because he was just going to contact them. He said that Yao Donglai had returned the money they were owed, and now Moon Harbor Beach was at their disposal. Sue was very surprised when she heard about Moon Harbor. Lin smiled and said that the beach was his now, so now she could sunbathe. The girl at first did not believe that he was serious, and then I started shaking him by the shoulder and asking how he always does it. Sue took off her shoes and decided to walk barefoot on the sand. She told the guy that he has a whole port, so he wants him to take her to the sea. He said there was no problem, but then he needed equipment because he wanted to teach her to dive. The girl was surprised, because she didn't know that he could dive and thought it was very cool. After that, she said that she contacted 2 people, because he was going to create a fund and they would handle the formalities, so if he did not have any special requirements for the address, she would find him some office building. He said that he would leave the formalities to her, but the foundation would be located in Lingyan. Hearing this, the girl was surprised and told him just not to say that she was his. The guy smiled and said that she was really his. After a while, he said he still had to take orders, so he told her to be careful on the road. Sue said that the road is not predictable, so he himself needs to be careful. After that, she got into the car and drove away, and Lin waved his hand after her. He picked up the phone and saw that he had a new order. It said that it was necessary to deliver 2 laps for swimming for girls, the price of which should be about 200 apiece, and the brand does not matter. He got on a motorcycle, went to the nearest store to buy an order. When he arrived at the store, he told the seller that he needed 2 laps for swimming about 200 yuan of the best quality. The seller smiled sweetly and told him to wait a bit, because he began pumping circles for him. After that, he showed 2 wonderful circles and said that these were very good and would cost 209 yuan at a discount, and also added that they would withstand even a fat man. Lin agreed to them and said that he would need a receipt to show to the buyer. The seller told the guy that he was very handsome and asked why he worked as a courier, because he knows a lot of good women with money, and offered to introduce him to them. Lin was confused and asked if this man, in addition to selling swimsuits, was also a part-time pimp. The man smiled and told him not to talk nonsense, and then handed him 2 circles. Lin got on his motorcycle and went to give the order. He called Mr. Luo and told him that the 2 laps for swimming that he had asked him to buy had arrived, and he was waiting for him near the beach with them. The man replied that he didn't have time right now and asked to approach him himself, saying that he had a big red umbrella and was wearing blue beach shorts. Lin looked around and said that there are a lot of red umbrellas on the whole beach, so it will be very difficult for him to find out which one is his. The man replied that with his IQ, it is not surprising that he works with delivery. After that, Bean called out to him and waved. Beside her stood a disgruntled Lo. Lin looked around and turned his attention to the girl. Seeing his face, the girl was shocked by how handsome he was. After that, she called Lo and told him to look at the courier who bought them the circles, because he is very handsome. Another girl, adjusting her glasses, also drew attention to Lin and said that he really looks very good and wondered why he works as a courier. Lo got angry after the girl's words and said that obviously this guy's head is not boiling, because he couldn't find him 5 meters away. Bing, continuing to look at Lin, said that this courier's appearance and figure are very good, and she was just looking for an employee. Lin came up to them and greeted them with a sweet smile, holding one of the circles in his hands. He said that 1 circle costs 209 yuan, so the price of 2 is 418. He asked to pay the bill first before picking up the order. Bean came closer to him and, calling him handsome, asked if he had thought about changing jobs, because she has a clothing store, and she is just looking for an employee. Lin replied that he was not interested at all and asked who would pay. Lo started yelling at the guy and saying he wouldn't get anything. After all, he asked to buy his circle for 200 yuan, and he bought it for 209, so he decided that he wanted to deceive him. The guy kept shouting and talking about how Lin bought 2 cheap laps for swimming, and then forged a check to throw them for money. Lin got angry, but coolly asked if he really thought he needed their pennies. Lo pointed a finger at him, calling him stupid, and asked if he really considers himself richer than he is. Bean asked the guy to stop and said she didn't think he was capable of it, so she would pay. Luo said that he invited them, so he had to pay, and also said that he didn't want to argue anymore and took the wallet out of the money. The guy handed the bills to Lin, who counted them. And then he said that 2 circles cost 418 yuan and asked why he gave him only 400. Lo asked what was the matter and said that he would pay about 200, but did not say that he would pay more. One of the girls called this guy very smart and said that the courier needs to train his memory. Lin approached Bing and gave her the money in her hands, saying that, apparently, her friends are very poor. Therefore, he gives her these 2 circles and wished her to have a good time. Luo started shouting at Lin to wait, and then said that he let him get away with it, and he called him poor and his company makes a profit of about 2 million a year. Lin turned around and, smiling, asked why he then trifles with these few yuan if he is so rich. Luo picked up the phone and said, since he has money, then let him dare to take another order. Lin said there was no problem at all. Bean began to worry and told the handsome man that it was better not to argue with Lo, because he could not be beaten. Another girl told Bean to mind your own business and asked whose side she was on. Lin picked up his phone and noticed that he had a new order. Then he looked at the guy and asked if he was really asking to buy his Ferrari 812. Lo smiled and said that since he was a courier, he would continue to bring him the order and he would pay for it upon receipt. The girl told her friend that he was very witty, because, in her opinion, the courier would definitely not be able to buy a Ferrari. Lin looked at them and calmly stated that he would buy a car without any problems. Lo called him a show-off and said that he should just try to escape. After a while, Luo handed Bean a glass and said that this wine was 1,664 years old and it was not very strong so she could try it. But the girl said she didn't want to. Another girl told Bean that she came here to have fun, so why is she sitting with such a sad face? She replied that she thought they had done wrong with that guy. Lo choked and asked if, after all this time, she was still seriously thinking about that guy. After that, Lin appeared, carrying a suitcase with documents in his hands. Luo ran up to him and started shouting that he really had the courage to return to them, and also asked if he didn't have enough problems, because now he allowed his grandfather and he didn't live. Bing called out to Luo and said that threatening a stranger was too much. Another girl put her hand on Bing's shoulder and asked if she knew what kind of person Luo Fei was, because it was better for her not to interfere, otherwise it would be bad. But the girl said she couldn't just watch another person being laughed at. Lin opened the suitcase and dumped all the papers at the guy's feet. He was very surprised and jumped aside. After the truck arrived and after the door opened, a red Ferrari appeared. Lo froze in surprise and realized that this was indeed the model he had ordered. Lin looked at the guy and, smiling, asked that since he was so rich, would he be able to afford it. The guy got confused and started stuttering, not knowing what to say to him.